Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku destroyed himself and became a broken vigilante. Here is short summary. It didn't matter how many hits he took or how the scars kept growing. It didn't matter what happened to him because he didn't matter. Izuku needed an excuse to justify existing, and the only way he knew how was to destroy his pathetic excuse of a body for the sake of helping people. For being the hero no one believed he could be. So he did. Or, Midoriya Izuku is a mess and becomes a vigilante, but things start to change when he meets Aizawa. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. No one ever tells you just how loud silences can be. It makes you go deaf at times, and the worst part is you can't help yourself because it's all in your head. His eyes fluttered loose with the pain his body had finally decided to acknowledge. Blood was seeping through his black hoodie. Back forced to lean against the cold, brick wall, the breeze didn't help even though he was burning up. With the lack of light, he wasn't sure how badly he had gotten himself injured, not that he cared though. Letting out a dry cough after a hiss, he regained his posture, getting up from the ground while using the wall for support. He fished his phone from his pocket. Thankfully it had a zipper so he didn't have to worry about the piece of tech falling off. 3:48 a.m. He muttered and a sigh followed. It was way too soon to go back home, that is if you could call it that. His body was limping with each step, forcing him to make frequent stops to catch his breath. Tomorrow was going to be a long, long day. The way back to home was a blur, and before he knew it he was climbing up the stairs right outside the apartment building, built in case a fire broke out. He occupied his head with the assignment that had been given by his teacher, an essay. Assignments had been piling up, occupying one corner of his desk. Days passing by and the night rolling around before his mind could awaken. Nights eventful with petty criminals and villains were his only reason to keep going. It wasn't like anyone cared. Not when he missed out on homework, not when he passed out on top of his carved desk during class, not when he showed up with colorful bruises of various sizes all over his body. He despised school, and the one place he was meant to feel safe was more of a nightmare. He couldn't bring himself to blame his parents. His mother had been working non-stop, and as for his father, the man wanted to do nothing with his own flesh and blood. He didn't blame them. He didn't blame him. He blamed himself. He was quirkless, had no purpose in life, merited nothing, and certainly wouldn't amount to anything. Quirkless. It had been far too long since he had accepted that. His entire world had crumbled to rubbles and ashes. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get that day out of his head. The way his mom hugged him so tight while bawling her eyes out as she apologized over and over again. He hated not accepting the reality of it all. He hated having hoped for the best no matter what until he didn't. With a sigh, he carefully opened the window. A soft hiss escaped his bleeding lips as he jumped inside and fell on the floor. Damn it. A group of drug dealers had been going around. The word on the streets was that the thing was no ordinary drug. And those people weren't some petty criminals, they worked with the Yakuza. He had been trying to find them, investigating to the point he knew more than the people in charge, searching under every rock, but that wasn't enough. Nothing he ever did was ever enough, and it was getting on his nerves. When he thought about it, this whole system, the way that the society works, thinks and acts, was laughable. Everyone he came across was a hypocrite. Nothing they did or said made sense anymore. People work day after day, but for what? Nothing ever seems to be enough. Nothing is ever good enough. He knows that, better than anyone else. He tries every day, pushes himself to the point he breaks, but in the end, it's not worth anything. Nothing matters. People lie, and he lies, to those around him and to himself. He lies to his mother whenever she can make time and have a decent meal with her family. He lies to his father to avoid getting hurt when the man babbles on and on about how everything is his fault when he's drunk. He lies to himself just to ignore the pain. Sometimes, when it gets too much, when he can't breathe, when he can't sleep or eat, he wants to tell his mother, "She loves me." He thinks to himself, "She'll understand, she can help." But how could he do that to her? What right did he have to worry her? At those times, the thoughts just brush him off saying he's getting ahead of himself, nobody would worry for him. No one cares. People hated him, just because he didn't have a quirk. He had gotten used to the discrimination, the rejection, the abuse, the suicide baitings. It wasn't normal, but that was the only reality he had, and all he could do was accept it. Not like he had another choice. He shook his head, ridding himself of the thoughts that made his mind foggy. Why of all times would he think of this? He groaned, taking off his hoodie and goggles along with his mask, throwing them aside. He weakly examined the wound on his torso. That guy with the blade arm quirk sure had done a number on him. He needed to clean the wound, which meant he would need to use the bathroom. Great. Carefully parting the door that led him to the small hallway, he tiptoed his way to the sink as he spotted his father passed out on the couch from the corner of his eye. Hoping the man wouldn't wake up, he gently closed the bathroom door, letting out the breath he didn't know he was holding. As soon as the door was shut, he whined painfully. "I better take care of this quickly as possible," he mumbles, searching for the first aid kit. As he looked for the rather small bag, his arms were exposed. He hated seeing the bruises. His pale arms were deep purple and green mixed color palette. They were a reminder of how weak and pathetic he was, and he would always be like that. His father reminded him, his old childhood friend reminded him, his classmates did, and everyone in his life did. He despised it to his core. Finally finding the bag, he leaned back up, holding his left side as he did, and his eyes landed on his reflection. His hand reached for his hair, stroking his green locks back, then watching it slip down to his face. He looked pale, and he was pale. His fingers gently touched his dark eye bags, pulling them down gently and seeing the bloodshots more clearly. His freckles stood out even more than before nowadays. He hated being reminded to be related to the man he called his father. "Disgusting," he muttered. "I look disgusting." He felt tears brimming, but quickly wiped them away. He was busy right now. It was his fault anyway, for being pathetic. As he cleaned his wound and patched it up, his mind was a big fog of what-ifs. Would anyone even care if he just disappeared? Would they even attempt to look for him? Would they feel bad or miss him? Of course, no one would. His own voice replied from the back of his head. This was the last thing he needed. His thoughts spiraling out of control and making him weep on the floor. How pointless. Sniffing, and pushing everything down as always, he fished the bottle of pills from the stashed drawer and took 2 out of the orange plastic. Chucking on the water from the sink, he swallowed them, not caring about the consequences. Making his way back to his plain room, he changed into a somewhat comfortable pair of shorts and an oversized t-shirt. He sighed as he got into bed. Sure, it was old, and his room was a bit cold since Hisashi didn't turn on the heat in the house, and Inko was barely home to do so, which ended up in him getting used to coldness. But it's fine. At least I have a roof over my head. He drifted off to a dreamless sleep. He knew he had to wake up early in the morning, but 3 hours of sleep would be more than enough. He just hoped he could get at least some relief out of it. It hurts so bad. Fuck. He was holding onto his torso with one hand while his knee shook up and down. Did it get infected? Midoriya. The sound of the ruler hitting the blackboard covered with notes snapped him out of his trace. His head hung low in shame. He hated being called out. He hated the attention it brought. He hated the whispers that followed. I hate it all. Pay attention. His math teacher scuffed as he turned around, facing the board again, choosing to ignore the insults directed at the green-haired boy as he had always done, and went on with the lesson the boy had taught himself months prior. When will this end? He asked himself as he tried desperately to pay attention, not wanting to get in trouble with the teacher again. As the end of class rolled over, he waited for everyone else to leave the classroom for lunch. As his bag hung over his shoulder, he walked slowly, not to cause more damage to his injuries, but as soon as he stepped foot outside the classroom, he was pushed back inside. He cussed at himself for not noticing their presence. He had sharp instincts, but when he was in this state, it sure didn't help him out of the bullying. He couldn't give himself away anyway. Oi, Deku, it feels like I haven't seen you in forever. Damn, I sure do need stress relief, a blonde boy spoke, cracking his fingers in a fist as he leaned closer to the boy who was gritting his teeth not to give the taller boy the satisfaction of seeing him hurt from a little fall. Noticed you limping this morning. Did I hit you too hard the last time? he teased, landing a harsh kick to the green-eyed boy's legs. Cat got your tongue, Izuku. Just leave me alone, Kachan, Izuku mumbled, but he was cut off by another kick. His vision was blurring, and he could feel the blood beginning to soak the bandages he had neatly wrapped around his body. So much for that. Extras. Hold him down, the bully demanded. The other two standing behind him closed the classroom door before they held his arms pinned to the floor. As the blonde got on top of him, Izuku shut his eyes. He couldn't get out of this, but it was okay. His old childhood friend knew the best, he was convinced. If he did something, he surely must have a reason to follow through with it. If he was getting beat up by him, it meant he deserved it. Katsuki, I think he has had enough, dude. The black-haired boy tried to reason with his so-called friend. Katsuki paused for a moment, looking at Izuku, and that's when he noticed the blood on the floor from the shorter boy's side. What the hell? I didn't even hit you there, you stupid Deku. Katsuki yelled. The extras let go of Izuku's arms and looked at the blonde anxiously, afraid of getting in trouble. Shit man, we went too far. Shut the fuck up. Katsuki growled and got off of Izuku. Grab him, let's go to the toilets. His face is a mess. I'm sure giving him a hand with that would be entertaining. Katsuki reached for his hair, his grip a tight iron as leaned to Izuku's ear, and whispered. Right, Deku. Izuku's ears were pumping blood with a loud harmony. He felt disgusted as the other boys drowned his head in the toilet sink. He hated this so much. As his head got pulled out, he gasped for air, barely making out the mix of blood and water that dripped from his chin. His head was pounding like crazy. He just wanted to be let out of their grasp and be left alone. Looking good, Deku, Katsuki mocked. He was leaning onto the wall and watching all the commotion. The greenhead never understood how he laughed as he saw others in pain. That was just inhuman. He was okay with enduring the punishments he was given. His father never laughed, but Kachan always didn't. The man called him names endlessly, pushed him around, beat him up, and gave him bruises, but Izuku could never blame him. It was his own fault for being useless. What Katsuki was doing wasn't any different, just that he was being entertained. He hoped that one day things would get better, he would be treated like anyone else, and maybe, just maybe, there was a chance that he could be happy. He didn't remember the last time he had worn a genuine smile on his face, or the last time he laughed because he was having fun. It was all in the past now, and honestly, he couldn't even picture a future for himself. He already knew he would be dead. Bakugo, class is going to start soon, we better get going. Katsuki scoffed and walked over to Izuku. Thanks for the entertainment, you quirkless fuck. And with that, he walked off, his lackeys behind him. They left the greenette soaking with dirty water and bleeding on the restroom floor. So much for not fighting back. Izuku muttered weakly before he got up, his knees shaking as his body ached. His eyes trailed to the other corner, his bag wide open with his stuff scattered around it, his phone soaked and dirty with toilet water. Stupid jerks. Making his way to the sink, he washed his hair. It was already wet, so he didn't mind. As long as he got rid of that dirty scent, he couldn't have cared less. Finishing with his hair, he washed his face and neck, finally hearing the bell. The greenette wasn't the one to skip classes, but he knew it would mean nothing if he went back. He knew he couldn't focus, he knew he wouldn't be able to take any notes, and he knew he would get laughed at. What was the point then? He sighed, gazing at the mirror. He didn't look any different than he did last night, just in his gakuren. Now it stinks of sewer and has been ripped. Great. He wasn't sure, until recently, just why it gave him such satisfaction to jump from one rooftop to the next, just why it felt incredible beating up criminals was. He just wanted to prove his worth at first. To convince himself he deserved to be alive by helping people, and sacrificing his body in the process meant nothing. It wasn't until he realized why he'd kept going despite the pain, why he ignored his own needs, and why he was doing this. It was for himself and not the people in need. He felt ashamed of himself. The reason why Izuku loved playing the hero, because he felt like a different person. He could do or say whatever he wanted. He could get punched by not dodging a blow to make himself better, and he felt like he was the one in control, and that was heavenly. The rush, the adrenaline. It feels fucking right. He took off the Gakuren top to see if the wound was open too far beyond recovery, and it wasn't looking good. Putting the jacket back on, he collected his things from the floor, stuffed them back in carelessly and walked out of the restroom. He couldn't stay here any longer. Not today at least. Text. You're pathetic. His reflection uttered with hatred as he washed off the blood and tried his best to pull the bandages back together over on his abdomen. The loathsome smell of the public restroom made his nausea double. Freaking jerk, he mumbles, washing his hands as his head twists with misery. One day, I will show him. One day. The threat was empty. Deep down Izuku knew it was. Katsuki was perfect. Well, not on the inside, but he had everything handed to him on a silver platter. Izuku also knew Kachan would be a hero, and he hated it. Who gets to call themselves a hero when they've spent their entire life being a bully? Izuku pulled his shirt back on, buttoning the dirty clothing from bottom to top and swaying his jacket over his shoulders. Then, holding his side lightly as he headed home in hopes of his father drinking his ass off in some stupid bar or something. He just wanted to be alone. He needed to be alone. He felt as if his body was seconds away from freezing, then a cough. Had he gotten a cold? After a short walk, he ended up standing in front of the door to his apartment, fishing his keys with the small all-night chain that his mother had bought for him and unlocking the door quietly. He took off his shoes and placed them aside. Oh, Izuku, you have got to be kidding me. He cussed at himself, filling with irritation. He despised feeling the way he did, but it wasn't his mom. It was just, of all days and times she could have been home, just my luck, damn it. Honey, what are you doing here so early? My God, Izuku, what happened, sweetie? You're all covered up in bruises. Did something happen in school? The woman asked with worry in her tone as she hasted over to Izuku, gently rubbing her hand over his purple-painted face. It's nothing, Mom, really. I'm fine. I just got into a fight and was really tired. I couldn't sleep well last night, too. I shouldn't have gone to school. I'm sorry, he rambles on, but his mother's gasping snaps him out of it. Izuku, honey, you're burning up. I think you have a fever. I told you to wear a scarf and a proper jacket. You walk to school after all. You wash up and go to bed. I'll make you some hot chicken soup, okay? She could see his damp hair, and the red on his nose spreading. She blamed herself for not being there as much as she needed to be. Wow, that was better than expected. Izuku thought to himself. He could feel his thoughts go quiet for a split second as he made his way to his bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside and locked the door behind him, he let himself sink down to the floor and held onto his side, feeling the burn of the pain. Please, damn it, just make it stop throbbing. He almost cried. A part of him said he deserved to put up with that agony, but the other just wanted to stop hurting. Slowly, he forced his body back up and onto his feet, dragging it to sit on his bed. A sigh escaped his lips when he saw his reflection in the mirror. I'm a mess. Izuku ripped off his Gakuren. He was bleeding, again. He hissed when the blood dried on the bandages pulled from his skin. He moved carefully as they unwrapped and let them fall to the ground. Now that was gonna scar. The thought made him sick. He brought his hands to his mouth as he gagged and ran to the bathroom, completely forgetting he was shirtless as he shut the door and fell on his knees right in front of the toilet. He vomited. It hurt worse than he could imagine. Any trace of food he had during lunch was erased and now he was vomiting his stomach acid that left an agonizing burn in his throat. Izuku failed to hear the handle going down at first, but once he saw his mom's slipper through the crack from the corner of his eye, he used all the strength he'd left to push the door back. Izuku, honey, it's me, can I come in? Are you throwing up? Why yeah, Izuku looked down. Everything seemed too bright. The bathroom tiles felt cold and the smell of toilet water stuck to his hair made him gag again, but he swallowed as he finally realized he didn't have his shirt on. His eyes went wide. She can't see me like this. I'm okay though. Mom, why you don't have to worry. Just gimme a minute. I'ma be out in a few. He slurred his words and stuttered before he gagged again but couldn't hold it in this time. He immediately started throwing up again, not missing the brown color. Are you sure, honey? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? I've got time. And no, it's fine, Mom. I'll be fine, I promise. He finally felt better, well, at least enough to not vomit again. Could you put some painkillers by my bed? And a glass of water. His head hurt, maybe it was hurting before too, but now he could feel it shooting from every inch. Sure, sweetie, let me know if you need me, okay? He could faintly hear her footsteps. He sighed and let his head rest over his arms, trying to build up the courage to get up and shower. Hours passed by after his short, cold shower to not feel any more hurt from his side and get rid of that god-awful smell stuck to his hair. He had taken the painkillers his mom had put on his nightstand and he just laid on his bed, hugging the sheets. His stomach was full and satisfied with the hot chicken soup made by his mother. It seemed all good until he heard the doors slapping in the house. Hisashi was home, at last. Not that Izuku looked forward to it. Izuku, you damn brat, get your ass here. His ears heated. He knew he had to be careful not to injure himself any further, so he acted slow, but apparently he forgot to take his father's patience into account. He noticed his mistake once his door opened. Sorry, father, he tried to explain, but before he could finish, he was thrown to the floor, hitting his head hard, which only added to its agony. I fucking call you over. It's been 5 minutes and you haven't even left this stupid room. Are you trying to get on my nerves, boy? The man scolds, not censoring his words. I got a call from school today, they said you ran off. A harsh kick was thrown against his legs. I let a useless piece of shit like you go to school, he continued, this time landing a punch on his right cheek, adding bruises over the already battered skin. And this is how you repay me. Another kick. Then his blurred-up eyes caught the glimpse of the magma lighting up around the black-haired man's throat. Playing sick so Inko worries about your ass on her free day. Pathetic. You weren't home last night either when I specifically told you that you were grounded. A strength-filled punch, then fire. Bright flames flashed right in front of his eyes. Izuku uses his arms as a meat shield to protect himself, but the burn never comes just as he thinks it over. Hisashi kicks him again. He yelps in pain as he rolls to his injured side, so the wound doesn't reopen for the millionth time. It could be fatal then. He was sure by now that it was infected too. You will learn to listen and obey, eventually. The Ravenet spoke with a sinister tone, looking down at his son who was beaten up, bruised and bleeding on the floor as his own foot rested over the boy's stomach. He left Izuku's room as he lit his cigarette, shooting an annoyed look over to his wife who had tears in her eyes. She knew her husband was rough when it came to Izuku, but she had never seen him in such a state before, mainly because her son made the extra effort to clean up so she wouldn't worry. As soon as Inko heard the TV turning on, she rushed towards her son. Stroking his curls away from his eyes, running her thumb gently over his bleeding light pink lip, earning a muffled hiss from the boy. I'm so sorry, Izuku. His mother cried, holding her hand close to her chest, trying to bear the guilt piling up to make up a mountain impossible to reach the top. This is all my fault. I should have never left you alone with him. Izuku tried his best to regain his consciousness. The pain growing on every corner of his body didn't help one bit. He could sense the metallic smell, and feel it crawling up from his throat, but that didn't matter. His mother was crying, breaking down right in front of him, feeling guilty because of him and his uselessness. Hey, Mom, it's okay. I will be fine, and none of this is your fault. Please Dawn, don't cry. He weakly spoke with a broken heart, not taking his eyes off of his mother. His vision was getting black spots, making it harder for him to see anything else except his crying mother kneeling beside him. The door snapped open once more, hitting the wall. It was his father again, burning holes into his mother. Leave him the hell alone. Where is dinner? Hisashi, please, let me help my baby, Inko pleaded, trying to convince her husband, if she could call him that anymore. Shut the hell up. I have had enough of you two for today. And he slapped his wife on her left cheek. Izuku weakly stood up, standing right in front of his mom, the adrenaline pumping through his veins making him forget about his own well-being. Protect her. She doesn't deserve to be hurt because of you. Fucking protect her. Hisashi scoffs, eyeing his son in pure disgust, but a part of him liked to see Izuku growing some balls. He leans in, standing eye to eye with the boy. Fucking brat, I don't want to see you in this house for a week, you hear that? Find somewhere else to say or else I'll fucking end up killing one of you. Izuku didn't move, not that he wanted to not move, he simply couldn't. As Hisashi storms back to the living room, Inko trembles, guilt piling up in her chest and making mountains worth, as the man turns around and grabs his son by the collar of his hoodie and drags him to the door outside. Izuku doesn't dare make a sound. It was fine. He was okay with this. Hisashi did say he would kill one of them, so his mom was safe if he was out of the picture. He could manage. It was an empty threat. He needed money, and that's why he returned home 2 years ago. He didn't have the luxury to kill his money maker. His mind recalled the day Hisashi had returned. Izuku was expecting to see his mom after a long day. It was around the time she returned from work, so he hadn't bothered looking up from his phone as he opened the door. "Hey Mom." Something had felt wrong, so he lifted his head, only to be greeted by the nicotine scent lingering from a man he'd hoped not to see ever again. His throat closed in, pupils shrunk and hands trembled. The man raised a brow and then took off his shoes, impatiently huffing and pushing past Izuku, knocking against his son's shoulder and snapping him out. Once his senses returned, Izuku tailed behind the man into the living room. He had no idea what to say, he was lost in his head completely. He watched as Hisashi put one leg over the other and turned on the TV. Izuku flinched when his father turned to face him as he pulled out a cigarette and blew a small fire from his mouth to light the tip. "The hell you want?" he asked and didn't break the eye contact. Does Mom know you're?" "No." Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku debated rather if he should ask anything else or just leave. But he was met with silence, and his last memory of the man was him getting a nasty burn on his back. Izuku locked his door and it was like he forgot to breathe. He felt like he was dying, his heart was beating so fast and his arms felt numb. When he heard faint footsteps around the house, he cowered further. "Please don't hurt me, please, no. Please." He shook his head. No, it's fine, just don't think about it." Izuku had better things to deal with other than a stupid memory. Yeah, his mom was safe and that's all that mattered. Besides, he would be back here in a few days. His father wasn't that cruel. He loved him in his own way, Izuku tried to convince himself. He at least had a roof over his head, a mother who was caring, and he got to go to school. What more could he have asked for? It was a miracle in his eyes that his father hadn't killed him already. He would be just fine. Okay, so maybe he wasn't fine. Slowly making his way down the stairs with tremendous effort and pain, he questioned if it would matter if he just disappeared. Who would actually care? No, that wasn't the case. Why would anyone care in the first place? He struggled with breathing, feeling the blood trying to crawl up against his throat once again. Why couldn't he just have a break from the seemingly endless torture? Finally, he ended up in the front yard of the plain apartment building he had been kicked out of. He didn't bother to land a second glance at the place, but he could sense the pair of eyes gazing upon his limping figure. He knew Inko was watching him. He was just glad she was safe. Izuku walked, and walked, occasionally limping with a bag over his shoulder. It had a bit of cash and his school uniform, along with a single outfit. He felt his eyelids shutting from exhaustion, then he fell with a harsh impact. "Oi you, watch where the hell you're going. Deku." Now that wasn't supposed to happen. The greenette knew that voice, he knew who it belonged to, and panic set in. He couldn't let the other see him like this. He was a complete mess, in one word, and he looked rough. First you run away from school and now this. On a school night. TCH, fucking idiot, what the hell happened anyway? Got beaten up even after all-out fun, you're fucking pitiful. Izuku didn't have the strength to answer, nonetheless to lift up his head. He wished Katsuki just walked away and left him alone. He didn't want to deal with him a second time today, he just couldn't. Every inch of his body screamed at him to run away and not look back, but he didn't have any ounce of strength left in him as he glued his eyes down to the sidewalk. "Oi Deku." The boy felt a hand on his shoulder. He winced unwillingly. One of Hisashi's kicks had landed there. It wasn't helping when Katsuki's palm was warm too. "Answer me, you nerd, what happened? I know for sure we didn't do this and you went home as well. Judging by your clothes, why aren't you home with your mom?" Katsuki asked. He was running out of patience. He felt like he was talking to himself. Is this asshole ignoring me? Before he knew it, his body was lifted up. He was started but wasn't fast enough to react. "MF fine," he muttered quietly, but he was cut off by the blonde. "Like hell you are, idiot. I'm gonna figure out the fuck is wrong with you, I'm taking you home." He hung limp on Katsuki's shoulder. He wasn't sure how he got there, or rather where he was and with whom. Everything felt like a blur and it scared him, but it was all answered by a pair of fingers snapping right in front of his eyes. "What the fuck, Deku?" Katsuki breathed out, shock and disbelief written all over his expression. His face paled at the sight. Izuku was barely conscious as his back leaned against the bed frame. Izuku's shirt was taken off and tossed to the side of Katsuki's bed, his torn bandages and the dried blood visible along with his countless scars and endless bruises. To top it all, there was a very fresh wound seeping blood on the left side of his stomach. Realizing why Katsuki looked the way he did, Izuku desperately searched for his shirt, but the blonde grabbed it before him. "Explain, now." "It's nothing," Izuku muttered and turned his head, not making eye contact with Katsuki. "Deku, don't bullshit me," Katsuki plainly stated, anger mixed with confusion in his tone. He knew this wasn't his doing or his fucking lackey's. His curiosity had gotten the best of him. God, what was he thinking even bringing the guy he beat up mere hours prior to his house? To his goddamn bedroom. Izuku was at his limit and he couldn't take any more of his bullies, whatever this was. He was already pushed to his limit that day and it was just irritating over the top Izuku. He didn't care anymore. He didn't care if he snapped at Katsuki. He didn't care if he never went back to that hellish house, to get his ass beat for no reason and be a burden with his worthless existence. He was done with it all. "Why did you even bring me in here? First, you beat the shit out of me and this. What are you playing at? Oi, when did you get so cocky, you piece of shit? If I didn't drag you in here, your dead ass would have been dog food. Maybe you should have let it happen, Kachan." Izuku snapped back at the ash blonde, trying to get on his feet. He had dealt with worse. In a few hours everything would be just fine anyway. Or so he thought. As soon as the greenette stood up, agonizing dizziness took over him. Katsuki jumped to his feet and grabbed Izuku's arm, making him flinch as the blonde sat him back down. "Tell me what fuck happened. Nerd, I'm serious. I have known you for long enough to see this isn't normal for you. I have never fucking seen you this messed up even after I beat the shit out of you. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the truth," Izuku muttered, holding on to his side with the wound from the night before. He shivered at his own touch, remembering how he regained consciousness and felt like he was freezing. "It served you right, you did let that guy get away after all." By now, his head was close to splitting because of the headache he had. He sharply inhaled and breathed out after a few seconds. "Deku, nerd, you good?" Katsuki asked, but Izuku was in no condition to give out a straight answer to him. "You deserve this, Izuku," he told himself. I need to be alone, Kachan. You deserve to be hurt. To be in pain. Stop being a crybaby and get over it. I'm not moving an inch, Deku," Katsuki stated firmly as Izuku began gasping for air. His heart was gunning and he hated it. Right now, in front of Katsuki. How humiliating. It wouldn't be the first time this happened, but it never happened in front of people before. But, fuck. He remembered the nights when he passed out from exhaustion. The crying that followed after the random panic attacks always wore him out. Is that where this situation was going? Realization hit and it made Izuku's heart skip a beat, the oxygen not reaching as it should. Katsuki watched as small bits of salty tears started rolling down the greenette's cheeks, not breathing as he should be. Izuku looked broken, almost completely shattered. For a slight moment, Katsuki didn't know what to think. He had never thought he would see his old childhood friend as he is right now. "Deku, I said leave me alone," Izuku yelled as he pushed away Katsuki's hand. He couldn't let him see. He couldn't let Katsuki in after all the shit that the blonde had done. He just couldn't. "Oi, breathe, you idiot. Calm down. I told you I'm not fucking leaving. If it's so easy then you do it. God, I can't do this right now. My head hurts. Everything hurts, can't breathe. Why is it so hard to breathe?" Izuku thought out loud, gripping his hair with both hands harshly, digging his nails into his scalp. The world felt like it was going to collapse all over him. Fucking listen to me, Deku. You are breathing. You're talking right now, aren't you? Katsuki asked Izuku, holding the smaller boy's chin, forcing Izuku to look at him in the eyes. Am I? But it burns, Kachan. Everything hurts so much. It's because you're all beaten up. The blonde's eyes trailed down to the greenette's body. The wound Izuku had on his side was bleeding through the bandages. That's when he recalled what had happened during he beat the greenette. Hey, why don't you tell me what the fuck happened to your torso, nerd? He asked, hoping to get some answers. He also thought it would distract Izuku from himself. It's nothing. Izuku denied once again. No one could know. It was all he had left. Nothing else. He couldn't. He can't. Yeah, Katsuki cooed, utter disbelief in his tone. Yes. The greenette protested, almost yelling this time. Izuku had to get out of here. If he were to stay in the blonde's room for any longer, he knew he would break down. He had to get to his place. He would be just fine. It wouldn't be the first time that he had to patch himself up. Some painkillers would be great, a cherry on top. This was fine. However, Katsuki was bad news. The blonde had this feeling in his stomach, one that hurt, but he knew he wasn't in any sort of physical pain. The longer he gawked at his old childhood friend, the worse he got. This wasn't right. The green-haired boy was keeping something from him. Katsuki didn't like it. He didn't give a shit about the nerd, but the situation made him question many things. To begin with, whatever Izuku kept as a secret, it endangered him. And it was also the reason why he was such a mess right now, also on the verge of a panic attack in his bed. And what was worse was the fact that he had no idea what to do. Deku, look at me, ya fucking nerd. You don't have to tell me whatever it is that's bothering you. Got that? Katsuki spoke rather more calmly than before and caught Izuku's attention. But you do need to calm the fuck down. Try breathing with me, he instructs as he puts Izuku's hand onto his chest, in and out. Okay. You can at least do that, can't you? The way Izuku flinched didn't go unnoticed by the blonde when he grabbed his wrist and placed it over his chest to show the freckled boy how to breathe regularly again. But as soon as he sucked in a deep breath, he gagged and clapped his hands over his mouth. Can't throw up. No, not now. As if the blonde read his mind, he grabbed the trash can under his desk and rushed back to Izuku, holding back his bangs as he vomited. Katsuki saw the brown color followed by clear nothing, and then came the empty wrenching. I'm gonna bring you some water, K. Stay fucking put, or else. Katsuki went downstairs as Izuku dug his nails into his forearms and breathed unevenly. His forehead felt tingly and his vision was blurring. When Katsuki came back with a glass of cold water at hand, he was more than happy to gulp it down. The blonde held the glass to his mouth, helping Izuku. He panted after drinking it all. Once Izuku calmed down, his whole body felt heavy, his vision blurred. And it was Katsuki who caught him when he passed out on his bed. Fucking great. Text. Izuku's eyes met the light that crept into the room through the curtains. Trying to rub the sleep off of his eyelids, he paused. This wasn't his room. The memories from last night, at least he hoped that was last night, made their back in. And fuck, this was such a shit show. Kachan's room. I'm in Kachan's room. Shit. He tried to sit up and spotted his yellow backpack sitting in the corner of Katsuki's room, but the blonde was nowhere to be seen. A sigh of relief escaped his bruised lips. Then his eyes drifted to the window. The curtains were closed, but the light that snuck inside was unbearable with the state he was in. He held onto the edge of the bed and slowly situated himself on his feet. Everything hurt. He cursed at his excuse of a father internally. He had to get out of here. Just as he was about to reach for the scratched-up backpack, the door opened, revealing Katsuki himself. And what the fuck do you think you are doing on your feet? Ah, mornin'. Izuku flinched slightly as the blonde stepped forward to lead him back to the bed, and that's when Katsuki stopped. Izuku's breath hitched. He tried to mentally reassure himself that after last night, Katsuki wouldn't hurt him. So he just held onto the wall, not trusting himself with how overly sensitive he felt to sensory and touch at the moment. "Why did you bring me here, Kachan?" he asked almost immediately, pissed off and grateful at the same time with this unfamiliar feeling of irritation bubbling up in his chest. "I'm gonna be number one, and if I can't save a fucking stray, then what am I even doing, huh? Now the real question. Why were you bleeding on the streets in the middle of the fucking night?" Katsuki replies, expecting Izuku to explain himself, as he steps closer and closer, leaving Izuku no room to escape. He can see the way his lips tremble, but the cold gaze on his face doesn't shift one bit. He's terrified, but he won't let Katsuki see that. Well, Katsuki, you brat, I've been calling you for breakfast. Izuku. Mitsuki appeared on the doorway, trailing off at the sight, then ran towards the boy. She knelt, pushing Katsuki away to take a better look at the smaller boy's face, worried. "What happened to your face? Oh God, who did this? You brat, you better talk if you know anything." She was in clear distress. She couldn't even remember the last time she'd seen Izuku. And he looked nothing like he did before. He had gotten skinnier, his cheeks barely had held onto the baby fat, his skin was pale as a ghost, and he had bruises and cuts everywhere she could see. "I don't fucking know. He was just gonna tell me if you hadn't barged in, you old hag." Izuku sucked in a breath when he saw Mitsuki gazing at old burns on his neck and shoulder. Praying she wouldn't say anything, but it was too late. Mitsuki knew. "Wait. These burns on your neck. Hisashi did this, right? How long has he been back for? I'm gonna rip his throat out." Izuku flinched at the mention of his father's name, and gulped hard. She knew. She fucking knows. "What do I do? No one can know. He'll kill me, he'll kill Mom." Katsuki stepped back. Hisashi was Deku's dad, right? So he's fucking abusive. But Izuku did have random bruises since elementary. How messed up was that? It's not like that. He is back, but he wouldn't do this, Auntie Mitsuki. The name sounded foreign coming out of his mouth after so long. "Calm down, Izuku, she doesn't know anything yet. Just stay calm. I just ran into some guys from the neighborhood who I don't get along with well, and this is so embarrassing. They just beat me up real bad, and Kachan found me. I should probably go now. My mom must be worried sick." Izuku rambled on and on, lying through his teeth without hesitation. If it meant that his mom would be safe, then it was worth it, but Mitsuki cut him off, gently resting her hand over his knee. "At least stay for breakfast, yeah. For old time's sake, Izuku." The blonde smiles sweetly, the care and the genuineness visible in her red eyes. Izuku can only nod as they head downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast. He feels relieved Katsuki didn't push for answers after Mitsuki came and dragged them to the kitchen, but as they walked, he could feel the sharp gaze burning holes on his back. "You barely ate, honey," Mitsuki said, a sad smile printed on her face as she spoke. "I don't usually eat breakfast, sorry," Izuku said as he put his chopsticks down and continued. "I really appreciate it, Auntie Mitsuki. But I should go now. My mom is probably worried sick even though I called, you know how she is." He laughed, trying to sound okay and looking for any excuse to leave. He didn't like the fact that Katsuki wouldn't let go of whatever happened, and he knew. He knew Katsuki didn't believe what he'd told Mitsuki. "All right then, I won't insist any longer. You should stop by more often. Feels like it's been ages since I last saw you." She tried to lighten up the mood as she wished Masaru was here as well to back her up. Of all days, he has to go to work early. Izuku wandered around for the rest of the day, spending minutes followed by hours at the park, and by the beach, exhausted. It was the weekend and he had homework. He decided to go home and grab his stuff. It was safe since his mom was at work and his dad went to the bar downtown. After successfully sneaking inside through the fire escape, and grabbing everything he needed, he pulled his wardrobe and took the money he'd stashed for emergencies like this before making his way to his hideout. As the sun kissed its last goodbye, the green-haired boy found himself running from rooftop to rooftop, helping a few people along the way. He stumbled and fell, slowing down his fall by barely reaching his hand forward to grab a pipe. He still fell on his butt, sure, but that was fine, at least he didn't fall on his damn face. Then he registered the crack he'd been barely able to hear and it hit him. His phone was in his back pocket. Fuck, it's broken. He got himself together and managed to get up. It was getting late, well early actually, for work at least. He needed to sleep for a bit and then do his homework. He couldn't fight anymore with how messed up his body was right now. Izuku slid up, back to a rooftop, through the fire escape attached to the building across the one he had fallen over from. He felt so tired. He just wanted his mom. He wanted to be with her in his room like old times, watching All Might videos and reading comics together. You're not a kid anymore, Izuku. You need to be better to be able to get her out of there and put that bastard behind bars for good. Izuku sat down, out of breath for some reason. What gives? He rested over at the said rooftop but jerked up once again. Immediately got down to check out what had happened. As soon as he was back on the ground, as he was lost in his head, and before he could react, Izuku felt something around his ankle and looked down at his feet in the heat of the moment as he found it hard to breathe. What the? He muttered, but before he could say anything else, he was hanging upside down from what he made out to be a railing. AHG. For the record, I haven't broken any laws. Izuku made his case before his captor even spoke. He looked at the figure holding the binds that held him up with a tight grip. He couldn't figure him out. He'd never seen him before. The only color he saw was the flashing red eyes shielded by a pair of yellow goggles. Do I look like a hero to you, kid? Izuku crunched up to reach the tightly wrapped binds around his ankles to see if he could undo them, but a knife was thrown his way. He saw bits of his hair cut down as the knife stuck perfectly on the brick wall behind him. He gulped. He was fucked. Great. Not sure if you know how this works, but if you're restrained, it means I don't want you to move, so, stay put. Hands where I can see them. The person spoke, and Izuku stiffened. He would normally put up a fight, but he was just so tired. Who are you? It seemed like an appropriate question, one Izuku was sure he wouldn't be getting an answer to. And what do you want from me? I asked. You answer, and first, who are you? Here he was, just looking for some release. Now this not a hero pulls the Uno reverse card. Izuku fixed up his green, round goggles and tugged his face mask firmly. He couldn't let him see his face. And he also couldn't answer the question. He didn't bother coming up with a name. And Midoriya was out of the question too. The more Izuku looked at the yellow goggles and the capture weapon this person held, the deeper his memories were dug up. It was like a light bulb lit in his head. He smirked under his mask. He knew now. You're the guy they call Eraser. Eraser grits his teeth, looking at this kid wearing all black, covering every inch of his body in nothing like armor. The only means to identify him is his bush of a hair, figuring out who he is in under a minute. His eyes were getting dry, and for some reason, the tingle he got in the back of his head whenever he erased someone's quirk was absent. Could he be quirkless? He needed to test his theory, quick. He blinked, his overgrown hair fell and the glow in his eyes was gone. And so was the tug of the kid's weight on his scarf. Eraser opened his eyes again, only to see Izuku on his feet with a Swiss knife in his right hand and in a fighting stance. I don't know what you want with me, Eraser, but we're on the same side, you and I. This kid wasn't a villain. Eraser knew, at least enough to know the boy was helping people. He wouldn't have cornered or followed him if he hadn't seen the boy sneak inside the police station during a shift change and steal a file on the drug called Trigger, the one he was after. It took skill and calculation. He had to have observed for at least 2 weeks to figure out what hour the cops changed shifts and who would be there at those hours around the station. It also meant he had figured out the filing system. The only reason Eraser knew was because of his internship over a decade ago. And the kid is quirkless. What? Surprised I recognized you. This cocky fucking brat. Izuku took a step back, trying to figure out his escape route on a dead end while he went over what he'd heard about this man in his head. Eraser was a vigilante who was rumored to be a hero who changed his ways. He had been around for longer than Izuku was alive. He had years of experience. He heard the guy was a pro in martial arts, no long-range attacks, but he had to be careful not to get wrapped up in his binds again. He would just have to keep his distance. Then make a run for it. How do you know what file to get? The question caught Izuku off guard. Were there other vigilantes looking for the same thing as him? He doubted other people knew because the drug wasn't even on the market yet and the public wasn't made aware of its existence. Why would I tell you? If you wanted it so bad then maybe you should have watched closer. Izuku's vision was blurring all of a sudden. No, not again. He needed to get away, fast. I'm not going to explain myself to a kid running around wearing a mask who thinks he's a hero. You don't know what you're messing with. The words coming from a stranger should have hurt him this much. Izuku knew he wasn't a hero. He knew he could never be a hero, mask or not. But who the hell was this guy to tell him that? It pissed him off, sending him over the edge. He growled behind his mask. The guy was right-handed and his left leg had twitched twice in just a couple of minutes. If he slid down at the right moment and managed to grab his combat boot, he could knock him down on his clearly injured leg. So he ducked down on his spot and reached for the knife stuck to the wall behind him as a racer stood with his right leg up front and grabbed his binds, ready to defend himself. Izuku used one leg to kick the brick wall to get a jump in. He needed enough force and so ran toward a racer at full speed, cutting the bind thrown his way with the man's own knife this time as he stepped to his right as a distraction and ducked to roll on the ground and made his way to a racer's left. It wasn't long before he realized he'd underestimated the older Vigilante. Just as he was about to bear at the man's leg, his right wrist was wrapped in a racer's capture weapon, but Izuku adapted fast because a racer wasn't pulling hard enough, so his plan was still in motion. Izuku pulled at his wrist with all his strength and managed to get a racer to trap his own ankle with his own weapon. He pulled his wrist again and cut the bind at the right moment as a racer fell hard and he freed himself. Sorry, Eraser, maybe next time. He yelled as he fled without looking back. The rush he felt, the blood pumping in his ears, the bits of sweat under his gloves mixed with the wind running against his forehead. This was why he did what he did. Izuku felt alive. Just after a few blocks, he was glad he changed his route even if it was a precaution to throw off the Vigilante in case he tried following him because he heard a cry for help. He didn't dare look away at the scene he found himself in. Two guys were tugging on a woman's handbag as she was cornered and one had a knife. Izuku rushed to help, pushing the guy with the knife away with his left shoulder and quickly regaining his posture to kick off the other. The woman was thrown against the wall behind her, her bag tossed aside. What the? Before the guy could comprehend what was happening, Izuku used the knife attached to his boot to point it at the he'd just kicked in the stomach. Maybe I should have held back a little, he thought as he saw the other one was out cold, his knife knocked off. Back off, asshole. Don't make me use this, he warned as he shielded the woman and swung the knife at the guy's throat. The guy put his hands up, giving Izuku time to study his appearance. He had horns and feathers peeking under his sleeves, a mutation quirk. If he had any means to attack with it he already would have done so. He narrowed his eyes behind his goggles, his pupils are wide enough to almost cover up his eye color. This guy is fucking high. Another clash to his stomach with a kick as a distraction and a blow to his head would knock him out as well. And Izuku did as he planned. After he was done, he turned around to bring down his mask to give the trembling woman a smile. Are you all right, ma'am? He asked as handed the woman her handbag. Why yeah, yes, I think so, thank you. Happy to help. Izuku forced up his smile a little longer. Do you mind if I use your phone? He was going to call the cops. He couldn't use his own phone after all. Whenever something like this happened, Izuku either used a public phone or the person he'd helped, and there weren't any around this time. Of course, she took her phone out of her bag and unlocked it. Here. Izuku dialed the police and gave a description, explaining that he thought the guys were high and one of them was armed, but before the operator could ask for his name, he hung up and crunched to grab the knife on the ground. 2 knives in one night must be my lucky day. Thank you for letting me use your phone, the boy says as he hands the phone back. You should probably wait for the cops to show up. He fished out the plastic handcuffs he kept in his belt and locked up the guys he'd knocked out. Izuku pulled his mask back up and turned around before holding out his hand to let the woman know she should wait on the sidewalk. Once she was out of the alley, he ran off, taking up his pace and jumping to hold onto a pipe and make his way to the roof of the next building. He could already hear sirens, but he was running in the opposite direction. He missed the look of fascination in the woman's eyes left behind him. The next few days passed by quicker than he'd imagined. School was surprisingly uneventful. The other students were busy with the upcoming exams and Katsuki was on top of the list, but that didn't stop the stares Izuku got from him every now and then. He could feel the blonde's eyes everywhere he went, but not a word was spoken between the two, and his only escape was the school's roof, where he went up to study or have something to eat during lunch. He was running out of money fast and he had to go to the beach to look for some stuff he could sell. He was feeling better. The vomiting stopped Sunday night. He didn't go out that day and finished all his homework. He snuck inside a locker room to take a shower on Monday after school. He went to see his mom at work on Tuesday and bought her a small box of mochi with the money he was saving for lunch, but he didn't have the appetite, so at least he could do that for her. His mom wasn't there, so he left her a note, letting her know he was okay and staying with a friend. It was obviously a lie. His mom knew he didn't have friends, he had bullies. But he couldn't let her know where he actually was. On Wednesday, after school, Izuku found himself panting in frustration after hours of training. "Why can't I pull that move already?" Izuku growled in annoyance, now on his knees, trying to catch his breath. The sun would go down soon, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. He had to figure this out, no matter what. He didn't have a mentor, so he had to teach himself. He knew how to take a punch, but his smaller frame compared to most people he faced during patrols gave him a disadvantage. The thing is, he was so focused on his training, he had forgotten about time. He'd forgotten about Hisashi's curfew. But then, the memories from last Friday flashed before his eyes. Oh, that's right, he kicked me out for a week. I should call Mom. Fuck. Izuku looked at the time from his broken screen as he reached for his water bottle with his other hand. There was a single notification. The essay is due Friday. Oh yeah, the reminder he'd set for himself last week. Why'd I even bother with homework? His walk felt peaceful. The sun had just begun setting, and a soothing aura had taken over the city, milky white clouds showing clearly over the orange, pink and purple mixed with light blue colors. He took a breath and realized how long it had been since he started walking. He panted slightly as his back was forward and his arms got supported by his bended knees. It was around 6 p.m. and he needed to finish that essay. What do I want for my future to hold? He hated it. It was like the teacher wanted him to suffer. Just as how the world repeatedly reminded him how it made a saying, "Fuck you," in particular, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku sighed and stood straight again. A run didn't sound so bad. He picked up his pace, the wind blowing his curls back as he ran toward his hiding place. The sun was almost out of the horizon, going down with a gleam that shone through the sea. He could see the trashed beach he'd been trying to clean for the last few months now. It also helped him get his mind off of things. He also made some money by selling the not-so-damaged stuff he found to collectors. Oh, and he found a punching bag a few weeks back. It was hard to drag it back to his place. He put it downstairs. Boxing was good cardio and it also helped him relieve stress. He imagined he was punching Katsuki once and missed his step, ending up with a cut on his knuckle. He couldn't find boxing gloves and the money he had wasn't much. Considering his much more important needs like water and food and bandages and anything he could use for his inevitable injuries. When he made it to his place, he stood in front of his notes on the Yakuza group that handed out the samples of Trigger after he changed into his gear. It was a dead end. They were careful not to leave any traces behind. If he wanted answers, he'd need a closer look. And with the darkness rolling around, he thought it wouldn't hurt to go out for some more investigation and almost ended up getting his throat slit. This was a bad idea. He was once again glad he had a mask when he cried out with tears in his eyes when the blade the thug held made a deep gash and tore the bruised skin on his arm. Izuku's arm hung limp as blood gushed out, but he managed to run off before he could get hurt any further. The moment he snapped out, he found himself in the rusty apartment building he called his home. Text. That's what I am, right? A useless Deku. At the end of the day, I am me. It doesn't matter how many people I have saved, nor how those people say I did a good job. It doesn't matter what everyone in school says about me, or how they push me around like I'm some torn-out garbage on the sidewalk. No matter what I do, I will always be the person that's a quirkless failure. A waste of oxygen who needs to earn the right to live and should be punished for being useless. _ He stumbled left and right through the streets in the midnight cold. Izuku found an odd sense of comfort in the place, the first time he'd run away. Away from school, away from home, away from Hisashi and anything and everything that brought him misery as he held his wounded arm. In the abandoned area no one came around. A pained smile made its way to his busted lips. It was familiar. The more he walked, the slower and heavier his steps became as the building he'd stayed in that fateful night came into view. A 3-story building with cracking paint a dull color, falling off the rough edges were the bricks. He stepped inside. The first floor had a barely functional gym that seemed to be the worst of all, followed by the second with a torn couch in what the boy assumed to be a living room, and then there was the top floor. Needles that held rust, torn-up curtains letting in the moonlight, dirty and stained tiles in the kitchen and the bathroom with a messed-up, moldy bathtub in it. He walked around to find another room with a wall that. It smelled. It was bad, but Izuku slid down the wall marked with years and lines that went higher as the dates grew further and choked on his own sobs that night. He didn't have to hold back that day, so he cried as loud as he could while screaming and thrashing his feet with all his strength. His tears mixed with his spit and snoot. He didn't care that one time because he didn't need to. He'd cried for hours, not remembering a single thing the next morning when he woke up in an awkward position, his neck aching being a cherry on top of all that beating he had taken the day prior. Izuku shook his head, collecting his mind together. He needed to fix his arm and a bottle of water would be good. He sucked in a breath as he walked inside. The smell of mold and abandonment felt familiar, but he didn't like it this time. It felt more like a punishment than an escape. Making his way to the gym, and he collapsed once he stood in front of the stash of first aid supplies he'd managed to get his hands on these last few months and dug up the things he needed. Most of the time, he wouldn't be aware of the dryness in his mouth, but now, it was bad. So, before taking off his shirt, he reached for the plastic water bottles under the covered windows. Izuku's hands were trembling and popping open the cap was much more difficult than he'd anticipated. Once it was done, he chugged on the water without care as it ran down his chin to his blood-stained shirt and turned to dirt after landing on the dirty tiles. "I hate cleaning up," he muttered as he put the bottle down, took his shirt off and washed his hands with the little water left at the bottom. Then got to work. The lack of light made it hard, so he turned on his flashlight. He wasn't sure how beatings and cuts hurt less than cleaning the wounds. Hissing occasionally and clenching his teeth as he used a needle to stitch up the gash splitting his sick was the worst, he supposed. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes melded into hours as he sat miserably on the couch upstairs. He passed out at some point, but once he woke up, it was the afternoon. Looking at his phone with the battery barely holding, "It's Thursday," he fell off the couch and on his wounded arm. "Ah, shit," Izuku screamed in pain. He clenched his wound, hoping he hadn't broken off the stitch that took way too long for his liking. He stood up, but it didn't take long before he collapsed again. "How am I gonna stand up, let alone go school? Fuck, I shouldn't have gone out last night." There was nothing he hated more than a puzzle he couldn't crack, and he'd been after that drug for 3 months now, but he was also desperate to clear his head. Running around was an escape, fighting bad guys was an excuse to convince himself he mattered. And getting hurt was his way of putting the blame on others when he so desperately believed he had to be punished for existing. Izuku sighed. "No one would notice if I'm gone for a day," he chuckled dryly, "or forever, for that matter." So he remained in the same spot he'd fallen on. It was already afternoon. School only had a few more hours before closing as well. He'd just have to get back on his feet and make himself somewhat presentable before going home for dinner. Speaking of dinner, Izuku tried to recall his last meal. Yesterday. No, wait. Yeah, he had a pack of chips for breakfast yesterday morning before he left for school. A notification popped up, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was from Kachan. It came as a shock for 2 things. 1, he didn't have Katsuki's phone number, and 2, why in cold hell would he text Izuku? His phone was at 5%, the screen was dimmed as he unlocked his phone and tapped on the notification, "You good?" That was it, nothing else. But Izuku knew what it really was. He needed to reply because Katsuki was asking him if he was fucking alive. "I'm fine," he texted back, and turned off his phone with a sigh. He so desperately needed to find some way to just forget everything from the past 2 weeks. He couldn't take the way his mind kept running on empty fuel, and the pity from his fucking bully, and the pressure from the upcoming exams, and the little bug in the back of his head telling him to constantly go home to make sure Hisashi kept his hands to himself. And, God. This unbearable ache on his arm. He knew what people did to cope with all that. The most common thing was smoking. It was the safest option. Then it was drinking. Drugs weren't an option because they were expensive. Then there was self-harm. Izuku was terrified to even touch a can of beer. Because he knew that if it happened before, it could happen again. Addiction ran on his father's side. His uncle was a drunk who got himself killed in a car accident, his grandfather who couldn't find his way home from bars, his aunt whom he didn't even get to meet because of an overdose in her early 20s. He let his mind wander past the smoking because of the possibility of running out of breath in his nightly outings, but the real reason was it reminded him of his dad, even if it offered some type of relief in just a single inhale. Izuku sucked in a breath at the next best option. He'd read online how people used a variety of things to harm themselves. Some punched themselves, some burned their skin, and some cut themselves, biting, hair pulling, pinching, scratching, starving. Now that he thought about it, he punched himself sometimes when he needed his mind to just shut up, and often scratched himself when he was in distress, had panic attacks, and was all alone. Alone. Izuku is always alone. It was like a pin falling in a windowless small room. Once he found himself wondering why he didn't just do it. He'd done it for a few months almost over 2 years ago, but back then, he had no idea. He was a 12-year-old boy and scared to even hold a blade. What do I have to lose anyway? My body is full of scars already. He thought out loud. It was a debate now, and he needed to sort out these thoughts. I know how to clean wounds and stitch myself up, and it helps, right? At least it did back then. He was so tired of cleaning up after himself. What's one tiny scratch compared to a gash made with a knife? Fuck. He brought his hands to his eyes and growled in frustration, I need it. I have done it before and I quit. I can do it again if it gets too bad. Katsuki left his goons behind who'd gone to the arcade after school was out. He turned on his phone and saw Izuku's text. And the feeling he had in his chest made him unclench his fist. He didn't know why, but it made him feel reassured to get a reply even if it was hours later than he'd sent that text. He knew the nerd wasn't fine, but he was at least well enough to let him know he was alive. He sighed as he opened his contacts. What the hell am I even doing? Fucking Deku. And called Izuku. It rang for a while and there wasn't an answer. But he called again. This fucking nerd thinks he can ignore me. He called again, stopping in his tracks as he waited for Izuku to pick up. Yes. How hard is it to answer your fucking phone, you damn nerd? I was busy. Sorry. His voice cracked. Katsuki knew he had been crying. That's how he sounded most of the time, but this time it was worse. Whatever Izuku was busy with wasn't the thing he was trying to hide last week. If you called to make sure I'm alive, then you have your answer. I have to go. I'm sorry. I have your math homework. He needed to change the subject. He needed to keep the nerd on the phone for a little longer. I'm headed to your apartment. I'll bring it over. Katsuki could hear Izuku's heavy breathing through the phone now. He sighed loudly. The fuck is wrong with you? I can pick it up from your house. You don't need to bring it to me. Not suspicious at all. This idiot. I don't have any battery left. I'll come over in a few hours, and the line was cut off. The blonde scoffed and headed home. He would get to the bottom of this. Eventually. Tossing aside his now dead phone, he sat on the couch and rampaged through the first aid supplies. You've got to be kidding me. No bandages. Did I use it all last night? Plasters then. Then his arm began itching. Clenching his teeth, he let his eyes wander down. I shouldn't have done this. What was I thinking? It hurt. But it's a different type of hurt. It wasn't even close to what he'd done 2 years ago, and those memories were hiding under his sweatpants. He wouldn't dare do anything to his arms back then. Izuku looked down at his arm, slowly lifting the wet piece of tissue over the wounds. There was a lot of blood and he was feeling dizzy. It wasn't the blood loss, I'm sure of it. The red makes me dizzy and I'm tired. Yeah, I'm fine. This is nothing. So he pulled more tissues and pressed harder on his arm. If he got the bleeding to stop then put on the plasters, he could head out. I'll just go home and shower. Dad wouldn't be drunk at this hour, I'm sure. And Mom is working a night shift so she shouldn't be home. Then I can just go over too. He sighed again. The mere thought of Katsuki irritated him. The image of the blonde made his skin crawl because now, all he saw behind the anger was pity. What if he asks questions? What was I thinking telling Kachan I'd get the homework from his house? After he was done, he grabbed his backpack and slipped his broken phone into his pocket. The screen was a reminder of that other vigilante who had caught him like prey just to get him to talk. He could worry about that later, he had his mask on. Eraser couldn't find out who he was. All the man knew was of Izuku's existence. With one last look at the building that had become his second home, headed to his mom's apartment. And once he made it in through the front door, he was greeted with a slap on his bruised and almost healed cheek. I said a damn week. You think I was fucking around, you useless brat. Fuck. Why the hell is he home? He couldn't talk, he couldn't move, and he felt powerless at the sight of his father as he wrapped his hand to press over the cuts on his left arm. All he could do was study the man with his eyes. Hisashi was sober. His father slapped the door, a loud bang ran through the apartment and Izuku shut his eyes, shoulders sinking in further and tears ready to fall. He started apologizing. I'm sorry. The man didn't say anything, just looked down at him with a quirked brow. Fucking, he scoffed and turned around. Fine, Inko has been bitching too much, you can stay. Get me a few beers after you clean up, you fucking reek. Why yes Fath. Don't make me regret letting you back in the house. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding once his father disappeared into the living room. He heard the news on TV about a burning building but before he could hear the rest, he ran to his room and closed the door. Why was he home again? Right. Shower and clothes and Kachan, the math homework, yeah, he ran his hand through his hair, shower, change and go get the homework from Kachan. He sorted his thoughts quietly as he tried to regulate his breathing. He felt so small whenever he was next to his father, he felt so useless and worthless and pathetic when he was next to Hisashi. And he hated it. Not now. Maybe I can cook dinner when I get back, Mom is gonna be home tonight. He cracked a smile at the thought but his attention was forced down with the red trailing down his arm. I'm such an idiot. Text. Izuku stood in front of the Bakuga's house, his hands were trembling as he rang the doorbell. This is a bad idea, why did he even take my homework from the math teacher? Then again, no one would have told me if I'd asked him. The door buzzed, and he saw Katsuki opening the front door, standing there but holding nothing. Fuck. Did he lie to get me here? But why? His steps felt heavy, his arm itched, and everything was just so loud as he walked. About time, you damn nerd. What the hell took you so long? What's it to you? He wanted to say but his lips were fixed in a tight line and now he was eye to eye with Katsuki. I shouldn't have come here. The blonde stepped aside and looked down to see Izuku in those stupid dirty red shoes and sighed. The fuck you just standing there for? Inside. Now, demanding much, Kachan. Izuku undid his laces, took off his shoes and walked inside. The sound of the front door closing made him jump. His shoulders tensed and suddenly, Katsuki's warm hand had a firm grip over his chin. Izuku held him by his wrist. I can't take it anymore. Katsuki turned his face to see his left cheek, and it finally dinged in Izuku's head. What happened to your damn face? He had a red handprint, almost encircling his entire cheek. His eyes glued to the floor in an instant, embarrassment and shame took over, and he couldn't answer. His hand let go of Katsuki's wrist. Fine, don't talk, but I'm gonna figure out what's going on with you. He put his hands in his pockets and started walking to the staircase, not bothering to call the greenette as the boy just stood there. In under a minute, he was back with papers. Here's the homework. So he didn't lie. Katsuki gestured for him to take it but pulled his hand away the second Izuku reached for them. Where were you today? Home. Where else would I be? Izuku answered, frustrated. He just wanted to get this over with. You haven't been home for a week. We leave for school around the same time I see your ass leave your apartment when I put on my damn shoes. And I haven't seen you there since Friday. Izuku gulped, and I know for a fact that no one messed with you this week because I know sure as hell I didn't and you've been showing up with more bruises. He jumped to reach for the papers, whatever means to avoid the conversation, but Katsuki grabbed his upper arm where he was injured last night and made him yelp. Fuck, let go of my arm. Just give me the papers, why do you even care? Katsuki stared at his sleeve, there were bits of red forming and he could have sworn he felt bandages, so he let go and threw the papers aside and grasped Izuku's collar. The fuck makes you think you can yell at me? Know your damn place, moron. And just to be clear, I don't give a flying fuck about you. Izuku could feel his hot breath against his face. Katsuki was straight up screaming at his face and it pissed him off. As if on instinct, he grabbed the blonde's collar and headbutted him. When he felt Katsuki's grasp loosen, he pushed him off and ducked before he got a right hook, bruising his face any further. Predictable. You damn rat. Katsuki was holding his nose. Izuku saw blood dripping down the floor through the other's fingers as he snatched the papers and made a run for the door while the blonde was distracted, but just as he reached for the handle, he was pulled back by his hood, the move chalking him. Oh, I ain't done with you yet, Deku. Quote, Get your hands off of me or I swear to God. When he turned to see Katsuki's face, his nose busted up and his fangs showing with narrow eyes, Izuku kicked his leg and hit his ankle, knocking him down to his knees and making him let go of his hood. Or what? If you could fight back this whole time, then why just take the shit we give you in school, huh? None of your damn business. Izuku yelled, reaching for the door handle once again, but he didn't dare leave his six wide open as he pulled it down. Katsuki was about to stand up again, but Izuku spoke how he always did when he played hero. Stay down. It was sharp, piercing, even followed by a cold, and, thank you for the homework. Izuku turned his head and put his shoes on before shutting the door and leaving Katsuki behind. The blonde wiped the blood gushing from his nose off with his wrist, looking at the mess on his top and the floor. What the had just happened? When Izuku made it to the store, he looked through the variety of beers. His vision was clouding occasionally, but he shook his head, making his curls bounce left and right as he just grabbed the six-pack he recognized through the coloring of the cans and walked through the aisles until he made it to the cash register. The cashier was always the same at this hour. He knew Izuku. And he also knew the beers he bought weren't for him. Izuku had begged the guy the first time Izuku ran errands for his dad. Hey there, kid. The cashier greeted him, an apologetic smile plastered on his face. Need cigarettes as well? Izuku thought for a second. His dad hadn't asked for cigarettes, but he did see the empty pack the man threw on the coffee table. Maybe he would go easy on him if he bought it. So, Izuku nodded. He'd been given a couple $100 extra by his father. He counted his money as the guy took out the pack of cigarettes Izuku's father always bought whenever the man came around and scanned everything. Once Izuku paid, he thanked the cashier and waved a goodbye before he walked out. Right as he was about to snatch his keys from his pocket, the elevator door opened to reveal his mom. Izuku. His mom smiled as she rushed over and hugged his shoulders. Baby, I've been so worried. Are you all right? Her eyes trailed to the plastic bag in her son's hand. Did he let you back in? Izuku just gave her a nod and broke the hug. Did you get my note? He asked, smiling to conceal the throbbing pain on his arm. Thankfully, his mom hadn't noticed because of the dark. Yes honey, thank you for the mochi, but you didn't have to. Wish I could have seen you though. I'm here now mom and I'm okay. Don't worry. The nagging voice in the back of his head wanted him to ask her if Hisashi had hit her again, but there weren't any bruises on her face and she seemed okay. Then again. Mom. Inko looked at him, waiting for him to continue. He hasn't hurt you while I was gone, right? The question should have been expected, but she just looked away. Izuku's voice sounded so small, yet it was different. He'd grown so much and she hadn't realized until he shielded her from her husband when he said he would hurt her. No. Honey, you worry about yourself. Now let's go inside. I need to cook dinner. Is there anything you want? She asked as she took her shoes off and watched Izuku turn his keys. Not really. When they walked inside, Izuku stopped talking altogether as he went to the living room. His dad was still watching the news, lying on the sofa. Once he took notice of Izuku, he gestured for him to come over and he did. "You got the one I always have, right?" Izuku nodded, then took the pack of cigarettes out of the bag. I noticed you ran out of cigarettes. Cheeky brat. The man chuckled and eyed the lighter on the coffee table. Izuku understood almost immediately, handing him the lighter and the pack together. "Go put the beers in the fridge and come back here." Now this, Izuku didn't understand but did what he was told nonetheless. When he was in the kitchen, his mom was already there and had started cleaning the rice. "I'm making katsudon, your favorite." She smiled. "Oh, there should be some pork in the back of the fridge, could you put it on the counter, honey?" And he did, then went back to the living room just like how his dad told him to. When he stepped inside, his dad was now sitting up. The man patted the empty spot beside him. Izuku was confused at first but his dad's eyes were fixed on the TV. He hesitantly sat down, his chest felt heavy. The man took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to his son, watching him take it between shaking fingers and looking puzzled. Then put the other between his own lips, lighting up the tip and inhaling. Izuku watched the smoke rise to the ceiling. The next thing he knew was the lighter standing too close to his face. He wasn't sure why Hisashi was doing whatever this was but he brought the cigarette up and held its spongy end by his lips. "You inhale when the tip is lit." The man used his free hand to pull back his cigarette and show Izuku how, like this, then blow it out. Izuku never had nicotine pumped into his lungs, at least not like this. When he did as he was shown and immediately started coughing, leaning forward and holding his chest. His throat burned, and his mind wondered if his father's throat ever burned, considering his quirk. The man's dry laugh snapped him out. Hisashi wasn't looking at him anymore. His legs were crossed with his back resting against the pillows behind him, so Izuku tried to inhale again. This time, there wasn't a cough but it still burned. He fixed his eyes on the ashes threatening to fall off his father's cigarette. He must have noticed as well, so he used the ashtray sitting by the sofa's edge. Then he picked it up and put it between them. Izuku saw his father cracking an amused smile when he dumped the ashes of his cigarette. It made him feel something weird in his heart. His dad always looked at him with disgust or hatred, but the face he was making now held a different emotion. "Looks like you can do something right," he said. "Finish that. Don't let my money go to waste and go help your mother cook dinner. I'm fucking starving." "Oh okay." Izuku wasn't watching the news, just reading the subtext rolling way too fast at the bottom of the screen. Another fire thought to be arson has occurred in South Musudafu. The police are on the case with Tsukauchi of the force as the lead detective has made a statement to the press saying. He inhaled again, taking longer this time, withholding the smoke, and then exhaled. He dumped the ashes in the dirty ashtray. Before he knew it, the spongy end was sunken in and felt warmer between his fingers. He looked at his dad as he put the last trace of fire off. Maybe he was waiting for another comment or another thing the man would ask for, but he didn't. He took it as his cue to leave, so he did. When he walked back into the kitchen, his mom didn't turn to look at him this time, but Izuku knew he smelled. He hung his head down. Dad told me to help you with dinner." He relayed the words. Inko sighed. "Wash the vegetables and cut them." She still wasn't looking his way and it hurt. It wasn't like he wanted to smoke. His dad told him to do so and he did. As if she read his mind, she spoke again. "Don't start smoking. That's how your father started. I don't want you reeking of cigarettes every time I'm standing next to you, not my baby." Izuku felt tears bricking in his eyes at the words. I'm sorry, I won't. Please don't hate me," he wanted to say, then there was the rage. "How could you put me and him on the bag? I'm nothing like that monster." Izuku needed a break from the trigger case, so he decided to look into those Ausins he'd read about in the subtexts earlier. After he had dinner, he finished his math homework, and studied for the biology exam on Monday. He read the news reports on the serial Ausins. Taking out his notebook, he analyzed the crime scene's publicized photos, looking for any markings left behind. There wasn't a name, no clue who the individual or the individuals responsible were, but Izuku was determined to find out. When he heard his parents' bedroom door closing and the light glimpsing under his door disappearing, he dug out his gear out of his backpack. His boots were in the back of his closet and the window was already open, so he didn't need to worry about making any unnecessary noise. He pulled out the first aid kit from under his bed and started to reveal the dressings hiding away the wound he got last night. Izuku hissed as he finally got a peek at the wound and the bandages pulled at his skin. Katsuki's grip had been tight. Must have started bleeding back then. Fuck, I should have changed it as soon as I got home. I should probably be careful but... He muttered quietly before squeezing his eyes shut and ripping the bandages off with one quick drag. He threw his head back at the pain and let the stained wraps fall to the carpet. Now the wound was bleeding again. Great. He quickly cleaned it once again before securing it tight with fresh bandages and hid the kit back before putting on his boots and making it out of his apartment through the fire escape by his window. Once he was on the streets, he fished his phone out. I should probably get this fixed, he made a mental note as he looked at the broken screen. He looked at the locations he'd noted to determine which burnt building he'd start with. His head whipped up. Maybe he was being paranoid but he could feel someone tailing him. Dimming the light coming from his screen, he slightly moved it to the side without turning around to see if there was anyone behind. Nothing. He let his eyes wander to his left, looking at the reflection from a closed shop's wide windows. Nothing, again. I better get off the ground. He walked until he spotted a building with a rusty, long ladder that led to the roof and climbed it. As soon as he was up there, he put on his goggles and made his first jump through the gap leading to the next building. The fifth one to burn down is just a couple blocks away from here, he had decided. Let's start there. So, Izuku ran, jumped and held his new knife that was once a racer's in one hand, the feeling of being followed nagging at him still with no one in sight. He didn't stop until he finally reached the building he was after. Neon yellow caution tapes were stretched around the perimeter. Izuku looked for any surveillance cameras around. None. Good. He watched his step while standing his guard in case there was anyone or anything he'd need to defend himself against and gazed through the burnt walls. There were shadows in the shapes of what looked like people, one small and one slightly larger mark. Izuku felt nauseous at the thought, then wondered what sort of fire left traces like a bomb. A bomb. Wouldn't the people around have heard the explosion if it was a bomb? He thought aloud, but they easily could have mistaken it with the building's roof falling off. The report did say the fire is thought to have been started right before sunrise. He collected the information in his head as he left the first floor and went upstairs. The staircase had sunken down and it was made of marble. This was no ordinary fire, it had to have been started by someone's quirk. It also explained the oddness behind the dead people's shadows stuck to the standing walls. When he was on the second floor, he could see the moonlight through the broken roof. Turning on his flashlight, he knelt down to see under the rubbles. Damage control clearly hadn't even touched the roof, and there weren't any bodies, thank God for that. He saw a weird marking painted on the wall hidden behind the sunken roof's rubbles, and then something shining caught his eye. He looked behind to see if he could go underneath the rubble and make it out alive if he went under. There was a desk holding the part of the roof that allowed him his current view. It hasn't fallen off until now, I should be fine. He crawled his way underneath and snatched the shining metal after taking a picture of the red mark, only then realizing he couldn't see all of it. Dog tags. He questioned, then crawled out of the piles. Putting the tags in his zipping pocket, he left the burnt building. Once he was standing under a street lamp, he pulled it out and looked at it. The name was crossed out and a few of the numbers written on the other piece were burnt. It was old yet clean somehow. Izuku checked the time. It was close to 2 a.m. He had time to see one more scene before heading back home. Text. It was a normal afternoon after school. Izuku was feeling sore from the previous night and the sleeplessness didn't help, but he was determined to search and investigate. Regardless of how his body hated him, he was in a good mood. The pages on his notebook ruffled with a gush of wind as he took a different route home and walked by the road bridge. If he wanted to find a marking like he in the burnt building anywhere else in the city, he could figure out if it meant anything. Another wind and his notebook slipped from his fingers as he reached to get it. A weird slime wrapped around his arm and he couldn't pull away. Before he knew it, he couldn't breathe. A sour taste lingered down his throat and the slime engulfed his entire body, trapping him and lifting his feet off the ground. His eyes swelled with tears as he hopelessly tried to crave it out of his mouth. His vision was clouding and his fingers slipped right off the slime. I'm gonna die, he cried helplessly but didn't stop struggling. Such a perfect meat suit you are, just give in already. Would it be so bad? Izuku wondered, dark thoughts creeping in and overpowering the panic, to die so effortlessly. All he needed was to stop trashing around and it would all be over. He stopped. His mind felt numb, nothing else was present other than the so-called peace. He really was doing this. He let his arms give in. It felt selfish, he thought, but it was too late. Izuku let the darkness consume him. The next thing he knew, his head bobbed up in irritation when consistent but light slaps came one after the other on his right cheek and he opened his eyes. "You're awake." His body shot up, completely ignoring his last thoughts before he passed out when he met the sight in front of him. "Are you all right? Can you talk?" Am I Midoriya Izuku, sir? Oh man, I can't believe it's you." He was rambling. His notebook was right in front of him when he opened his eyes, All Might's signature right there. Yes, always a pleasure to meet a fan, Midoriya," the hero said, that ear-to-ear smile not moving one bit. "You seem to be doing all right." "I must go now." The second he turned his back, Izuku's heart sank. Wait, All Might, I need to ask you something," Izuku pleaded. His mouth could still taste garbage as he spoke, still trying to catch his breath, on his knees. "I have to know." Izuku looked at the hero as he held his throat with one hand, the number one hero. His idol, in the flesh. Just as he was thinking this day couldn't get any worse, this is a fucking miracle. First, he got extra homework for not handing in his essay today. Then the homeroom teacher told the entire class that Izuku was applying to the hero course, which turned him into a laughing stock for the rest of the day. Then Katsuki's goons told him to. He'd completely forgotten he almost died just a couple of minutes ago when his eyes met All Might's piercing blue eyes. The man seemed to be in distress but sighed and turned around. "All right, young man. Ask away, but do keep it short, I have to be somewhere, haha." The hero coughed, trying to conceal it with a laugh, holding the plastic bottles he'd restrained the villain with tightly as he looked at the tired boy who shakily stood up. "Can I be a hero?" Izuku asked. All Might started to think the boy maybe didn't have a suitable quirk for being a pro-hero, but the next words coming out of Izuku's mouth made his breath hitch, even without a quirk. He found his mind flashing back to his middle school days, wearing that same uniform as he ranted on about how this world was unjust and something had to change, to a hero he'd met before the ruins left behind after a huge villain attack. "I just want to help people, like you do, All Might," Izuku continued. "I know it sounds stupid, but I want to smile and reassure people like you do. It has always been my dream." He couldn't talk, just stared blankly at the boy in front of him. It felt so wrong to say no. Because he knew the world in this day and age was built around quirks, but how could he begin to explain that to a boy who probably was put down again and again for something he couldn't control? There are different ways to help others, even without a quirk, young Midoriya. He took in the boy's appearance, only now noticing the burn on his shoulder and how messed up his black school uniform looked. "Don't stop working hard but know where you stand in society." Shit, All Might thought, that did not sound the way I'd imagined. "Oh," Izuku muttered, smiling painfully before he looked away from the hero. "Thank you, I guess. I don't want to hold you for too long." "Why, you said you needed to go." "I'll be fine. Don't waste any more time here." He wanted to say something, anything. Maybe I should take him to his house. The man thought, but Izuku had already tugged his backpack over his shoulders. "Oh, and thank you for the autograph, All Might," the boy added before turning around and leaving the hero doubting. When Izuku made it home, he walked into the living room and stared at the pack of cigarettes on the coffee table. I shouldn't, but right at that moment, it was the second best option since his arm wasn't even near feeling any better. His dad wasn't home, neither was his mom. So he sat on the couch in front of the TV and lit the tip of the cigarette after taking it out and then turning on the news channel. He inhaled. What am I even doing? The exams spread through the next 3 weeks were spent sleepless, and more bruises painted his face since his dad had lost his part-time job at a construction site. The only times he was sober were the weekends, and he'd grown to have his son accompany him while he smoked. Izuku was just glad he had distractions to keep him busy from All Might's little speech, and Katsuki's punches got harder, words harsher. His mom not talking to him because of the smoking, but Izuku snapped last night and hurt himself again before leaving to go out after a bottle of wine was broken on his head by his dad, followed by a solid beating. He shook his head as he left the night market that changed locations every night. Content with his new discovery. He held the pieces of metal that could bend like rope, fire resistant. Just the thing he needed. Not only that, but he tracked the guy who sold it to him and found that a purchase was made with him and the person behind the Osins. The metal rope was just an excuse to see his target and confirm the guy's identity. Izuku sighed as he heard whispers and saw people pointing at him from the corner of his eye. It wasn't anything new, sure, but he knew that they knew. They all knew he was the vigilante no one knew anything about. Izuku didn't even bother coming up with a name because then the police would have something other than witness descriptions of him. This whole place made him sick. Anyone who wasn't a hero or was a part of the justice system was allowed inside. The only reason these people let vigilantes like him was because they had an unspoken agreement not to rat one another out. Izuku even sold analyses on a few corrupt heroes more than a couple of times to other vigilantes who came around and worked with the police. It was also a good cover for his quirklessness. They all assumed he had an analysis quirk or a mental type, which wasn't the case of course, but hey, whatever makes unnecessary confrontation avoidable, right? As he made it outside through the tunnel he used to get down, he wrapped the rope in a circle and attached it to his belt. Oh, and he may or may not have gotten the rope by exchanging information on certain things. Izuku stayed the night at his hideout and sat on the couch, a cigarette in one hand and the other holding a pen, his analysis notebook displayed on the armrest. He could go out later. Now, he had better things to do. He was finally ready to make a list of the deals who sold Trigger. They weren't selling though, just handing it out. It had been more than just a few months. These guys don't have an actual chemist to work on the drug. From what he could gather, Trigger was a type of drug that gave a sudden boost to the quirk of the person using it, simultaneously weakening their sense of reason. In other words, their quirks acted out while they took a step back from controlling their actions. The first time he came across it, he had almost gotten his spine torn in half by a guy with a quirk that let him turn air into wind and shape it at will. The same guy who lost control and killed everyone in a cafe. In the late evening, Izuku was nearby when he heard screams and rushed there, finally able to corner him in an alley. Then, after he was blown against the street lamp sideways, the drug wore off. Izuku didn't consider himself lucky on the field, he had more disadvantages than advantages. But that evening, he thought he might actually have a guardian angel watching over him because oh my fuck, the timing was flawless. He'd fled the scene before anyone could see him, but he managed to grab the broken piece of the container holding the drug that rolled out of the guy's pocket just as sirens started to sound louder. Of course, he restrained the guy before leaving with plastic zipping handcuffs. They even sold those in supermarkets. And they proved to be efficient time and time again. No harm done. Ack, he yelped, pen flying out of his palm as a piece of ash fell on his arm. It burnt worse than his father's fire for some reason. I really have to stop spacing out. He mumbled, and stopped doing this shit. Hours passed by, and he'd left for one last look around town after bawling his eyes out and tearing his skin while he punched the old punching bag for an hour. He just needed some fresh air and he got his sleeve right over his cuts ripped by the broken pieces of wood on the staircase while leaving his hideout. He ignored the blood and the throbbing on his arm as he finally found himself sitting on a rooftop. Eraser had been watching the kid, immediately recognizing the pattern he had been following for the past 3 weeks. Those burnt buildings, he better be careful. He had yet to see his face. Even if he took off the mask, the kid seemed to always keep those stupid green-shaded goggles. He was starting to think they were night vision, or maybe just a means to keep the rest of his face hidden. He wasn't sure. What he did know, however, was that he needed that damn file. So when he saw the kid sitting on a roof with his feet dangling off the edge, he approached from behind to avoid him running off and restrain him fully this time. When he threw his capture weapon, he saw the kid flinch but not move an inch. It made him wonder where that fire was. The first time hadn't gone well for Eraser after all. Not gonna run away this time, kid. He mocked as he stepped closer, only now he could hear sniffing and hiccups. He sat beside the boy, not having any intention of loosening the binds. "What do you want?" He was quiet and acting out of character from the kid vigilante who seemed to be making quite the reputation for himself in the underworld. The rumors had been growing, especially these past few months. "Why are you crying?" Eraser asked, voice holding no emotion as he finally noticed the kid's gloves missing and top torn slightly. It was hard to make out anything in the dark, but his hands were stained with blood and his knuckles were turning white from the way he kept clenching them. Izuku didn't answer, just turned his head away. He didn't have his mask, but he was still wearing those damn goggles. Just take them off. Can't be comfortable while crying. Stupid child, Eraser thought, complaining in his head. The man sighed and released the binds. "I need the file we talked about last time," he said. "You must be done with it anyway by now, and I know you want to put it back. If you give it to me, I could do it in your place." The kid wasn't talking, but the sniffing had stopped. Eraser watched the way his stained hands rubbed over his clothed forearm, then pulled back his legs, hugging them. "Are you gonna give it to me or not?" "I wanna make a deal," Izuku stated. Eraser was right. He had committed the information to memory. "I need to get info from this guy and I know he won't just give it to me. I need him restrained and brought to a certain location, but I can't carry him." Eraser raised a brow, then sighed. "So you want me to kidnap someone in exchange for the file?" Izuku nodded. "I won't kidnap a person for you to torture him." Without knowing why, he added before the kid could protest, "Tell me why and you have a deal." Izuku seemed hesitant. Izuku let go of his legs. He debated rather if he should do it or not. If he revealed information on the Asans any more than necessary, Eraser would want in on it, but he was just so tired. "I tracked down every last clue I could about the serial Asans all over town but couldn't get a name no matter how hard I tried. This guy, he owns a business known for handmade and personalized weapons in the night market. I found traces of the material he used in the last place that was burnt down. I know he supplied the person responsible. I need a name and or something." Izuku made the effort to avoid mentioning the dog tags. Eraser processed the dump of information this kid listed from the top of his head right after crying like a child. Well, he clearly was one, but that wasn't the issue right now. "All right, fine," the man said as he stood up. Izuku followed suit. "Let's get this over with, but I want the file tonight after I deliver the guy to you." Izuku put his hand forward, forgetting about the blood. Eraser took it, he had his gloves anyway, and shook the kid's offered hand. And they headed off to the streets. Izuku told Eraser more about what the guy looked like as they walked, and then that was it. He realized the man wasn't much of a talker and he was grateful for the silence. They were still 20 minutes away from the night market's location when Eraser broke the silence. "Jesus, you really wanna torture the information out of the guy?" Eraser laughed. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Well, you won't be carrying him to the place just for me to get him a happy meal. You know they call you Kurai, the kanji stands for dark. And here you are talking about a happy meal," he said. "The name doesn't seem to be fitting though, gloomy." "You're not so gloomy. You think I don't know proper kanji?" "Ouch." Izuku pretended to be offended, hand on his chest as he skipped in front of the vigilante. "And why make fun of my beautiful given vigilante name when yours is just an object? It's not even Japanese. It is fitting though, considering your quirk." Izuku went on to mumble, failing to notice Eraser going quiet. The man looked at the ground, not making any comebacks. "Yeah, I said that the first time I heard the name." "Hey, Eraser, how does your capture weapon work?" "It's complicated. I have a question for you though, Kurai." Izuku was glad he managed to snap Eraser out of his thoughts, but he didn't like where this was going. "What happened to your arm and why were you crying on a rooftop in the middle of the night?" Might as well call him by that name. The kid isn't gonna cut it if this cooperation becomes a regular thing. The man watched the smile on Izuku's face turn to a frown at the question. He stopped in his tracks as he went completely silent. Then he did the unexpected. He laughed dryly. He was now standing beside him, looking at his feet. A kid in my class told me to take a swan dive off of the school's roof a few weeks ago and Izuku found it pathetic. The encounter with the number one hero revealed too much personal information. He sighed. I was just thinking, I guess. Didn't have the time until now. Eraser wished he knew how to actually talk to kids at that very moment. Did he do something to himself? He wondered. When he turned his head to look at the boy, he couldn't see his face from the unruly green curls. But he knew the kid wasn't smiling. You're quirkless, right? Do the other kids at your school bully you? Izuku's eyes went wide behind the goggles, and he stopped walking altogether. Shit. Why did I open my damn mouth? What the hell was I thinking? Stupid. Well done, Izuku, you fucking idiot. I figured it out when I first cornered you. I get this tingle in the back of my head whenever I erase someone's quirk, but it didn't happen with you. Eraser explained. He was cut off by Izuku's strained voice. And that's why your quirk wasn't activated when you found me today. Great, Izuku added, then started walking again. Don't you dare bring this up with anyone. I don't want to talk about it, he sighed. Let's just get this over with, Eraser. Text. Alright, enough of this. Izuku sighed and pushed the wooden chair the man was seated on, knocking him down and whipping that grin off his face. Holding the blonde by the back of his neck, the vigilante pulled him over a small tank, one that was filled with cold water. Oi. What the hell? Let go of me, you fucking brat. You asked for this, I apologize in advance. The greenette spoke and dug the man's head inside the tank, holding him helplessly as he struggled with the little strength left in his slim body. After 10 seconds, he pulled his head out. Are you going to talk yet? I've got places to be. Gee, go to hell. You know, this could be easier for you, but looks like to me you're asking for it. Izuku complained, and before the blonde could catch another bit of oxygen to store in his lungs, his head was drowning in the tank again. Why was it so hard to get people to just talk? All he wanted was a friendly little chat. Nothing more, really. Well, it wasn't like he'd ever questioned someone at a random building. He usually went for confrontation on the spot. This was new. And he could thank Eraser for the opportunity. Once Izuku pulled his hair back up, he repeated the question as the man panted, gasping harshly, Are you sure you want another turn? Just talk and let's get this over with. As the man stayed silent, Izuku tightened his grip around the man's wet hair, putting his face close to the cold water-filled tank. Make this easier for yourself. You have a pregnant wife to get back to, do you not? Oh, okay. I'll talk. Just stop, please. Izuku hated having to do this. He would never kill anyone, heavens no. And he tended to avoid unnecessary violence, but this was necessary. He could prevent dozens of people from burning alive, one sacrifice to maybe hundreds. This was fair enough. He never had the intention of hurting the man, to be honest, but he was just getting more and more frustrated knowing people were dying every next week that he wasted on catching a damned villain whom he was getting frustrated with. 3 whole weeks with just a pair of useless dog tags and a damn symbol, so of course he would jump at the chance to get what he really needed. If you don't know the name, that's fine, but if you do. Who is he? What does he look like? He. The person you're after is a woman. She has long black hair. It's usually tied up and wears a gas mask. Never seen her face before. She might be hiding a scar or just her identity. She's tall, like above average for a Japanese chick, and that's all I know, I swear. I only supplied her because she threatened me. Please let me go now. I will do anything. I'll call you if she comes in contact with me again. That seemed to convince him. After letting the man go and exchanging numbers, Izuku made his way to the beach where he trained almost every day. Walking for a bit to clear his head, he spotted a bench. He needed a cigarette. Izuku sat down with a sign and reached for his pocket. As he held his pack, his neck gave in and fell on the upper side of the bench he was sitting on. The sky looked beautiful, a full moon out with stars trying to outshine it. He wished he could touch them. A moment of silence, away from people, filled his ears. He smiled slightly right before he felt how sticky his hands were. He looked down. Blood. God, who could believe he just tortured someone? He slid a roll between his fingers and took out his lighter, slowly bringing the stick roll to his bruised lips. He lit it up. Fuck, he whispered. His lungs began burning almost immediately, but he was used to it by now. He didn't know why he did it. maybe because it was the only time his dad sat with him and didn't look at him with hatred in his eyes. He wasn't sure when he would stop doing it or just how long he could hide it from his mom. All he knew was that he was addicted to it now as an escape from hurting himself. It didn't work though. He knew this was a form of self-harm as well. He had seen enough articles to know it was. Izuku wasn't stupid. He was sick. He had been sick for a while now. Izuku wished his mom had noticed. He wished his dad had noticed, while he was a decent person at least. His dad had seen his self-inflicted damage one time when he'd first started. As soon as he was back from school, he went to his room. But forgot to lock the door. Or rather, he didn't think his dad would barge in to yell at him for not getting him the beer he asked for. He let out a yelp as his door hit the wall, hard. He'd changed into some t-shirt but couldn't get to his sweatpants. He was only in boxers. Oi, brat, where's my fucking pack? Izuku wondered how he was still standing. Hisashi reeked of smoke and alcohol already. When he had entered the house, he was passed out on the couch, so he did his best to make no noise whatsoever. But the bastard must have heard the front door shut. In that state of realization and panic, he finally thinks about the sweatpants. Shit, he thought. What if his dad told something to his mom? Now that was wishful thinking. What the hell? Hisashi hiccups between his words as he steps closer. Happened to your fucking legs? Just then he's hit with a dizzy spell and lands on his son's bed. Jay just fell. The greenette stuttered, pulling on the sweats next to his dad. Fell my ass, brat. Ah shit, my head's pounding. He complains as Izuku steps back. I'll get your beer right away, dad. He was hesitant when he called him that. Usually, Hisashi yelled at him for referring to him as his dad, but to his luck, he didn't this time. He was in his first year of junior high. The first time he got yelled at for calling him his dad was when he was 7 years old. When the man was back because his business failed and he was fucking broke to the T. Fuck, he whispered as he looked for his wallet in his backpack. Where the hell was it? It was before time his dad would start yelling again. Would you, like me to get you to the living room? He asked. Hisashi gave a nod and scuffed. And I don't have any money. I'll get you some. Inko keeps a stash in the second drawer of that goddamn nightstand. God, I hate the color of it. This was new, Izuku thought. He never talks to me at all. Sure, Dad. Looks like he forgot about my legs already. Izuku shook his head, trying not to remember. The next day, after her 24-hour shift was over, his mom found out he had collected money from her stash. At first, she was mad, but when she found out Hisashi had forced him to, she apologized and made him something sweet that evening. Izuku couldn't even finish half of the plate, because of how sick and miserable he felt. Katsuki had kicked him too hard in the stomach again, so he was dealing with a bruise and an unbearable ache on top of a beating he had to endure when Hisashi got his hands on him that morning. Izuku sighed. Just why? Who does that? Fuck. He spotted a man with a large coat, blonde hair and a tall frame. Just his luck, he was walking towards his way. He hated knowing who he was. Yeah, he wished he was hallucinating. Just almost a month ago, he had saved Izuku from the sludge villain and he put his head between his knees as his legs shook with distress. Hey there, young man, isn't it too late for you to be outside right now? Did he really have to put up with this? Right fucking now. Izuku thought ignoring him would make the wounded hero go away, but Yagi sat down on the bench next to him and put a hand on his back, which he immediately shoved away. He accidentally let Yagi see his face. A part of him hoped the man didn't recognize him, more like prayed he wouldn't taken in the shape he was in right now. So he couldn't see what he had become. His words were stuck in his head, playing on a loop over and over again. I don't remember letting you sit next to me, sir. He spat out, putting out the cigarette by crushing it with his foot. Aggressive, aren't you? Then he noticed the boy's face. The blood, the bruises and so on. How did you? Oh shit. He inhaled a sharp one. Yeah. Oh shit. At least he had the decency to recognize his face. Izuku got up, forgetting his pack on the bench, ready to storm away. But the hero grabbed his wrist, making him flinch. Fuck, He knew something was wrong with it, but he didn't imagine it was this bad, for it to hurt when an old man grabbed it. "You're that kid, the quirkless one I met after I saved you," Yagi spoke. Feeling uneasy, he continued, how did you get those on your face?" "None of your goddamn business, All Might," he said with bitterness, then was pulled onto the bench beside the man, causing his sleeve to roll up and reveal the bandages underneath. He snatched it away immediately, right before it rolled any further. He gave up on trying to get away and just sat down, grabbing another cigarette and offering one to the man who declined. "You know, you shouldn't be doing that. And I shouldn't be outside at this hour either, but here I am, aren't I?" Yagi. Toshinori Yagi. All Might's name wasn't heard often, but Izuku knew already. "This is stupid, I'm aware." "Do you remember my name?" Izuku asks, and the hero nods. "Midoriya Izuku." He lets out a chuckle and goes on, "How could I forget? Thought you wouldn't. That's a surprise." Izuku, yet again, debated whether he should leave or not. He spaced out for a bit, only feeling the ache to inhale one more time. He carried on, not talking as he smoked. "Seeing you here is a surprise to me as well, young Midoriya," Yagi said, looking over to the boy, but regretted it. Something isn't right. He's not the same boy anymore, the blonde thinks to himself. "Don't call me that." He didn't look up this time. "That's it. He can't stay here any longer. He's leaving." "Your phone is ringing," the hero pointed out, snapping him off of his trace once again. Izuku looked at the caller ID, Katsuki. "Why is he calling me at this hour?" he mutters, but wastes no time taking the call. "What do you want?" God. Izuku hated Katsuki's fucking calls. "Oh shit. Deku, you're a partem. There's fire outside." "No, old hag, fucking hell, no, he's not home." "Ugh. Just. Something's wrong at your damn house. Where the fuck are you?" "Hag, not fucking now. Get your ass here. The hag won't let me leave the fucking house." Izuku gulped. What was wrong? Was his mom working today? Wait, yesterday. What day was it again? Shit, hadn't she gotten a change in her schedule? Fuck. Wait, what was wrong though? A fire. What about his parents? If Katsuki knew about it, he could probably see it from outside his window. If he was calling, then it meant this was bad. "Midoriya, what's going on?" "Hey, kid, snap out of it," Yagi asked with distress, still hearing the loud yelling from the boy's phone. I gotta get home." It was barely above a whisper. He wasn't sure how he got up and ran with all his strength, or how he ignored the way the sand sank became of his firm steps. Deku, you ass. Fucking answer me, nerd. Oi, you still there? Deku. Izuku hung up, and he hadn't noticed he was crying. Izuku started sobbing behind his hood when he caught sight of the front gate of the apartment complex. The red graffiti in full display, the paint still fresh with firefighters surrounding the street. Velvet red flames still shining bright, the hoses doing nothing to fight them off. Izuku looked at the window of his apartment only to see the flames blow out with an explosion so bright the people around stumbled back as they covered their eyes. He couldn't think, couldn't feel as he rampaged through the fire trucks and the police cars. "I have to save her." Right as he was getting to the fire escape, he was pulled back by his hood. He kicked and screamed bloody murder at the person dragging him back. "And no, let go of me. My mom and dad, they're in there. Let go." He was pulled into a tight embrace. He kept clenching his fists and trying to fight the person off, but they wouldn't budge. "Deku, you fucking idiot. You can't go in there. You wanna get yourself killed. And stop fucking hitting me, damn nerd, just." But Izuku couldn't. How could he? "I did this, it's my fault." This was his fault. No, and no. Let me go. I need to help her. Mom is still in there. Izuku protested, choking on his sobs, but Katsuki held him tighter at the words. "What are you two doing there? Get back. It's not safe." A female firefighter rushed toward them, putting a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. "Let's get you to safety, come on." "Are you all right? Deku, come on." As soon as his arms loosened, Izuku made a run for it. The fire roared with rage, as if Izuku were a threat to it, and sent them all flying back, and Izuku hit his head. The last thing he saw was Katsuki's worried eyes and heard him say, "Keep your damn eyes open." Before his world went black. Once he came to, he was sitting in the back of an ambulance, his head throbbing with his vision blurry. He took out his hand under the blanket he was enveloped with and found the bandages wrapped tightly around his head. "Izuku, thank goodness, you're awake." He blinked a few times, trying to understand who was talking to him. Then he started remembering, "Where's my mom?" Pushing off the blanket he jumped on his feet, only to lose his balance and stumble back, but the person talking to him caught him by his arm. "Honey, take it easy. You hit your head." His vision was coming together with the voice sounding more and more familiar, Auntie Mitsuki. He breathed, earning a sad smile from the woman. Please tell me they're okay. Did they find my mom and my dad?" Izuku pleaded, the tears coming back again. Mitsuki didn't answer, but her eyes said it all. She couldn't look at him. Only then Izuku saw Katsuki and Masaru behind her, talking with the police. "No, tell me they're okay. Tell me mom's okay. Where is she?" He sobbed loudly, catching Katsuki's attention. When he came face to face with the blonde, Izuku pushed off the woman and found his ash-covered hands wrapped around Katsuki's collar. Katsuki didn't say anything, just looked away, only pissing Izuku off further with the next words coming out of his mouth. I'm sorry, Izuku. Why wouldn't you let me go in? You fucking asshole. I could have gotten to them. I could have saved them." He screamed at the blonde. "He had no right to keep me away from mom." Katsuki cut him off. "What could you have done that the firefighters and the heroes couldn't?" It was dry, no mockery behind the words, just plain facts said quietly. Izuku let go, then punched him across the face. Katsuki didn't move, just bit his lip as the boy in front of him looked at the police officer with pity. "Midoriya-kun, I'm sorry for your loss," the man in the uniform said, "but we need you to come down to the station with us." When he approached, Izuku took a step back. He needed to collect his thoughts. This wasn't right. He was so close. He almost got a name tonight and what was he even thinking? He wiped away his tears and looked at the officer. "Have you confirmed it?" he said, his voice cold, almost demanding an answer before he took another step as the officer looked puzzled. "Have you confirmed the identities of everyone in the building?" He clarified. "Well, not yet, not all of them, but..." "Then I'm not moving an inch," he declared, "unless you can tell me otherwise, then I'm not going anywhere with you." The Bakugos shared glances with each other, Mitsuki holding a hand over her mouth, eyes wet, while Masaru put a hand on Katsuki's shoulder, who had a red mark on his left cheek as he shrugged his father's hand away and stood in front of Izuku, now then leaned in before talking. "You shouldn't stay here," he said, ignoring the way Izuku gritted his teeth. "We'll go to the station with you, drop the act." "I can't do this on my own, the dog tags could help." "You wanna talk about acts? Drop that look on your face and punch me in the stomach, pretend I said whatever." Izuku whispered back as he spotted Detective Tsukauchi, who was looking their way. Katsuki didn't understand, but to hell with this moron if he thinks I'm gonna hit him in front of my fucking parents. "What are you playing at? Get your shit together." "I ain't gonna." Izuku hit him for the second time, triggering the blonde's anger, and his butchered arm was grabbed while a punch landed in his stomach. "Katsuki, Izuku, what are you two doing?" Mitsuki rushed over, grabbing the back of her son's shirt while a few cops along with Tsukauchi made their way toward them. "Hey, cut it out you two. Let go of me," Izuku yelled at the detective, who put his hands on his shoulders. "Son, you're in shock right now. Listen to me, we will let you know if anything new comes up, but you shouldn't be here. I promise you, we will find out who did this. All right." The detective tried to reassure him, but Izuku just looked away. "This is stupid. I might as well just take off my mask during patrol, okay, kid?" the man asked again. The boy nodded in defeat. "Good, Sansa." Tsukauchi smiled and called over his partner. "My friend is gonna stay with you, and your friend and his family can come along to the station." "It's Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded again, without his words. "Wait for me there, then we'll talk again, Midoriya-kun." As Izuku was escorted to a police car with Sansa, He failed to see the vigilante watching the scene over a rooftop and recognizing those green curls. Sansa looked at the boy in front of him fidgeting and shifting, unable to sit still. Izuku hadn't said a word yet. He was a ball of anxiety, maybe a bomb, ready to lash out on anything at this point. "Would you like something to eat, Midoriya?" the officer asked. Izuku flinched. Startled by the sudden direct question, he shook his head. "Are you all right?" he asked. "How could I be? Does he even know what he's saying? Is he trying to get me to talk? I don't want to. I want to go back and help." The cat man seemed to notice the way Izuku's eyes darted around the precinct constantly at any noise. He sighed and stood up. The boy watched him approach someone and ask a question. Once he returned, "Come with me, let's get you somewhere more quiet." Izuku didn't want to leave his spot, but everything was just so overwhelming. It hurt to hear and be aware of anything and everything. He shakily stood up and followed Sansa into a room. Once inside, he saw a bench against the wall and a table with 2 chairs standing in front of one another. "An interrogation room. This room is free at the moment, you can stay here. I noticed you seemed uncomfortable with all the commotion out there." "Gee, thank you," Izuku mumbled as he sat on the bench. Sansa's yellow-furred ears perked at the metallic noise coming from under Izuku's shirt. His eyes narrowed, but he let it go, not thinking it was something to dwell on, and smiled. "You can call for me if you need anything, okay?" Izuku just nodded as he shut the door. It was after dawn when his parents' death was confirmed, and Izuku had stopped talking altogether since then. He sat in the interrogation room, all alone, scratching his arms and unable to cry, unable to feel anything as the dog tags metal rubbed against one another with the way he dragged his leg up and down. Katsuki and his parents had gone home to bring a change of clothes for the boy, but that was a few hours ago, and it was almost noon when the door opened again, revealing a man with glasses and his hair in a messy half-bun. "Kid." Izuku didn't look at him. He didn't care until the man knelt in front of him and pulled his hand away from his arm. "Stop doing that," he said, then sighed. "I saw the dog tags. Kurai, give them to me," he whispered. Only then Izuku looked at the man. "Eraser," he mumbles, confused and terrified. "There aren't any cameras in here. Give me the tags and I'll find a way to hand them to that detective. Don't talk too loud, there could be a bug in the room. I don't have much time. I snuck inside, but it's only a matter of time before the social services come and take you away." "No, I can't," Izuku cried. "Mom, and Dad, they'll help." "They won't." "Izuku," Eraser snapped him out, grabbing his shoulders tightly. "Fuck, the kid's still in shock. How could they just leave him alone in here in his arms? He's bleeding still. I'll say this once, so listen to me carefully. Nod your head if you understand." Izuku shut his eyes and shook his head, crying and sniffing. No. They're okay. I know what you're gonna say. Kid, they're gone. And it's not your fault. You need to understand that, okay?" Eraser continued. "When social services come, go with them. They're likely to take you to that orphanage where the precinct sends off kids who lost their parents or guardians during cases like these." Izuku's eyes went wide at the words. No. "Fuck," he mumbled. "I'll come and get you as soon as I can." "Okay. If you had any extended family left, they would have been called here by now, and that blonde kid's parents can't take you in. I heard them when they were leaving." What do you mean?" "I don't," Izuku said, sniffing. "You'll stay with me." It wasn't a question. Eraser was telling Izuku he wouldn't let him go. And the boy felt sick. "I don't even know who you are. Why would I stay with you? Why would you want me to?" "Aizawa Shota." The man spoke. "My name is Aizawa Shota. Now you know." Aizawa sighed and continued. "Look, kid, if you stay in an orphanage, God knows what will happen. Don't get mad, but you are quirkless. I know what happens to kids who don't have a quirk in those places. You're only 14 years old, and if you do manage to run away from a police station full of cops and heroes hanging around, they'll drag you back here in an instant. Do you understand?" Izuku debated his options. His mind was cloudy with uncertainty when he nodded. "Tell me you understand." Aizawa said. I understand, Aizawa-san," he confirmed, inhaling shapely as he reached for the tags hanging from his neck under his shirt. Here, he breathed quietly as he took them off and handed them to Aizawa. I'll make sure they catch the bastards who did this. I swear to you. The man stood up as he slipped the medal in his pocket. Wait for me and be strong, okay, problem child. He smiled at the boy who fidgeted with his fingers and nodded before Aizawa left. I'll get you a happy meal as a welcome gift. He laughed, and Izuku gave him a weak smile as he shut the door and disappeared. Izuku curled into a ball after that, missing the hunger K's shooting up in his stomach and ignoring the pain and the blood seeping from his arms as he waited for social services people like Aizawa told him to. They showed up, eventually, before the Bakugos did, and told him he would be placed in that orphanage, just as Aizawa had told him they would. He didn't let their pitiful looks and empty promises get to him as they explained everything. It'll be okay. They kept saying, it'll all be fine. They promised. It's not gonna be okay, he thought. Nothing is gonna be fine. Izuku signed a paper and watched the social services people put it in a folder. They left, and that's when Tsukauchi stepped in the room. He sat beside Izuku on the bench. I'm sorry for your loss, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked at the floor as the detective did the same while he spoke. I shouldn't be telling you this, but we have reason to believe that someone living in your apartment building was targeted. It's likely they had something to do with the people who've been committing these arsons around the city. I knew it. I fucking knew it. They knew I was after them. Look, Midoriya, let this stay between us, yeah. I'm only telling you because I want you to know that we are one step closer to apprehending the people responsible. I talked to social services. They'll take you to the West Side Orphanage. I wish I could tell you there was someone you knew there, but unfortunately, we don't have any survivors other than you. The man sighed, looking at Izuku, brought his hand up and ran his fingers through his hair as he took in a shaky breath. I hate to ask, but where were you? I know you weren't home, and the fire department got the call around 2 am. Bakugo-san told me her son called you when they heard the sirens. Izuku was aware of Tsukauchi's quirk. As Kurai, he knew. But when he looked at the man at the question, right in the eyes, any recollection of that knowledge was erased from his mind as he answered. I was with a friend. I got Kachan's call at the beach. Tsukauchi had his suspicions. Sure, it was necessary to ask the question, but regardless of the fact, what was a 14-year-old boy doing outside past midnight on a school night? And what friend? Of course, he knew that was a lie the moment Izuku said the word. His quirk was at work. His clothes were dirty. He was wearing combat boots. His eyes were tired and he had bruises all over his face. And the kid was bleeding on both arms, one worse than the other, and his right sleeve was ripped, yet he wasn't showing any signs of discomfort or pain. May I ask how you got those bruises on your face? The detective asked. Izuku looked away immediately. School. I'm quirkless. It wasn't a lie this time, but Tsukauchi knew it wasn't the complete truth either. He didn't want to push it. So, for now, he decided to play along. The other kids are the teachers. The others, Izuku answered as his hand traveled to his bleeding forearm to hide it. It's okay though. He tried to reason. He wouldn't hear the end of it from the school if word got out that the police knew about the bullying. It's not. Quirk-related discrimination is a crime. They should know better, even if they're kids, and I understand the teachers don't do anything. Izuku nodded in shame. He felt pathetic. I'll tell social services to inform the orphanage about your school. They can get a transfer, but it would take a week or two, if that's what you want. The boy shook his head. It's all right. I'm used to it, and besides, I've only got a couple of months left before going to high school. But thank you. I appreciate it, detective. The man smiled at Izuku, noting the dullness in his voice. He took out his notepad and wrote his number on it. Here, he said as he handed it to the boy, who looked at him, confused. This is my number. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. He explained as Izuku took it. Let's get you to the infirmary before you leave. Yeah. You're bleeding. Oh, was all Izuku said as his eyes trailed to his arms, only now seeing the damage. Tsukauchi stood up and led the way to the infirmary in the police station. He just followed quietly and eventually found himself getting fresh bandages wrapped around in both of his arms. Thank you, he said to the nurse, who smiled at him. Of course. You need to change them after a day, young man, don't forget. The woman said as Izuku sheepishly nodded and followed the detective until they reached the front entrance. The social services workers were waiting there along with Katsuki and his parents. He put up his best face as the detective told him they would catch the arsonists, and he didn't believe it. When he came eye to eye with Katsuki next with a bruised face, he ignored him. And when Mitsuki hugged him tight while she held back tears before saying goodbye, he stared off to the gate behind her with dull eyes. I won't be okay. Nothing will be unless I catch that bitch and make her scream until I finally kill her. Izuku told himself, I promise to make it up to you, Mom. I'll kill her even if it's the last thing I do. The car ride was silent, a 10-minute drive to the orphanage. All Izuku had was a bag filled with the clothes Mitsuki had brought and his broken phone in his pockets as he was shown to his room in the orphanage. He eyed the other bed as he sat down and let himself collapse next. Text. The following week was a blur. He was in a dirty room with another kid who lost his parents a year ago and didn't have any other relatives to take him in. But he was already 17, waiting for his birthday to get out of this dump. Daisuke. His name was Daisuke. And he was the only one being kind to Izuku. The boy who shared his room had a quirk that could read people's emotions and feel their pain. Empathy. Izuku found out the hard way and learned what he did to silence his quirk when he came back with new cuts on his arm during his third night. Fuck. Daisuke had yelled, clenching the same arm as where Izuku's cuts were hidden under his sleeve. What the hell did you fucking do to yourself? The next thing he did was fish out a tiny plastic bag that held pink pills and swallow them dry before Izuku could explain himself. He was instantly sighing in relief and let go of his arm, rubbing his temples. I'm sorry, he'd apologized as he sat on his bed. I didn't. Not your fault, stop saying sorry. The teen had spat, hiding the plastic bag back to its spot. I wasn't gonna say anything, but you're already hurt, so stop fucking mutilating your arm. The colorful language reminded him of Katsuki, but the attitude and the words were nothing near the blonde's. This boy who was stuck here for just a few months longer, who was given up on by the world, gave him comfort in a way Izuku couldn't put in words. He smoked after the lights were out and Izuku joined him. He offered comfort to Izuku when he woke up from the same nightmare every time he managed to sleep. But the way he looked at Izuku at times made him uncomfortable in a way he couldn't explain. The first few days were fine, but after that, began the abuse, whether it be occasional slaps on his cheek by the headmaster or the other kids who learned he was quirkless cornering him after they were done with their studies for the day. He wished it was his classmates, which made him feel like a freak. Cleaning the bathrooms, the kitchen, the others' rooms, he wished he could just stop breathing when the chemicals that leaked from the dirty cloth he was given to rub off the filth filled his lungs. He wished he could just cut off his hands when they burned red. All he wanted was to disappear without a trace. He hated that his only comfort was the cigarettes Daisuke offered late at night. It offered a sense of peace, a part of his family, his home. Yeah, home is the right word. That entire week after the first, he started to think Eraser had lied to him. He was nowhere to be seen while Izuku was deprived of sleep as the bruises coloring his body kept growing, barely eating anything and constantly getting harsh words thrown at him that hurt more than the physical abuse. The woman in charge, the headmaster, hated his guts for not having a quirk while the other kids made fun of him and enjoyed taking out their anger against the world and everything else on Izuku after they returned from school. Izuku wished he could go back to school himself, but there had to be some arrangements made and papers to be processed before that. The detective had forgotten to mention it apparently. He sighed. Now here he was lying wide and watching the minutes turn to hours and the sun rising as he was waiting for another day to pass by. The red light coming from the digital clock Izuku watched like a hawk on the nightstand blurred out at last and he fell into a dreamless slumber. It was Thursday, of the second week off from school with no word from Eraser, Aizawa. He lied, Izuku told himself. What was I thinking getting my hopes up? He sighed then stared at the cracking white ceiling in his room, trying to suppress the urge to go out and be kurai. Even the thought of blowing off steam sounded amusing, but how could he just run off? Yo, Izuku. His head whipped to Daisuke's side of the room, only now realizing how dark it was outside. Yes, senpai. He asked, sitting up. Wanna go out? Just when Izuku was losing hope, desperate to go out and after the black-haired woman who took his parents from him. Can he read minds too? Dai took his silence as doubt, so spoke up before he could. It'll be fun. The hag won't even notice we're gone, you know. I know the way out, and you could use some fresh air. Izuku was still unsure. Can he be trusted? Then again, he hasn't done anything to me. He's nice, in his own way, I guess. He nodded and smiled at the teen, even if he had to scream back at his anxiety. Nonetheless, he was content to get some fresh air. They walked for a while in the cold of the night. Izuku was thankful Mitsuki thought of putting a jacket in the bag she'd prepared, but it smelled like katsuki. He smoked with the older teen in a comfortable silence until he spoke up. I want a drink, he said. There's a store nearby. The guy working there knows me and he doesn't ask for an ID. You want a beer? Daisuke got a weekly allowance from the orphanage, and Izuku didn't have that privilege. He wished he had some money left to buy himself a pack of cigarettes, but now, he had something else to worry about. The mere thought of drinking terrified him. He was both too young and too afraid to drink. Senpai, I can't. He protested as the teen lit another cigarette. Geez, man. Relax, I had my first beer when I was your age. Why the hell are you so scared anyway? No one's gonna find out. Izuku looked at his shoes, thinking of his dad, and he stopped walking. I'm not scared of the beer, he explained. My dad was a drunk, I just don't want to. Listen, kid, nothing's gonna happen from K. And anything is better than cutting yourself, if you ask me. Dai said, not looking at him as he kept smoking. Izuku didn't understand how he talked about these things so easily while he couldn't even say the word. Okay, Izuku said, earning a confused look from the older boy. I trust you, Daisuke-senpai. Dai smiled and swung his arm around Izuku's shoulder. When he held his cigarette to the boy's lips, he inhaled. The next thing he knew, he was laughing with that unfortunate boy in an old park, his cheeks flushed and mind fuzzy as his body started to feel hotter by the minute. And, somehow, the random topics found their way to pro heroes. Oh man, Izuku, you really are a nerd, haha. The teen laughed while he held his stomach as Izuku took another sip from his whatever number of beer cans. The first can had eased his anxiety, the second had made him relax and the tension built up in his body had swelled down and the rest got him here. It's true though, there's no way he can move with all that gear. It would limit his mobility in the field. If you ask me, it's not real metal. Okay, I'll buy it, but you know what's really weird? Dai said as he took out something from a bag that looked like cigars, but Izuku wasn't sure. The fact that shit, never mind, I forgot. It was Izuku's turn to laugh at the stupidity, then his curiosity got the best of him. What's that? It doesn't smell like a cigarette. Can I? Oh, it's marijuana. Dai answered, looking at the wrapped paper between his fingertips. Nah, this ain't something I'm letting you try, sorry kid. Izuku took his last sip from his beer and put it down. Dai passed him another, which Izuku failed to catch. I shouldn't, he said as he settled it on the tiny rocks. Come on. We're still here for a while and I don't have that many cigarettes left anyway. Just drink up, and never pass a free drink, got it? The teen chuckled and took a sip from his can, followed by a deep breath from the wrapped thin paper. Okay, Izuku said as he popped open the lock, and held the can to his face. He was a goner after that and he didn't remember how he had his next beer. His fingers were numb, his head was murky and he was burning up. He couldn't register the words, his tongue felt heavy as he spoke absent-mindedly for another hour. Izuku could see Daisuke making his way toward him, but the boy's figure was a blur as he settled down beside Izuku, putting his cold hands on his neck. What are you doing? He managed to slur out as Daisuke's hand trailed down to his stomach. Just relax, you trust me, right Izuku? The teen said as his hand went even lower and pulled at the hem of Izuku's sweatpants. Izuku tried to keep his eyes open, unable to nod or say anything else as he lost consciousness with the last thing he felt being Daisuke's lips on his. When the sun started to peak, Izuku's eyes fluttered open, unaware of where he was with his back aching and lower body hurt in a way he couldn't describe. He tried to recall when he passed out but only remembered bits of last night when he spotted Daisuke with a cigarette sitting on the barely holding on swing. Sleep well. the teen said, his hair and clothes messy as he stood up. Izuku nodded as he sat up holding his head, confused and scared by how much his body ached. Is this normal? Is it because of the drinking? No, this doesn't feel right. He looked down. His shirt wasn't tugged to his pants. He brought his fingers to his neck and felt bite marks. His heart sank. No, 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 what happened? Did Daisuke do this? But I didn't. His stomach turned and twisted. Nausea crept up from the back of his aching throat, and before he knew it, he was hunching over to his side and puking his guts out. The acid and the alcohol mixed burnt his throat. Dai rushed over and held his curls back. Even though his mind screamed at him to push the teen off, Izuku found himself powerless and weak. Once he was done, he sat up again, panting and exhausted. Come on. When Dai offered him his hand, he flinched. We gotta get back. You can stand up, right? Izuku blinked, then backed away from the teen. What did you? He touched me. What was I thinking? Why would he do this? I trusted him. I thought he was my friend. It hurt to think because the more he did, the worse he could feel the traces of Dai's hands all over his body. Dai chuckled dryly. You okay? He asked, pretending nothing happened like a pro as he grabbed a bottle of water and offered it to Izuku. Looks like you're kind of a lightweight, Izu. Izuku felt sick. The way that nickname rolled out of Dai's tongue made him sick to his core. When he didn't take the bottle, the teen sighed and drank it himself. Suit yourself, he teased, and just as he was about to reach Izuku's head, the boy backed away even further. Don't touch me, he threatened, only to earn a laugh from the teen. Whoa, I'm terrified. Dai mocked. That's not what you said when I... Shut up, Izuku yelled as jumped to his feet. Dizziness immediately shook his entire being. You had no right to. He tried to say, but he was cut off again. Dai stepped closer, and Izuku could his warm breath against his face. To what? To fuck you. You can't even say it yet. You were beeping so loud when I fucking railed you right there. He pushed. The words seemed to just flow out of his mouth as if the scene he talked about played right in front of his eyes. I wasn't. I was. Izuku had tears bricking in his eyes as he spoke and looked away. Don't be a baby. And relax. I used a condom, alright. Anyway, let's get back to the hellhole, come on. Dai said and grabbed Izuku by his arm and dragged him out of the park as the boy fell silent. Walk, he ordered when Izuku stopped walking and waited until the boy was in front of him. Izuku found himself spacing out and in pain for the rest of the way, as time seemed to blur once again when they stood a few streets away from the orphanage. He wasn't sure how he climbed through the window to their room, or how Dai just took off his shoes and went to bed while Izuku grabbed his bag and rushed to the bathroom downstairs and found himself in front of the toilet, clenching to his forearms until they bled. He sat there, crying and wrenching on empty, disgust and shame swelling in his chest the more he recalled. Once he was done, he threw himself in the shower with his clothes on. His knees finally gave in as he wrapped his fingers around his curls and pulled and sobbed, biting his lip in an attempt to silence himself. He wasn't sure when he ripped his soaked clothes off of his body, nor how he grabbed at his skin when he saw blood on his boxers, but it happened. Izuku found himself in the common room. It was 6:30 when sat down and stared at his reflection from the blank TV screen. He'd somehow passed out on the couch. Izuku was woken up for the second time with a slap to his arm. His eyes snapped open and the headmaster stood yelling at him to get his ass up and come with her. So he did. You're lucky someone's here to see you, otherwise you'd be locked up. What were you doing in the common room so early in the morning, you quirkless shit? She yelled in his ear while fixing his hair once they stood in front of her office's door. Izuku flinched when she tugged on his collar and closed up the buttons, narrowing her eyes at the bruises on his neck. Don't touch me. Stop touching me. No, please stop. He wanted to push her off and yell, but he couldn't open his mouth. It was like the words were stuck in the back of his throat. She opened the door next, talking with the person who came to see him, but his ears were muffled with fear and anxiety to the point he couldn't hear. Midoriya, come here. The headmaster ordered and Izuku's body moved forward on autopilot. He was standing next to the woman now, still not looking up at the person. I'll leave you to it, then. And she left. Izuku heard the door close and the person in front of him stood up from the chair. Izuku stepped back when he saw a hand coming his way, his breath hitching. "Hey there, kiddo." He looked up to see Tsukauchi. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Some part of him hoped it would be Aizawa. He hated having his trust shattered into a million pieces. He won't come, he told himself. Why did I think I could trust someone? Trust. He trusted Daisuke. Izuku trusted Daisuke when he said he was his friend. He trusted Aizawa. He trusted the man when he said he would help him and trusted him with the dog tags, his only lead. He trusted his mom. He trusted her when she said she'd never leave him. And he trusted Katsuki only for him to turn his back on him and become his personal punching bag. I won't make the same mistake again. Midoriya, you still with me? Tsukauchi's voice pulled him out of his head. He caught the man staring at his neck. The detective could see the bite marks and the bruises and the red he gave himself while scrubbing his skin clean. Izuku looked away in shame, only giving the man a silent nod. Why don't you sit down? There's been a breakthrough in the case. The boy looked at him with wide eyes as he sat down. I promised you I'd let you know if anything came up, didn't I? Only now Izuku saw the file sitting on the coffee table in front of him. He was grateful to have something to distract him from himself. An anonymous source has given us evidence that helped us greatly. Great way to cover up a vigilante helping the police. He smiled weakly. Aizawa really did manage to deliver the tags. Have you found out who they belong to? I managed to get one of the associates of the arsonists and got a police sketch done, he explained while he reached for the file. Here's a rough sketch of the person in charge. There was a drawing attached to the paper, a black ponytail and a gas mask with tubes. Izuku took the paper and read the description. No certain number but above average height, female, scar tissue on the left side of the body, visible on hands and neck, no facial features are known. There was an illegal support item manufacturer who turned himself in after we got the description. The detective began as watched the boy put down the paper. Damn it, he said the same stuff but the information is missing a key element. He said the woman was tall, too tall for a Japanese chick, were his exact words. Sure, he may have meant it as a simple description but why that? It says here that the Japanese records don't have such a quirk registered in the online database. There's a chance she's a foreigner. As the file states, there are no records in our system, and finding them on paper would take some time, he explained, but Izuku cut him off unexpectedly. Her file could have been easily missed or not copied to the system if she didn't grow up in a big city. Even if your theory is correct, why would she be targeting Musudafu? Most hero agencies are collected around more populated areas. Tsukauchi took note that there was no image of the tags and he never mentioned how old the prime suspect was. For now, I'll play along, the man thought and cut him off. Exactly. If you were a villain, would you not want to avoid places like those? If heroes are threatened, they would work harder to get rid of that threat. This woman avoids them not to draw attention, but he turned the file to let the detective see the map scan through the locations. She's targeting specific people. The first 3 were months apart and scattered around town, then the rest of them followed a pattern with little to no time wasted. If you ask me, I'd say she's following orders. That makes no sense. How did you come to that conclusion? There's no indication of another party involved. Even if there was, there's no evidence to prove it. Tsukauchi had his suspicions about Midoriya. Some things didn't add up when he looked through the boy's record, and now this. The detective pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to the boy. Okay then, what about the dog tags? Can you tell me what you think? Izuku had studied them for weeks. One glance was all it took before he spoke. These are legit and old. Round and in kanji, resembles the ones Japan used during the war before quirks appeared. She may not even be the owner, they could be a trophy of sorts. This was no educated guess. Tsukauchi knew the current public school curriculums in history didn't go that far into the pre-quirk times. He had his quirk activated this whole time, but Izuku had never once lied. He needed answers. You know your stuff. That was no educated guess, Midoriya. Oh, Izuku put the tags on the file, looking away and immediately cussing at himself. Fuck, what was I thinking? He needed an excuse and he needed it fast. He knew for a fact that the detective was using his quirk. I can't lie, but not the whole truth. I did that before and it worked. I've studied the pre-quirk era before. Of course, the part about her not being the owner is just a guess. The man raised a brow. He's not telling me something but he's not lying either. Alright then, that's all I've got for you. Even if it's not much, it's something. Yeah, I guess, Izuku mumbled, watching the man put the tags back in his pocket and closing the file. I appreciate you keeping your promise, Tsukauchi-san. Of course, kid, but there's something I have to ask. Oh no, I need to know, was it an adult who did this? The detective pointed at Izuku's neck with his eyes, making the boy shift in his seat uncomfortably. Izuku shook his head. If I tell him what Daisuke did, he'd arrest him but it was my fault, he doesn't deserve to be punished for it. Then again, if I tell him it was consensual, he'll think I'm disgusting. Are you safe here? Was he safe? Izuku wasn't safe anywhere. Not in school, not in the orphanage, not on the streets. He was never safe as long as he was a worthless, quirkless piece of shit. He nodded his head, afraid the headmaster could be waiting right at the door. You can trust me, I'll help in any way I can. You just have to say the word. The man explained, giving Izuku a reassuring smile who just shook his head again. I'm okay. You don't have to worry about me. Really, I'm fine. Text. Izuku couldn't stomach breakfast that morning or any food for that matter in the following days. He couldn't sleep on his bed knowing Daisuke was just a few feet away, and he couldn't stop smoking. He felt disgusting and helpless, and on Sunday night, after making sure his roommate was asleep, he snuck out. He ran, and ran, ignoring the black spots in his vision and his spleen screaming at him to just stop and fucking breathe, but he couldn't. And he didn't until he made it to his hideout. Sweat dripped from his hair and chin, soaking his shirt, heart beating so fast his chest hurt as he allowed himself to slip against the dirty wall marked with years, just like the first time he'd stepped foot in the abandoned building. He pushed his hands against his eyes, blocking the tears, while he struggled to let the oxygen reach as it should. What's wrong with me? He cried, asking the question and not expecting an answer. He hiccuped, sniffed, then pushed his body to his stash of knives right around the corner. He dug around the bag, searching for the sharpest one. It had become an instinct at this rate. Whenever the world became too overwhelming to bear, he would hold on to the blade as if his goddamn life depended on it. His throat felt dry as tears poured. When was the last time he had a glass of water? The blood dripping from the freshly drawn cut. For once, it hurt. It hurt because this time he was too carefree to think of what would come next. Who would even notice if he were to bleed out in cold sweat? He slashed his skin seconds apart, angry gashes following one another. His arm was a bleeding mess. Why goddammit? What did I ever do wrong, huh? I always tried my best, so why can't I just live my life peacefully? He sobbed, dropping the blade at last, turning his head up, letting the tears slide from his bruised neck. What the hell do you want me to do? What? Tell me. Fucking hell. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why do you hate me so much? He bawled. He didn't believe in God. If there was one, he wouldn't let him suffer this much. He wouldn't let anyone suffer the way he was. He knew it wasn't some mystical figure, it was the society that was fucked, the people. But he was so alone, so fucking alone. He just needed to cry it out, get it out of his chest. Izuku pulled his knees to his chest, crying and crying, breaking down. He wasn't sure for how long until his eyes opened again, meeting the white light that ripped his slumber away from him. Feeling a stinking pain in his left arm, his attention drifted. Immediately he got up and grabbed a bottle of water, pouring it over his cuts. It burned. You deserve this. The boy gritted his teeth, looking down at his arm, trying his so very best to ignore the loud voice of the damned monster inside him. After he was done with cleaning his butched arm, he wrapped paper towels around. He'd run out of bandages in his stash long ago. He sucked in a breath before checking the time. 5:30 am. I'm going back to school today. Fuck. Izuku threw his head back in frustration. If I go back to the orphanage now, I can make it to the first period. He forced himself on his feet and groaned in pain, then went upstairs where he kept a bag full of clothes in case he needed them. His knees felt heavy as he walked up the staircase. He held onto the wall for support and finally found himself changing into a black sweatshirt. Izuku looked back at the building one last time before he headed back to the orphanage with heavy steps as he watched the sunrise. Daisuke lay awake in his bed with a cigarette in one hand as he stared at Izuku's lonely bedsheets. He'd heard the boy leave but decided not to comment on it. He was running out of pills and he was running out fast. It was good to catch a break. The terrible ache in his stomach and the waves of anxiety he got because of Izuku since their night out was killing him. He inhaled once again, watching the cigarette burn further and the lit turning bright red. He'd been awake all night, coming down from the effects of the drug, his body twitching with the need for numbness the pills provided. The teen got lost in the quiet tune coming from his phone, but the reality came crushing back with the pain doubling compared to last night when he caught Izuku's curls peeking through the wide-open window. Daisuke dropped his cigarette on the floor, desperate to reach under his mattress. Izuku ignored his pained hiss. The boy wouldn't talk to him, let alone look his way. He couldn't think after his first attempt to grab a pill and suddenly stood up, pulling Izuku by his collar. But Izuku wasn't just standing there, not this time. He grabbed the teen's arm and flipped him around, smashing his body and forcing his head on the bedsheets, grip so tight on his arm it could start bruising any second now. Day's mind couldn't take any more pain. He growled against the sheets. Izuku had one leg wrapped around his knee to hold him steady and keep him from moving while he shifted and let his weight push the teen further and lean to his ear. "You so much as think about touching me in any way, I'll make sure you can't use your hands ever again, senpai." He could feel Day's entire body trembling as he lay trapped under his grip. The teen was high as a kite since what happened, or rather what he did to Izuku. He imagined Dai needed the pills, so he pulled back and let him go, only to pull him by his shirt and stare right into his eyes. "Do I make myself clear?" he threatened, any trace of innocence leaving him. He decided he didn't need to be Kurai to keep himself safe. He didn't need to hesitate now. There was no one he needed to keep the secret from for their safety anymore. A single moment of hesitation was all it took to shatter the last bit of decency left in him. Izuku wouldn't hesitate anymore. He saw the way Daisuke put his hands up and his shoulders lowering, eyes scanning Izuku's face, reading the new emotion radiating from the boy. Pure rage. He nodded profoundly, and that was all it took for Izuku to let go of his shirt, and made his knees give out. "Good." Izuku watched him crawl to his bed and take out a pill with shaky hands, swallowing it dry. He threw his head back with a groan, the pain slowly fading away. Daisuke gazed at the boy's steps toward him as he panted. Izuku snatched the tiny bag of pills out of his hands, but before he could protest, the boy pushed him back with his foot against his chest and looked at the round pink pills. "What did I just fucking say? Don't move." Daisuke gulped, mind on overdrive when he decided to give up. "Where'd you get these?" Izuku asked as he poured the pills into his palm, watching the way the older's eyes went wide. Hold on, Izuku. We can talk about this, right? Is it because of what happened the other day?" He tried to argue, but the look on Izuku's face remained the same as he let the pills drop to the floor, right beside the burnt-out cigarette. "The hell are you doing?" Izuku raised his boot slightly, standing on his heel and listening to this druggy shift back to his usual aggressive tone. "You take 3 a day, minimum," the boy stated, not caring about the change in attitude. "And this bag gets filled every 2 weeks, right, senpai?" He separated 2 of the pills and crushed them with his feet, making the teen turn pale. Wait, Izuku, please." "And it was filled up this Wednesday." He had been watching, observing and analyzing the teen for 2 weeks now. Of course, he noticed the pattern, yet there's only 6 pills left in here. "Is it me? You can't handle a bit of pain? I'll do anything. Just stop, I'm begging you. Do you want me to apologize?" "I'm sorry." "Okay, I'm so fucking sorry." "Sorry for what?" Izuku pushed as he separated another pair of pills out of the bunch and stepped on them as well, then closing the distance between the bed at Daisuke even further with a more powerful push. "I'm sorry for raping you." Izuku flinched at the word. He'd been trying to tell himself that's not what happened, but now, his legs suddenly stopped pushing against Daisuke's chest as he stepped back. The reality of what he'd done came crushing as he left the room and ran to the showers, not caring what the teen did when he left. He was panting. He felt like he couldn't breathe again, just like last night. But now it was different. He could feel Daisuke's hands all over him. His neck and shoulders and arms itched. As soon as he closed the bathroom door and locked it, he started scratching over his cuts. Over and over again, breaking his skin beyond recognition. He didn't know when he stopped, or how he threw himself under the showerhead. Nor how he found himself sitting on his desk with his uniform on until he started pushing through the clouds in his head and blinked. Katsuki was staring at him, sitting backwards on his chair, arms crossed. Izuku wondered just how long the blonde was staring at him like that. His eyes darted around the empty classroom before looking at Katsuki again. "Kachan. Thought you'd never fucking notice, nerd." Izuku never thought he'd be so happy to see Katsuki. It was reassuring. Sure, the blonde beat the shit out of him, made fun of him, but he'd never do anything like. "How are you fucking holding up?" The blonde looked down as he spoke. He'd watched Izuku stare off to nowhere for 15 minutes. He'd seen the fading bruises on his face and the dark eye bags. His cheeks were visibly more hollow now compared to when he'd last seen the boy. And he didn't miss the bandages on his arm peeking out under his uniform. "Okay, I guess," Izuku muttered as he looked at the clock hanging above the door. "How did I space out for 2 hours? Is that even possible?" he asked himself. Now that he thought about it, this had started happening ever since Daisuke. "The hag has been worried, so she woke me up earlier when the teach said you'd be back today." He looked back up. "You don't seem okay. What did you do to your arm?" Oh no, he'd completely forgotten about Katsuki trying to get answers out of him before all this shit. He pulled his hands under his desk and looked away. "Just fell." "Just fell my ass, nerd. You had them before as well, and I saw blood on your shirt when you came to my house that day. You're fucking cutting yourself. Just admit it and I won't bring it up again." Izuku hesitated before giving in and nodding in response. Katsuki huffed, then turned around, facing the board. "Be careful. Don't fucking kill yourself." They sat in silence after that, waiting for class to start. As the classroom filled with students one by one, Izuku could hear them whispering. Every student who came through the door looked at him first before going off to their friends. Fingers were pointed at him constantly, whispers and mockery, snickering and pitiful looks mixed disgustingly all against him. He tried to ignore them, his head resting on his crossed arms on his carved desk. He prayed he'd space out again. It was both horrifying and comforting in a sense. Just as he heard footsteps coming his way with a loud, "Yo, Midoriya, you cryin'? Is it because mommy isn't?" Before his classmate had a chance to finish, his desk was pushed back and he lifted his head just to see the kid on the floor. When he looked up, Katsuki was on top of the guy, punching him. He shot up from his seat when the blonde stood straight and landed a kick on his classmate's stomach before speaking up. "You fuckers all babble on and on about wanting to be heroes and you can't even show some fucking respect to someone who just lost his parents." The room fell completely silent, no one daring to make a sound. Just then, the teacher appeared at the door and watched the scene play out. Quirk or not, he's a human being. Show some fucking decency. There was blood on Knuckles as he walked to the door and pushed past the teacher, who stepped inside, and all eyes landed on Izuku again. He saw one of the girls coming his way, the class rep, puzzled. His eyes darted between his bleeding classmate on the floor and the girl. She bowed her head. "Bakugo-kun is right, we should be more considerate. I apologize on behalf of the class," she said and stood straight again. "We're sorry for your loss, Midoriya-kun." Izuku stared at her. The trembling in his hands had stopped, but there was a lump in the back of his throat. He felt like crying. It wouldn't be the first time his classmates saw him weep, but now he was completely frozen. "Gee, thank you, Adu-san." It was all he could manage as their teacher walked up and helped the bleeding boy on the floor. "Do let me know if you need anything, Midoriya," he said, then turned to class. "I'll take your classmate to the nurse. Class, work on independent study until I'm back. Adu, you're in charge." The class representative gave the teacher a nod and the rest of the students retrieved to their desks. As soon as the teacher was gone, Izuku bolted out of the classroom, ignoring Adu telling him to come back, ignoring the other teachers in the hallways, and finally pushing the boys' restroom door open. Katsuki was holding his hand under the sink when he turned to see who it was that had just bashed in. only to see Izuku's crying and flushed face. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kachan. He couldn't find the right words as he looked at the blonde's bleeding knuckles. Katsuki immediately recognized what was about to happen. This is how it had started the first time. Izuku was struggling to form words, hands visibly shaking, eyes everywhere but at him, and he wasn't breathing anywhere right. He stood in front of Izuku, leaving the cold water in the sink running. Katsuki had managed to calm him down before, he could do it again. "Deku," he called, his hand reaching for Izuku's and the other on his chest. It had worked last time. But he had no idea what had happened. Izuku didn't just flinch like the last time, he pushed Katsuki off of him. "No, no, no, not again. Don't touch me. Oh God, no, no." The blonde blinked, trying to understand what was happening. What's he talking about? He sucked in a deep breath. "No touching then. Izuku, I'm not gonna fucking touch you, right? Just try to match my breathing." He inhaled, then exhaled, but when he saw Izuku slipping away even further, eyes closed and scratching his forearms, he didn't know what to do. Izuku was backing away, clenching his eyes shut. Only when his back hit the wall he opened them again. I don't know what to do," he cried. "I don't wanna go back, I can't." Once he fell on the floor, Katsuki walked slowly and then knelt in front of him, unsure of how to respond. All he could do was listen. So he did. They sat on the filthy restroom floor together. Izuku cried and kept saying the same things over and over again, and Katsuki listened to him. Watching the blood start to drop to the floor from Izuku's arm, helplessly waiting for the boy to calm down. Then the boy said something different in between shaking breaths that caught Katsuki off guard. "I don't want to feel him anymore," he'd pleaded. When Izuku came to his senses, he sniffed quietly while hugging his knees. His cries died down. His eyes were dry and they ached, but that was it. He couldn't feel anything else as he looked at Katsuki's face. "I'm tired." "Yeah, no shit," Katsuki said, chuckling, hoping to get Izuku to open up, but it didn't work. "So much for that. Think you can stand up?" Izuku nodded. Katsuki was the first to get back on his feet and he offered his hand to help, but it only caused Izuku to remember the way Daisuke carelessly walked around after raping him. "I'm gonna be sick." Izuku dashed to the stalls, picking the closest one. He collapsed against the tiles, heaving violently. Katsuki heard his knees hit the floor before rushing to his side. He remembered the old hag rubbing his back whenever he threw up, but he couldn't touch Izuku. He had made that pretty clear. He didn't want to send him into another panic attack. He reached for the toilet paper, drying his hand first, then holding a few for Izuku. When the heaving stopped, he offered the tissues. Izuku snatched them and wiped his mouth, panting when his back hit the stall wall. He lifted his head to meet Katsuki's eyes, then closed them, trying his hardest to calm down as the blonde waited patiently. "I'm sorry," he mouthed. "It's fine, nerd," he said and grabbed some more toilet paper. He left for a second, and the sound of the running sink was gone when he returned with the wet paper. "You fucked up your arm though, we gotta clean it." Izuku's hand covered his arm on instinct. He couldn't let anyone see his arms. He felt trapped and scared like a wounded animal. He shook his head. "No. Deku, come on. I've seen you shirtless." Izuku blushed. "Yeah, but I didn't have my arm torn apart. Also, the answer is still no." He shook his head again, building up the courage to speak, and he parted his lips. "I can do it myself, Kachan." "Yeah, right." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Like you know how to fucking patch yourself up. There's no way I'm trusting you with it. Did you even clean them before wrapping them up?" Izuku looked away in disdain, then chuckled. "Wet tissues don't count, right? You fucking idiot." He forced himself off the tiles, the blonde watching his every move, ready to jump in if he lost his balance. "I have supplies in my backpack. I'll clean them up myself," he promised. Then his body moved before he could think. Katsuki leapt at the sudden contact. Izuku's arms were wrapped around his boy, hugging him tight. Thank you, Kachan." He scuffed, then put his hand on Izuku's hair, just resting it on top of that green bush. "Yeah." Upon returning to class with the break bell going off, no one dared to say anything. And that's how it went until it was lunch. Katsuki waved off his goons to leave him alone when they said they were headed for the cafeteria. Izuku was fast asleep as the students left the classroom one after the other. The blonde stood up, giving a light nudge on the sleeping boy's shoulder, but it backfired with Izuku shooting up and pushing back his chair. He could read his distress from his panicked eyes. "Calm down, it's just me, nerd." Izuku steadied himself, sucking in a deep breath. "Yeah, it's just Kachan," he reassured himself as his shoulders relaxed. He looked over to the clock and then noticed the lack of students. "Why aren't you in the cafeteria?" he asked, only to receive a scoff from Katsuki as he crossed his arms and turned his head. "Couldn't leave your stupid ass alone. Have you been eating at all?" He stared at the messy notes in front of him, trying to recall when the last time he had a decent meal was. He didn't answer and started to put his things away instead, hearing Katsuki sigh as soon as he was done backing away. "Lunch, now," Katsuki demanded and held Izuku by his uninjured arm. Okay. I'll eat. I can get up on my own." His vision filled with black spots almost immediately, making him lose his balance, but Katsuki's grip tightened, helping him up. "You really are an idiot," he sighed again. "You need a sec." Izuku shook his head, fighting to keep his body up as his vision slowly cleared. "I'm fine." Katsuki let go and grabbed his wallet as Izuku reached for his backpack and they started walking to the cafeteria. The eyes, their stares, and the whispers in the hallways got Izuku overwhelmed. He slowed his pace, walking slightly behind Katsuki while the blonde seemed unbothered. "They must have heard what he did and about what happened to me. I should have taken up on the detective's offer," Izuku thought, trying to suppress his anxiety by occupying his mind with regretful thoughts. "Kachan, I don't think this is a good idea," he muttered. If the hallways were bad, he didn't even want to think about the cafeteria. "Shut it. Don't tell me what to do." Katsuki didn't turn to look at him as he answered. "Unlike you, I don't give a fuck about what these morons have to say about me." Izuku wondered why he cared about these morons. They didn't have anything to do with him. They were insignificant, just a part of the hellhole he called his school. This was his last year and he'd likely never see them again unless he ran into them on a random day. He let the stiffness in his shoulders give out and breathed out. Katsuki had it all figured. Katsuki was his image of perfection. Sometimes, Izuku caught himself dwelling on the flaws of his childhood friend's character, but then it all suddenly disappeared. He couldn't forgive Katsuki for all the torment and the bullying. He doubted he ever would, but how could he not trust? Don't get attached. Don't forget, don't trust. His mind reminded him, he might be acting like he cares, but he's still the same person. He just pities you. Poor little Izuku. No one to turn to, no shoulder to cry on, an orphan with a body littered so bad he can't even stand himself. He watched his body's reflection. He was still in the school, but he felt anywhere else. It was like he was out of his own body, not the one in control. It was like he was in a dream and became anxious again. Nothing felt right to the point he couldn't walk anymore. Suddenly, he heard fingers snapping in front of his face. "Where the hell is your head, you damn nerd? You keep fucking spacing out." Izuku looked away. I don't know," he answered, unsure and afraid. "Fucking." Katsuki rubbed his temples, trying to contain the anger bubbling in his chest. He wasn't sure why he was getting pissed off. A part of him knew Izuku wasn't doing this intentionally to ignore him or whatnot, but he couldn't help it. "You stay here, I'll get food." Izuku felt grateful for the gesture. He wasn't sure he could handle the crowd and all the noise in there. He nodded and watched Katsuki push the cafeteria doors open. It wasn't long before he returned with a bag of chips and a cup of soup in one hand and a bento box in the other. The thought of going back to the classroom bothered him, and he knew Katsuki would push him to clean his arm again. He'd promised he'd do it during lunch. He found himself chewing the inside of his cheek before speaking. "I go to the roof during lunch," he confessed, making the blonde stop in his tracks. "Are we even allowed up there?" Katsuki asked as he turned around this time. Izuku shook his head. "Some of the teachers know I go up there, but they just act like they don't. So I guess it's fine." So they took the stairs to the roof. Katsuki watched Izuku fiddle with the new lock, then pull something out of his hideous yellow backpack. In a matter of seconds, he heard the lock click. Raising a brow as the boy held the door open for him with his head down, wondering how a nerd knew how to pick a lock, he scuffed and met with the sun on the other side. Seeing a bench with a stool identical to the ones in the art studio caught his eye. "You come here every day. Is this where you fucking disappear to?" he questions, putting the food on one side of the bench and sitting on the stool. "The cafeteria is too crowded for me and the classroom isn't exactly a safe zone without supervision." Katsuki felt bad in a sense when he understood exactly what Izuku meant. He turned his head away and looked at the view. Winter was just around the corner, yet the weather seemed unbothered by the cold. There was a breeze, but he didn't mind it as he sighed. "Clean your arm first. I got you soup, it's still too hot." Izuku gulped at the statement. He'd been hoping Katsuki forgot about it. He still didn't want the blonde to see the damage, but he couldn't protest any further once Katsuki reached for his bag and parted the zipper from the middle. "Shit, the knife. Kachan. Wait, I can." The cat was out of the bag. The blonde held the combat knife he'd taken from a racer not too long ago in his hand, eyes wide. "Did you fucking cut yourself with this?" Katsuki yelled and threw it back in the bag, then grabbed Izuku's sleeve while relief washed over him. Thank fuck he didn't suspect anything else. Before he had the chance to pull back, Katsuki ripped off the blood-soaked bandages and Izuku could have sworn he heard him gasp. "Fucking hell, what the hell were you fucking thinking, Deku?" There was dried blood around the many deep gashes swarming his forearm. He gritted his teeth in worry and frustration as Katsuki's grip firmed around his wrist with the delay of a response. "Shit, Deku. Snap out of it, fucking breathe." Izuku hadn't noticed the change in his breathing, uneven and hitching. He breathed out and shook his head. Sorry, he mouthed. I don't know, I spaced out while doing it and passed out right after." "You fucking what?" Katsuki let go of his wrist and reached for his bag again, digging in to find the first aid kit. "How much blood did you lose? How long were you fucking out for?" He didn't look up from the bag, and why didn't anyone look for you in that fucking orphanage? "I guess, a few hours. I'm not sure. And everyone was asleep." Izuku lied through his teeth, not putting in the effort as Katsuki finally opened the kit and pulled out the necessary supplies. He wasn't talking anymore. He seemed more focused on his self-given mission when he pulled the boy's arm closer and poured more Brahmin as he watched Izuku's expression remain dull. He knew it burned, and hurt like hell, but it was concerning how calm the boy was. Was he just pretending this whole time? First, the head butting and fucking up my nose, then that fucking punch, and now this. How high is his fucking pain tolerance? He pulled out some cotton and wiped the medicine around carefully. He watched the red drip to the ground as he did so. His thoughts kept him occupied and focused on the task at hand so much, he mistook the dull expression on Izuku's face for ignorance. He tried to get his attention by pressing on one of the cuts, but it did nothing. Katsuki sat back, throwing the piece of cotton aside but not letting go of Izuku's arm. He waved his hand in front of his face. Still nothing. Fuck. He decided to try something else and warmed up his hand with his quirk, just enough to be hot but not burn. Carefully pushing it against the boy's cheek, he kept it there for a few seconds, then Izuku yelped, back hitting the bench hard. "Ow. What are you doing? How much more Brahmin did you pour into my arm? That thing is expensive," he hissed, pulling his arm away. "I've been at it for the past 5 minutes, you didn't notice?" The blonde asked quietly, and fuck, he was fucking worried for the nerd of all people. Izuku didn't look at him as he shook his head. "Nerd, there's something seriously wrong with you." It wasn't his usual aggressive voice, no mockery behind the words. It was more like a statement, and Izuku knew he wasn't talking about his arm. He understood. And he was terrified. He knew now that it wasn't just in his head, and the anxiety in his gut grew. The words didn't come out, and the silence remained. Katsuki sighed and continued cleaning his arm. Once he was wrapped in clean bandages, his arm was released. "You can't fucking do this to yourself, you hear?" He took the silence as a cue to continue. "If you space out and fucking pass out, fuck, Deku. You can bleed out and fucking die." It was true, and Izuku knew it, but what else was there to do? He couldn't calm down with anything else. "I know, I'm sorry." Stop fucking apologizing. Just don't fucking do it." That same sentence, the same frustrated way, Daisuke had said the same thing when he apologized the first time for self-harming. He didn't want to think about it, he didn't want to talk about it anymore. The food is getting cold, he said, attempting to change the subject. Katsuki grunted in response and put the supplies back in Izuku's bag. Fine. They ate in silence. Izuku appreciated it as he ate the soup, slowly sipping and feeling his stomach get satisfied with the light meal as he listened to the way Katsuki's chopsticks clashed into one another with each bite. When Katsuki was done, he pulled out his phone. He looked at Izuku for a brief moment. Try eating the chips as well, I got the low-fat ones, shouldn't be hard on your stomach, he said and turned his attention back to his screen. Izuku stared curiously as he sat the empty cup of soup aside and opened the bag of chips, listening to the plastic ruffle. What are you looking at? Katsuki didn't look up, trying to figure out what's fucking wrong with you. Katsuki was reading something now. Izuku took out a potato chip and ate it, his leg bouncing up and down. He took another anxiously and chewed. He knew something was wrong with him, but he wasn't sure he liked the idea of others finding out. You're not taking drugs, right? The question was so out of the blue that Izuku blinked a few times before responding. What? No. The blonde hummed. You're obviously a ball of stress, you got any sleeping issues? He looked up and checked Izuku's tired face and the deep eye bags. Never mind, you look tired as fuck. Izuku just watched Katsuki analyze him up and down, not even allowing him to answer, reading him like an open book. You're depressed, that's a given with your arms in that state. He was reading through the causes of what popped up first when he wrote down what he'd observed, and shit. Domestic abuse and the loss of a loved one were on top of the list. He'd rather not bring that up. What does it say? Izuku found the courage to ask. At last, Katsuki just handed him his phone. Derealization and depersonalization. He read out quietly, looking through the symptoms, not sure which of the two matched his concerns. You can apparently have both, Katsuki explained, then sighed. Deku, this shit's serious, I can't do shit to help other than snap you out of it. You gotta tell someone. No, Kachan, even if I did, no one would care. I'll just, he scanned through the page, pinch my arm or something and I can carry headphones with me. Just as Katsuki was about to try and reason with the idiot, the bell rang. Fucking idiot. They collected their things and headed back to class. The day rolled faster after lunch, and when it was time to leave, Katsuki debated whether he should go with Izuku, just to make sure the nerd didn't get himself killed on his way back. You think you can manage to go back on your own? He asked. Izuku was already on his feet with his backpack hanging from his shoulder. He shook his head. I'll be fine. I can text you when I get back if you're so worried. He chuckled quietly. Yeah, right. Just don't fucking forget to text, you damn nerd. So they parted ways after changing their shoes and stepping out of the school gates. Izuku was in a better mood. No trace of the previous night was bothering him. He had a curfew until 10 p.m. and it was still 4:30. The sun would set in a few hours, so he headed to his hideout. He could use the rush, especially tonight. Text. Looking down at the streets, he felt his knee twitch with that annoying ache he'd gotten used to by now. Normally, it would still be early to be out for patrol. He couldn't just stay in his apartment, not when his body got a rush of blood at such an intense rate as if to push him onward. Getting back up, he put on his goggles and fiddled with his scarf, adjusting it properly around his neck. A scream erupted nearby. There was a bank close by, and as if it was supposed to be confirmation, he heard alarms ringing. There weren't any heroes stationed close by, and the police's response time had gotten absurdly longer these past few years. He sighed as he started running toward the bank. It didn't take long for him to make it there, but nothing could have prepared him for what he saw next. Hazashi. It had been so long since he had uttered that name, he'd rather not remember, but the man turned around, locking eyes with the figure. The others busy with the bank's safe hadn't noticed the vigilante until they heard their leader activating his quirk, unbothered with the help of the earplugs protecting them. Eraser took a second too long to activate his quirk and found his ears deafening with the sudden scream. Bright yellow waves, he'd forgotten the sight of dancing around him as he covered his ears and fell on his knees. Need any help, boss? Someone yelled from the back, and the screaming stopped. giving the Vigilante an opening to use his quirk. What the hell have you gotten yourself into, Hizashi? Zip it, Shota. I should be asking you the same thing. I don't have to explain myself to you after all these years. He yelled, but before he could reach for his weapon, he was restrained by Aizawa's scarf. Fuck you. Aizawa finally had the chance to actually look at the villain. His hair was shaven on one side and the vibrant color had disappeared, black stokes on the longer end. He was still wearing a leather jacket, but it wasn't like before. The yellow glasses remained, apparently with sharper ends. Eraser. The man didn't need to look back to know who that was. His expression must have changed because his old friend was laughing now. He looked over the other's shoulder and saw two people rushing, but they were thrown back and pinned to the walls with knives. His eyes were drying out and the contacts didn't help. Hizashi smirked. He must have noticed. Was he counting down this whole time? Kid, cover your ears. He managed to yell right before blinking and ducked. What remained of the windows shattered to pieces and now the other two pinned to the wall were free. If he thinks he's the only one who can count, then fuck him. Eraser knew how long it took Hizashi's throat to dry out, and when he'd stopped using his quirk, he pulled at the restraints and saw the man fall to the ground. He watched the kid getting caught and punched, hands held firmly, kept from covering his ears as he yelled in pain with a punch to his stomach, but he wouldn't stop struggling. Izuku managed to tap his boots' heels to one another and a knife appeared. He didn't waste time kicking the woman on the leg and she screamed in pain at the knife stabbing her leg. Aizawa was too occupied with worrying over Izuku. He failed to see Hizashi's arm freed from his scarf. Time's up. He thought, and at that moment, the blonde's voice gave out. Simultaneously, the boy elbowed the guy holding him in the head and Aizawa pulled Hizashi toward himself and kneed him in the gut. Aggressive as ever, Eraser. You still go by that name, right? Hizashi pushed, mocking him as Izuku handled his part with the rest of the crew. Aizawa stayed silent and then grunted before punching Hizashi. They were both standing now, but the sirens were getting closer. They're both out. We have to go, Eraser. Izuku said. The man heard zip ties getting pulled as Hizashi spit out blood. Get out of here, Kurai. And what will you do? Looking back at the safe to see if there was anyone else as he spoke. They know each other. What is he even doing? He asked himself. That quirk of his, I've heard a similar description. What did they call this guy again? I can't remember. Yeah, show, what will you do? Hizashi teased again, free of the restraints but not moving as he heard tires pulling loudly. If you don't leave now, we'll all be caught and taken in for questioning, but if you do leave, I'll just run. Which will it be, Shota? Eraser looked away and sighed, cursing at himself. He's right, fuck, damn it. Kurai, let's go. He ordered and started walking away with one last glance at the blonde. We're just gonna let him go. Izuku protested, looking at the smirking villain, but Aizawa cut him off. I said we're leaving. Feel free to stay and get arrested. Izuku shut his mouth after that and tailed behind the older vigilante. Don't sue me when I copy the knife trick, little listener. Hizashi waved his hand as he spoke to the boy, but before he could turn to look, the villain disappeared. The sirens were getting louder when they found themselves running and climbing on the nearest roof in silence. Eraser made sure they were off the hook before stopping to catch his breath and reached for his knee. You okay, kid? He asked, ripping off his goggles and throwing them on the ground. He was panting and any trace of his emotionless persona had been erased. Izuku pulled down his mask as he let himself fall on his butt. Yeah, I'm okay. He nodded and let his goggles rest on his neck. Are you okay, Aizawa-san? He felt pathetic hearing that question coming from a kid, but he knew Izuku wouldn't have the same idea, so he nodded, rubbing his knee. Do you have chronic knee pain? The kid asked. I'd noticed it twitching the first time we met and twice more, including in the bank. How did he notice it in the bank with all the commotion? This kid, no wonder he sells analyses on the market, if he leaked anything to the wrong person. Yeah, he kept it brief, not explaining any further. He let his knees give out as well and sat against the roof, still rubbing his leg. He didn't look at the boy in the eyes and let his head fall, gazing at the sky instead. He called you by your first name. Izuku broke the silence, his curiosity getting the best of him. How do you know this Hizashi guy? It's a long story. Aizawa sighed deeply, mind running back to when everything started going wrong. I used to be a student in UA's hero course, he began. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. During my second year, my friend and I got an internship offer, and on our first day, there was a huge villain attack. Everything was a blur, a huge cloud of fog. It was ironic, really. To this day, he couldn't recall how the paramedics got him to the hospital, or how he slipped in and out of consciousness with the anesthesia after the surgery on his leg. We fought hard. The plan was to get the civilians to safety and fight the villain at the same time. My friend, Oboro, his quirk was suitable for rescue, so I took on the villain, but the building he was in collapsed and I got distracted after my last attempt to take down the villain and a metal pipe went through my leg. He couldn't get out of bed for weeks, he couldn't talk for weeks and couldn't sleep even after he was cleared to go back home. 6 months. For 6 months, I couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning, opening and closing the windows, and changing his clothes constantly throughout the night. With the mere hours he managed to close his eyes, turning up to be a nightmare. The only reason I pushed through was hearing his voice through the radio, telling me to keep going, telling me I could do it. But once I secured the villain, the paramedics and the other heroes showed up. I saw his dead body under the rubbles. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of his friend's bleeding, disfigured body flashed before him despite the pit of darkness. All Shota could hear was his voice encouraging him, telling him to keep going. The radio was broken once the buildings in the area collapsed. You were on your own, Aizawa. I was all alone. I kept going while he was probably still holding onto the thin red string of life. I killed him. I was a murderer. Before I could even begin to process everything, they took me to the hospital and everything went to shit after that. The rest of the story was too painful to talk about. He'd never said anything to anyone about what really happened. When his grades started dropping drastically, when he was forced to sit by the bench because of his leg during heroics, and when he was cleared to go back in the field physically, he couldn't pass the psychological evaluation. And he was tossed back to general studies. Everything was spiraling out of control. He watched his life, my dream, slip through his fingers like it was nothing. And he pushed his last hope away with the back of his hand. You can't keep doing this to yourself, Shota. Please, his friend had begged, you have to keep pushing through. He wouldn't have wanted this for you. He couldn't keep it in anymore. Watching Hizashi all carefree, acting like nothing happened, looking at him like he was some wounded animal who needed to be taken care of as Shota lost everything. Home was shit. His mom didn't even try anymore. She'd given up on herself long ago and now she'd given up on her son. The nights he found her passed out with a needle by her side kept getting more frequent, and she'd started to blame it all on him. What was Hizashi even yapping about? Like he had any idea what he was going through. Yeah, and how do you know what he would have wanted for me, Hizashi? I was an idiot. Would Oboro want me to just walk around with a smile on my face? I shouldn't have pushed him away. Or would he want me to burn down the school for fucking kicking me out of the hero course? I should have considered his feelings. Would he want me to? I shouldn't have left him on the school roof all alone that day. Shota ran, and ran. He couldn't take it anymore. It was all too much. The truth was, Hizashi was right. He was always right. He knew what he was doing. He was keeping up appearances. A part of me knew, but I was just a kid. A kid who killed his friend. Ignoring the rest of the world around him. Ignoring the ache in his ruined leg. Ignoring the people staring at him running down the streets in the middle of the day, and he didn't stop until I reached my house. I wish I hadn't. His mother was on the couch, a broken needle stuck to her arm with a spoon spilling crystal to the carpet from her hand. He cried when he noticed she wasn't breathing. I didn't think it was possible for a person to cry like that until that day. And he disappeared completely, taking himself out of the equation, making sure everyone forgot about his pathetic existence. He never heard of Hizashi or Kayama. He didn't see the news about her debut or hear her name mentioned. He didn't see Hizashi at the sports festivals broadcast on TV. And never heard of his only friend after that day on the roof. It was a mistake. He kept telling himself, it's my fault. Shota blamed himself. But they don't need me. He'd convinced himself. And I don't need anyone. He said the same thing over and over again when the overwhelming urge to feel something, Anything grew and grew constantly until he was getting mugged one night and beat the guy to near death. The rush, the adrenaline, it felt good while it lasted, the self-hatred creeping away with every punch gave him a reason to keep going. He could never be a hero, but he had no reason to stop himself from doing whatever this was. So he did it. He told Izuku the bits about Hisashi and Kayama but kept out the rest as his mind ached with the painful memories. He rubbed his temples and let out a breath he didn't know he was holding as Izuku finally said something. "I'm sorry for your friend." Izuku apologized quietly. Aizawa had held back on the details about his mom and the school he could tell, but it was enough for the boy to understand the big picture. The man didn't look at him. "You mentioned your senpai, Kayama-san. I've seen her before, at least I think so." That seemed to get the man out of his head. His back straightened. "How?" Aizawa questioned, looking at the boy playing with the goggles hanging from his neck. "She's an underground hero, from what I could gather. I've seen her quirk at work a year ago, before I became a vigilante. She was taking down a biker gang. I got curious and watched from afar." He sighed before continuing. "There was a pink mist, and I couldn't see anything then. The entire gang was out cold. Then the cops showed up, but I left after that. I could barely see her face. It makes sense now." He laughed at himself, hand pushing back his curls. "Man, I've got to meet Midnight. I've got so many questions. If she's anything like I remember, I suggest not getting close. She was distant after Obero's death, and her fighting style changed drastically. If she abandoned the spotlight as the kid says, then, shit. How come I haven't seen her? Enough about me. How are you? Are they treating you right in the orphanage? Anyone giving you trouble at school?" One question after the other got Izuku swamped in his thoughts, the memories making him go quiet. He was desperately trying to distract himself, trying to just forget. His lip quivered as the words stuck in the back of his throat, his breath hitched. Hey, Aizawa, his hand on his shoulder, but Izuku flinched, moving away. "Fuck. I shouldn't have pushed for answers so suddenly." The man put his hands in front of him, making sure the kid could see them. "I'm sorry for pushing. You don't have to talk about it." He watched as the shine in Izuku's eyes got replaced by pure fear. His hands started shaking, and he looked like he was about to break. "Breathe, Izuku," the vigilante ordered, and watched as the boy pinched his arm through his shirt. Izuku inhaled, refusing to let himself slip away and drown in his thoughts, but the pinching wasn't going to cut it, he realized as his head got foggy like this morning. "You. Damn it," he hissed, shutting his eyes. "You promised you'd come and get me." He reminded himself of Aizawa's promise back at the precinct, and the man looked away, yet again blaming himself. "You need a stable source of income to be able to adopt a kid, and I'm not married. It makes things harder on my end. I got a job as a security guard recently, but," he paused, sighing, "I need you to hold out for a little longer, okay? Do you think you can manage just a few more weeks?" Izuku gawked at the man. He looked worn out, and he could see the guilt in his eyes. He nodded in understanding. "You promise," he muttered. Aizawa chuckled at the childish gesture when he saw Izuku holding out his pinky. "I promise, kiddo." He extended his hand with his pinky out and smiled. Izuku gave him a weak smile in return. Once he let go, he stood up and gave Aizawa his hand. The man took it and groaned as he stood up. "I need to get back to the orphanage," he stated as he pulled up his mask and adjusted his goggles. "You're going back dressed like that?" Aizawa eyed him up and down. He was in full gear. Izuku shook his head. "I'll go back to my place and change, then I'll head back." Izuku cleared, but the other vigilante had other plans. "I'm coming with you." It was like Aizawa was trying to start a war. "Absolutely not. You call this a place?" Izuku ignored the man as he went upstairs to change. He was careful with doing so. "Kachan would kill me if he saw my arm bleeding again," he thought to himself as he slipped on his Gakuin. Not bothering with the buttons, he swapped his shoes next. "Kid." He jumped at the voice calling his name. "Yeah." Izuku realized his mistake right then and there when he saw Aizawa's eyes trail down to his arms. And thank fuck he was done changing. "What did you do?" He gulped, pushing his anxiety to the darkest pit of his mind, stepping away slowly as Aizawa came closer. Nothing. He tried to laugh it off. The gym was a mess when he'd woken up. It'd looked like a damn murder scene. I'm not mad, alright. I just wanna make sure you're okay, kid. The blood wasn't completely dry. Did you fuck? Izuku, did you pass out down there? It happened last night, right? Probably early morning. He noted. I know you haven't been out as Kurai, which tells me you did something to yourself. Let me see. Izuku shook his head profoundly, refusing to let yet another person see what he was so ashamed of. He can't, he just can't. He is mad, I can see it. He'll never get me out of there if he sees. Fuck. How could you know I wasn't out playing hero? I mean, we don't have the same patrol route. And what makes you think I did something to myself? He laughed dryly, taking another step back. That's insane. He argued, but he could tell Aizawa wasn't buying it. The man was cautious as he spoke. He didn't want to frighten the boy. If he was going to take him in, he needed to build trust. Okay. You don't need to show me, alright. But at least tell me you took care of the wound. The shaking was getting worse. He had already made up a dozen scenarios in his head. Aizawa could start yelling at him. He could hit him, for one. Oh, and he could just fucking leave. Yeah, just like that. There was nothing bounding him here. I mean, it's not like he cares. Hey, stay with me. Aizawa called out. I won't leave, I won't yell, and I won't hurt you, and I mean ever. We pinky promised, didn't we, problem child? The broken smile he gave him was so comforting that Izuku hated it. He could feel the joy it brought him to be beside someone who actually gave a damn. He'd felt that with Katsuki of all people, for fuck's sake. He'd just ruin everything, for the people he got attached to. His mom was gone because of him. What was next? What could be worse than that? He asked himself. Kachan, he began, looking for the right words. Kachan cleaned my arm. I'm fine, he said, trying to stay conscious, terrified of losing time again. Aizawa nodded in understanding. That's good, the man said. He needed to make sure the kid wouldn't slip. He had no idea what to do if he started crying. Kachan is that blonde kid, right? Izuku nodded his head, slowly reaching for his arm to pinch it. Is he in the same class as you? The questions should keep him busy, Aizawa hoped. How long have you known him for? We've known each other since we were little. Our moms, they knew each other from high school, Izuku said, pinching his arm as hard as he could. He had no idea if it would actually work, but he could feel himself calming down. Little by little. We're not friends though. He doesn't even care about me, he said it himself. Looking back, he stepped away even further and slipped against the wall, allowing his body to take a break. He didn't say anything when Aizawa took slow steps toward him. The man knelt in front of him. He helped you, didn't he? Doesn't sound like something a person would just do. I'd say he cares but has no idea how to say it. He did seem like a brat. He laughed, watching Izuku crack a smile. He can be aggressive, but he wants to be a hero, Izuku explained. That makes me think he's just doing it because he doesn't want to look bad. Is that so bad? The vigilante asked, scooting to lean to the wall as well. And you wanted to be a hero too, didn't you? Sometimes heroes need saving too. He sighed. Don't push him away, even if he's just one person. I sure as hell regret pushing Hizashi away. It might feel like shit. It might feel like they don't get what you're going through. The truth is, they don't. Izuku looked at him. Aizawa hadn't mentioned just how much the blonde villain from the bank meant to him. He understood now, but if they're willing to stay, then let them. They don't have an obligation to do so, they do it because they want to. But what if he gets hurt? What if he gets hurt because of me? Izuku hugged his knees. He hated the anxiety. The mere thought of anyone else getting hurt because of him was enough to make him feel nauseous. I just ruin everything. My mom, she's gone because of me. My dad left then came back just to take his anger out on us, because of me. All those people living in that apartment burned to a crisp because of me. How? Aizawa let him talk. He doubted Izuku had ever spoken about his parents' death since that day. He'd heard the boy say his mom would come and help in the precinct, and the guilt he'd been carrying, the blame he took for something he didn't do. He needed to talk about it. How did you get over everyone you cared about leaving? How did you get over your friend's death? he asked, looking at the man. Then immediately he slapped his hands over his mouth, realizing what he said and shutting his eyes in fear. I didn't. He slowly opened his eyes, and Izawa didn't sound angry or upset. He'd expected to be reminded of his place, but the strike he was terrified of never came. His answer was quiet and calm. There's a difference between moving on and letting go, kid. He hadn't, by no means, moved on. He'd just suppressed every emotion other than anger and began obsessing over the rush. He needs to hear this though, Izawa thought as he continued. I accepted it, at least to a degree, he said. I learned to live with the fact that he was no longer here. It wasn't me who dropped that building on him, and I didn't tell him to save those kids. I just happened to be there, biting off more than I could chew as a second year with little to no field experience and a quirk everyone said was useless. Izawa looked him in the eyes. The boy could see them shining with tears threatening to spill. It wasn't your fault. The sooner you understand that the better, Izuku. You were just trying to help people, doing what the so-called heroes in the spotlight didn't. At the end of the day, you're still a kid who doesn't deserve anything he has been put through. Izuku felt something drip down his cheek, wetting his shirt, as he stared at the man with wide eyes. Izawa was a stranger he'd grown to rely on, yet here he was, telling him everything he ever needed to hear. The man wiped away his tears with his sleeve. So don't beat yourself up, he said, and if you ever need someone to listen, I'll be here, problem child. The next day at school started differently. Izuku wasn't sure if it was because of his classmates acting nicer, or his clean desk he was sure had been replaced with a new one, or if it was him who was different. Not much had changed. He looked the same, sounded the same, but something in his mind had wired differently. When Katsuki walked in, he simply gave a nod to greet him but didn't say anything until lunch rolled around and he bought Izuku some food. Then they headed back to the roof to eat. He wasn't sure how time passed so quickly when school was out already. He headed back to his hideout. When he reached for his bag in the gym, he noticed the blood from the other day had been wiped clean. Smiling weakly, he went upstairs and opened the new case file he'd put together. The pink drug Daisuke had been taking had a strange mark on one side, and it was identical to Trigger's red container. Now this is something, he muttered in excitement as he put the drugs next to one another and drew the mark on a sticky note, studying it, trying to understand what it looked like. A beak maybe. He let his eyes roam over to his phone's lit screen. It was Izawa-san. Hey kid, he spoke over the phone and Izuku put it on speaker, not dropping the file he had on hand. Just calling to check up. You left school already, right? Yeah, I'm at my place right now, he answered. Hey I know you told me to be careful with the Trigger case and all, but I think I found a new lead. What time does your job start? Sigh. My shift is over in. There was a brief pause. An hour. I can meet you at your place in 2. Izuku laughed. Did you just say? Sigh. Yes, and don't go out without me. Got it, problem child. Yeah. Have you had anything to eat? Izuku just had lunch today, but he didn't want Izawa to spend his money on him, and he just knew the man had no idea about cooking. He must have taken too long to answer, and he heard Izawa's voice again. How about that happy meal? Arguing was pointless, so Izuku accepted defeat and nodded. Yeah, a happy meal will do. Text. 1 happy meal for a problem child as promised. Izawa came through the door with 2 paper bags. His scarf was off and he was wearing his glasses, but otherwise, he looked the same. Izuku gave him a smile and shot up from the couch, reaching for the bags to help. Hi, Izawa-san. He walked back to the couch and put the bags aside. You seem to be in a better mood today. I guess I am. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. He was just glad no one picked on him today at school. How was work? You said you worked as a security guard, right? Izawa nodded as he sat down and pulled out a plastic cup. It's nothing fancy. There's this private pharmaceutical company and the pay is good plus the hours. I managed to get the morning shift. He took a sip from his drink and placed it between his legs as he pulled out a tightly wrapped burger. The boy sat down and did the same, listening to the wraps as he mingled them undone and inhaled the warmth of it. That's cool, he said and took a bite, savoring the taste. When was the last time I had this junk? It tastes so damn good. He watched Izawa look at the open files, Then a name caught his attention, the rapper. How did you get his real name? He asked curiously. Wait, you know him? Izuku's curls bobbed with how fast he turned to see the look on Aizawa's face. Not really. He is used to be a cage fighter in one of the underground fight rings I used to go to in my early days, the vigilante explained, scoffing next. He beat the living shit out of me the first time I stepped foot in the ring. Were you allowed to use your quirks in the ring? Any weapons? Wait, how did they match the fighters? Is there? Izuku asked one question after the other, mouth full with a handsome bite. Slow down, you're gonna choke on your burger. Aizawa laughed and took another sip from his soda. It's likely they've changed the rules. I haven't fought in a cage in over 5 years, and they used to allow anyone who challenged the opponent presented. Also, how did you manage to gather this much on a guy like the rapper? I followed him. Izuku picked a few fries out of the paper bag and didn't look at the man as he answered happily. It was nice to be able to share his time as a vigilante with someone. It was Aizawa's turn to choke. You followed this guy of all people. He set his burger aside. Why? Well, he was giving out trigger near the fighting arenas and I decided to find out more about him. He was one of the first people who had possession of the drug and my only lead at the time. I couldn't miss out on the chance. The boy explained and ate more fries, pointing at a messy sketch of the guy attached to the handwritten notes. He was wearing this weird mask that looked like. He paused. How did I miss this? A beak. Holy shit. Izuku popped his salt-covered fingers in his mouth and wiped it on his pants leg next before flipping through the papers. Aizawa just watched the kid with a look so done with life. Look, this was the lead I was talking about. Both these drugs have the same mark that looks like a beak and the beak mask the rapper wears. There was this other guy the first was tailing and he was wearing a mask as well. It looked like a beak but I was too distracted to connect the dots until now. They must be working for the same person. Izuku made sure to leave out the part where the guy tore open his arm with a katana. He was looking for the page where he had a sketch of the guy but had no name. Finally finding it, he turned the sketch he'd made for the other vigilante to see. He'd written a description. Blonde guy, golden yellow eyes, green shirt and tie with a long-ass black mask. Aizawa laughed softly at the explanation and pulled out the paper to take a closer look. His name is Setsuno something. I've seen him in the police station once. His quirk is called larceny, a D-lister at power from what I understood. He was apparently saved by a hero on a cliff. They said he was trying to commit suicide. Izuku ignored the last part for his own sake as Aizawa regretted mentioning it and balled the empty wrap of the burger and threw to the side. Why were you in the police station? Isn't it risky for you to be there? Aizawa rubbed his temples after putting the paper down. I got arrested for trespassing. It was embarrassing, really. He was looking for a cat he'd seen and the neighbors had called the cops. Izuku opened his mouth to speak but Aizawa put up a finger and shook his head. I'm not explaining any further. But it wasn't because of my night shifts. The boy pouted, understanding what he meant by night shift, and crossed his arms. Aizawa sighed. Anyway, I don't know anything else about him. These beak masks could mean something. The police file said it might be a new villain group but you and I both know this is organized crime. The known Yakuza groups are under close watch by the Japanese police, and they aren't active. I couldn't find much other than names. But, Izuku finally finished the fires and found his drink in the paper bag, orange juice. Really, for organized crime, they need money. Why would they give out the drug? And it has been going on for too long even for a test drive, 4 months. You're right, something here doesn't add up. Aizawa said. He picked up the entire file and scanned through it as Izuku continued. I don't think they have a fully trained chemist, otherwise they wouldn't take this long to hold out on marketing. I haven't had a run-in with anyone using trigger in a while as well, have you? The man shook his head in response. We need more info on the dealers. Wait, I forgot to ask about this other drug. Aizawa took the tiny plastic bag with a single pink pill and exclaimed it pithily. What's this one? Where'd you get it? Izuku looked away, not wanting to think about it, think about him. He didn't say anything as Aizawa found a yellow sticky note in the file with an explanation for the drug. This cancels out a quirk. He raised a brow and Izuku nodded silently in retort. Izuku. The boy shifted his concentration back to the case at hand, ignoring his thoughts desperately. Yeah. He answered, playing with the plastic straw stuck to the juice box. Where did you get this? Aizawa pushed, wanting answers, wanting to make sure Izuku wasn't involved with whomever he got the drug from. My roommate, in the orphanage. He uses it to calm down. His voice was low, any trace of excitement was gone completely. Aizawa noticed the change in attitude immediately, from his quirk. What does it do? It reads people's emotions and allows him to feel others' pain, physically, he explained. It's called sympathy. You can imagine how messed up it is to have a quirk like that while living in an orphanage. He'd thought about it so much he could go crazy. He hated seeing people hurt, but he hated himself more for feeling glad that Daisuke was in pain. He deserves it, he told himself. He deserves to be in pain after what he did. But a part of him kept saying he himself deserved to be in even more pain. At least the guy had a quirk and he knew his place in society. A kid as useless as Izuku stood lower than a druggie like Daisuke. Besides, it was my fault. I should have known better. Has he done anything to you while he was high? Why didn't you report him to the headmaster? To the hag who hates my guts? No way, she'd have my head. It didn't go unnoticed by the older vigilante when Izuku's breath hitched when he asked if the other boy had done something to him and how he didn't answer the question. Forget the headmaster, we'll get to that later. He locked eyes with the boy. Izuku, what did he do? How often does he take this? Izuku shook his head, hands trailing to hug his torso. He takes 3 a day, sometimes more if I'm in the room for too long. It just calms him down, gets him numb, I guess. He talks slower but he's fully conscious. He still couldn't answer the most important question and Aizawa sighed. Fine, you can tell me when you're ready, I won't ask again. The man said and took out his fries. I hate cold fries, should have started with it. Thank you. Izuku mouthed and leaned back, letting his body take a moment to relax. He looked out the broken window. The room was getting darker as the sun disappeared by the minute. I have a curfew, 10 p.m. If we're going for patrol, we should leave soon. He said and ran his hand through his curls. Aizawa nodded. Let me finish this, you go and change into your gear. The man said and opened the tiny cup of mayo as Izuku stood up and took his bag resting against the couch, then headed downstairs. As soon as he unzipped his bag with his gear inside, he spotted the half-empty pack of cigarettes. His lips formed a thin line as he took it out. He's still eating. I got time to smoke one. He hesitantly walked into the back room he rarely stepped foot in and stood in front of the sealed window. Taking one out and placing it between his lips, he lifted the lighter to reach the cigarette and lit up the tip with shaky fingers, inhaling sharply with ease and leaning on the wall as dizziness hit while he prayed. Aizawa took his sweet time with his fries. Izuku smoked quicker than he normally would and managed to finish it without getting caught. He watched the smoke linger around the dirty room as he waved his arms around, pathetically attempting to get rid of it, then stepped out, shutting the rusty door and hearing the lock squelch. He walked back to change as he was told. The second he was getting down with adjusting his goggles, he heard the staircase ruffling and cursed at himself as Aizawa walked through the doorless entrance before he could put away the pack of cigarettes he'd placed on the dusty benchpress bed. Aizawa quirked a brow as he eyed the pack. He'd seen Izuku's pointer and middle finger stained on his left hand. He knew it was because of the tar of the cigarettes and he could smell it from the boy, but the topic had never come up. He snatched it before the boy could take it. You do know I can smell it, right? He said, stating the obvious. Izuku didn't say anything as he fiddled with his hands. I'm keeping this. Wait. Aizawa-san, I don't smoke often, really. Please let me keep it. He begged, walking over to take his pack back, but Aizawa raised his arm, knowing Izuku wouldn't be able to reach it with how short he was. No. A boy your age shouldn't be smoking at all. I know taking it won't stop you from doing it again, but you are not smoking as long as I'm here. Izuku couldn't make a comeback and just glared at the older vigilante. Fine, whatever. He crossed his arms and shifted his gaze away. Let's get going. We have a good 3 hours before you have to get back to the orphanage. He must have failed to see the backpack Aizawa had with him when he arrived, because now the man was carrying it over his shoulder. He had his scarf wrapped around his neck and he was wearing his contacts. All right then, Aizawa began as he slipped on his goggles and placed his backpack down. Let's start with the usual handout locations marked on your map. It's Tuesday, so the night market should be near a subway station. I doubt they'd take that route. Would be hard with the competition. My guess, Izuku said as he pulled out his phone. Yokohama City. Kamino Ward is way too crowded at any time of the day. It's the perfect place for a handout. Yeah, but people would ask questions with our gear if we just hopped on the train dressed like this, Aizawa spoke. Plus, we need time to study the environment. And the trip there would take too much time, we wouldn't be able to get anything done. Right, Izuku sighed. Musudafu Station then. Aizawa gave him a nod as he put the pack in his utility belt. As they headed out of the rusty building, they failed to see the figure hiding behind the ally they walked past absent-mindedly. Your hands are shaking. Aizawa looked over to the panting boy on top of the beaten-up thug as he wiped the blood on his knife on the other thug's sleeve. Izuku didn't bother answering as he held his knuckles and pressed his fisted hand against his palm, ignoring the comment as he stood up. We should get these guys to the cops. They're no use to us in this state. He eyed the thugs they'd knocked out cold. I don't get why they just don't answer a simple question. Would you have given away who you work for if you made at least 6 digits in just a couple of months? Izuku chuckled in response as Aizawa tied up the 2 thugs he'd handled and Izuku pulled out his plastic bands from his belt. Guess not. He sighed and snatched the guy's phone, dialing the cops for pickup. He listened to it ring once, then tossed aside the phone when he heard the emergency operator respond. Aizawa gestured him out of the ally and he followed suit. So what? Aren't we gonna go to the night market? Izuku asked as Aizawa pulled off his gear, hands slipping into his jumper's pockets as he set up a suitable pace. What's your obsession with that place? I have things to do. It was a simple answer. One Izuku refused to elaborate any further as he took his goggles off and let his mask down, oblivious to Aizawa's knowledge. You don't have to come if you don't wanna. He added and pulled his notebook out of nowhere. What things, kid? That place is an absolute mess, and it opens past midnight. You have to get back to the orphanage soon, remember? I gotta meet someone. Izuku was still working on the Asans. It wasn't his main priority, but he couldn't let it go. Not when Tsukaushi's file looked useless and didn't give him much. He'd found a lead watching the news just over a week ago. He was meeting with a regular client who bought his analyses in exchange for information, and the man did pay handsomely. Aizawa paused, heels rubbing on the ground with the sudden stop as he turned around. Meeting with whom exactly? He asked. Izuku just shrugged. He doesn't need to get involved this much, he thought to himself. No one. He mouthed and managed to sneak his hand out back before the older vigilante could snatch his notebook away. Hey. What gives? Kid, running around and beating up thugs is one thing, but getting involved with villains is another. It's too dangerous. I got nothing to lose, Aizawa-san, Izuku answered coldly, turning around and walking through an alley as he heard the police sirens. I'll see you later. He waved his hand and disappeared. Aizawa wasn't great with kids. Never has been, and he didn't want to push the kid when he clearly needed space. Izuku was a good person. The boy had a heart of gold. The man trusted him to make the right decisions, but he was still a kid. No matter what he'd seen, he would just let him go, just this once. Izuku ran his hand through his curls as he looked at his phone 3rd time in a row, a part of him hoping the text would somehow change. He meant to go back to the orphanage before curfew. He really did, but he'd completely forgotten about the meet-up with the client until he looked at the reminder he'd left for himself on his notebook. And now he had a text from Daisuke saying the headmaster was furious because he had yet to show up. His eyes drifted to the numbers on the left corner. It was nearing 2 AM and he had no way of contacting the guy to cancel the monthly meet-up. He ignored the looks he got from the people as he walked back and forth in the night market with impatience. That was until an arm swung around his shoulders and snapped him out. Look what we have here. He knew that voice. Shit, Shota's new pet. Man, didn't think I'd see ya again this soon, little listener. Izuku didn't want to make a scene. He was a vigilante and Yamada was a villain. He had the upper hand with the nasty crowd. He decided to play along until his client showed up. Yamada-san, he said, not pushing away as he kept walking. So, he told ya about me, huh? Yamada laughed. Izuku ignored his words. Can I help you? He asked dryly as he slowly reached for his knife in his belt. Nah, just thought I'd say hi, you know. No, I don't, and I suggest you let go, people are staring. Yamada pulled away, rubbing his finger under his nose. You sure are a cheeky one. He adjusted his glasses next and kept following the boy, then noticed the knife sticking out under his sleeve. He quirked up a brow and smirked. What brings you here then, kid? None of your business, Siren. He'd looked up the villain after Aizawa told him their story. Rubbery, aggravated assault, more than a few arrests for petty crimes, but no murders were tied to him. He doubted an old heroic student was capable of taking a life. Then again, what did he know? They were all human. Humans were capable of anything, especially with uncontrolled powers. Is that Siren? Oi, Siren, how you doin', man? Someone called out from a stand with high-tech guns, and he saw the blonde waving at them from the corner of his eye. Well, that's my cue. See ya around, Kurai. Izuku's eyes widened at the name. Looks like I wasn't the only one doing background checks. He didn't stop to see the seller talking to Yamada and went back to the meeting spot. Looking around and making sure to check his surroundings, he stepped behind a booth near the exit and pulled out his notebook upon seeing his client. Kurai, Jiren, something isn't right. Sorry if I kept you waiting. The man had his usual purple suit, lacking the tie as expected, but his face was a different story. His bottom lip was busted open and he had a black eye. Izuku chose not to mention anything as he shook his head and watched the man light a cigarette. Not much of a talker tonight, huh? The man laughed and tried to catch a glimpse of Izuku's notes. No peeking, Jiren-san. He warned, and the broker took a step back as he chuckled out smoke. Whatever you say. I don't have much time. You got what I asked for. Nodding, Izuku leaned against the wall and pulled out some papers, handwritten per usual, and handed them to the man. Excellent work as always. Jiren smirked as he scanned through the information, then pulled out the cash. Before that, Izuku put his hand up, making the man pause. I know I said this would cost you extra, but I think we can come to an arrangement. I believe it would be beneficial for us both. Just spill it, kid. Whatever it's you want, I'm sure I can be of service. I need the name of the person responsible for the fires, and, he could instantly see the shift in the broker's attire. I know for a fact that woman is taking orders from someone, and you're the one who knows everything that's going in this city. Listen, Jiren's voice fell quieter as the man leaned down as Izuku ignored his cigarette smoke wavering around. You don't want to know that, all right. Leave it alone, for your own sake. Maybe I wasn't clear. Jiren-san, I don't want the name, I need it. Izuku pressed, pushing his back away from the wall and grabbing the man by his collar. Wow, no need to get violent. Jiren laughed, putting his hands up as if to say he surrendered. He'd taken enough beating today. He watched as the papers scattered on the ground shook with the breeze and the fire from his cigarette wasted away not far behind. Name, now, it was a demand, an order. He'd been working with the Vigilante for the past 4 months and had never heard him so angry. He could tell though, this wasn't just anger. A person as capable as Kurai was desperate. This was pure desperation. Maybe it was pain and frustration, he couldn't tell for sure, but... Look, if I were to tell ya, I'd lose my top analyst. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be beneficial to either of us. He was cut off by a knife right under his chin, threatening to tear his veins just like that. He wouldn't cross that line, he'd sworn it, but things were starting to change. I said name. Izuku's tone was bitter, not just cold and uncaring, not as it was. The man gulped, his apple bobbing harshly as he felt his body hit the stone wall with a shift. Easy, he nearly yelled, then exhaled. The name you're looking for is... Izuku blinked once, twice, then stepped back, gripping the knife tighter as he watched the man pass out. I was this close. Of all times, damn it. He pressed his mask and held his nose as the pink fog spread gradually. His body felt tingly already. He couldn't see from the thickness of the fog. Suddenly his knife was whipped out of his hand, leaving behind a deep gash. Panic was starting to take over as he let out a cry. He couldn't move, couldn't think. He needed to breathe. My, persistent aren't you? Heels hitting the ground echoed through the alleyway as Izuku's eyes bounced around while he grabbed another knife from his belt. He couldn't waste his breath with chit-chat. He was starting to get dizzy from the lack of air. Just then he spots the pipes leading up. Then another hit landed on his leg, making him yelp and let go of his nose. Sucking in a breath through his mask, he rolled back and pulled out the metal rope, countering the whip and pulling the hero to the ground. Once the knot untangled, Izuku aimed for the pipes and let it pull him back. As he moved quickly while fighting off the overwhelming urge to just pass out, he caught a glimpse of the black-haired woman with a matching mask before disappearing. "Shit," the woman muttered as she cleared the fog, securing the man-villain with her whip and walking over to the passed-out man. Her eyes drifted to the papers scattered on the ground. There was a sketch of the new hero Kamui Woods. Interesting. Flipping her phone out, she pressed her heel to the man's chest as his eyes fluttered. "This is Midnight, caught the perp near Musudafu Station. I got a runner," Midnight reported. Male, green hair, around 160, green goggles and a balaclava mask, the face is completely covered and in full black gear. "No idea what his quirk is." "Understood, ma'am. Be a dear and connect me to Tsukauchi, will you?" She looked through the handwritten information. "Yes, ma'am, right away." It was impressive, really. I'm sure the detective could use this. "This is Detective Tsukauchi speaking. It's Midnight." There was a pause. The detective heard a growl over the phone. "I've got something for you. It's better if we talk face to face. I'll see you at the police station in 30. All right. See you then, Midnight. Underscore. Shit, shit, shit. Izuku ran as he clung to his wounded arm. Of all days, running non-stop for 3 blocks through rooftops without looking back, he allowed himself to slow his pace at last. Panting, he moved his hand away from his arm. His glove was covered in blood. It wasn't long before he realized he was near Katsuki's house. He cursed at himself for thinking he could go home. He got down from the random rooftop and landed in an alley, pulling his mask down and placing his goggles on top of his head. Pushing his bangs back, he hid his gloves away next. "Midnight has seen me. I can't walk around the streets looking like this, damn it." Ignoring the blood seeping from the cut, Izuku headed to his place. Paranoia was creeping in, so much that it overpowered the memories of his interaction with the broker. Every corner he turned, his eyes darted around once, twice. Each rooftop was a blind spot and it was troubling. He knew the heroes stationed in the area, and what hours their shifts began and ended. If they got called in after midnight, I might need to go back on the roofs. It was closing to 2:30, that was nearly 20 hours since he'd woken up and he was starting to get tired. Another corner and the sidewalk started to show cracks. "Just a few minutes then I can get some sleep." Checking his phone, he saw a text from Aizawa asking if he was back safely. A smile made its way to his lips. It felt nice having someone care. A second later, his silly smile was wiped away. No, he just feels responsible. "I can't get attached. I shouldn't. He'll leave eventually." Sighing, Izuku felt relief wash over him at the sight of the abandoned 3-store apartments following one another. Once he pushed open the door, he walked past the spider webs in the corners of the walls and sat on the bench. Just as he was about to pull out his first aid kit, a loud noise made his ears perk. Izuku pulled out 2 knives attached to his boots and gripped them tightly in each hand. He slipped on his goggles and took careful yet swift steps, doing his best to avoid the creaking from the worn-out parquets, and found himself on the 2nd floor. He could smell cigarettes and the smoke hadn't left the rooms yet. Still dangling around weakly, he walked into the first room and covered his nose and mouth with his forearm, pointing the knife in his hand forward, the other pointed back just in case. He headed to the next room. Empty. Again. Taking his steps side to side, he found himself hiding by the biggest room's corner. The smoke was thicker and seeped out the doorframe. Jumping from his hiding spot, he came eye to eye with the intruder. He was just lying on the couch as he smoked. He couldn't take in his appearance from the lack of light but vibrant blue eyes that bored into his and snowy white spikes, now that he could see. "Who the hell are you?" Izuku asked, not stepping any closer than he already was, and the guy sat up, a bored expression on his face as he put out his cigarette on his arm, making the boy cringe. "Why would I tell you, pipsqueak?" His voice was raspy and uncaring. Letting down the knife, Izuku raised a brow. I'm too tired for this. You're in my apartment. The guy laughed. Guess you're right. Is this guy serious? Leave before I make you, asshole. Izuku threatened as he took a step forward. Last I checked, this entire neighborhood is abandoned, asshole. Izuku was running out of patience, because what the fuck is this guy's deal? He threw a knife and cut through the stranger's arm, making him hiss and step back a nudge. Just then, he saw flames light up in his palms. I just wanna fucking talk. Oh yeah, why the flames then? I ain't talking shit with you before you tell me who you are. Izuku grit his teeth, more blood escaping from his wound with how hard he had thrown his knife. It had hit the wall and echoed in the room with the impact. Another dry laugh and he sighed, putting out his blue flames as he held his arm. With how bright the flames were, Izuku could see the burns all over his skin. Purple and patchwork-like burns with golden staples holding his flesh together. You can call me Dabi then. What kind of a name is Dabi? Your name literally means green, what's with that? Izuku gulped. What did he just say? His eyes widened behind the goggles, lips parted but not a single sound came out. He knows. How? Wait. Does he? He could be bluffing. Then again, what's with my luck today? What? Got nothing to say. Dabi stepped up. Red flags waved around Izuku's head as he extended his arm and pointed it at Dabi. Stay where you are. The boy warned, only receiving a loud laugh in return. Mocking. 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 He's fucking around with me. Screw it. Izuku launched at Dabi in full speed, dodging the heat just barely as he stood behind the man and managed to land a kick on the back of his knees, making the flame user lose balance. Throwing his knife in the air and shifting it to point backwards, Izuku kicked him again and Dabi found himself immobilized on the ground, face pressing against the dirty floor and a knife to his throat. I'll ask again, Izuku panted, elbow pressing against Dabi's left shoulder sternly. Who the fuck are you and what are you doing here? Did someone send you? I already told you, fucking brat. Dabi hissed. He could feel the tip of the blade pushing closer. He'd learned about Kurai and tailed him after his patrol, keeping his distance, and yet here he was about to get his throat sliced by a kid. No one sent me, okay. Jiren told me you could be of help and I tracked you down. And for the love of God, get that knife away from me. Izuku's grip loosened, then tightened back up in an instant with his thoughts flowing bothersomely. How much do you know? Does Jiren know who I am? No, but I've been hanging around here as well. Surprised we didn't cross paths before. Dabi sighed. I'm here on business, and you sure as hell don't have time to waste. Let me go, Midoriya. Izuku stood up, scoffing and putting away his knife. He watched Dabi pat the dust off of his clothes and reach for a pack of cigarettes on the couch. All he could do was study this Dabi guy, for now. Dabi rolled his eyes without saying anything before sitting on the couch and placing a roll between his lips. Izuku couldn't help the anxiety in his gut telling him to let Aizawa know. Flicking his fingers, Dabi lit the tip and inhaled, gesturing Izuku to sit down, but the boy crossed his arms and tapped his foot on the ground. Suit yourself. Have you told anyone about me? And how do I know you don't work with the cops or the pros? Looking like this. TCH, you wish. Dabi exhaled, ignoring the frustration on Izuku's face. And no, I haven't told anyone. And no, again, Jiren nor any other villain knows who you are. I work alone. What do you want with me? Izuku pulled off his goggles. The bands were digging into his skin from how long he'd been wearing them. Heard you analyze shit, is it your quirk? Dabi raised a brow when the boy flinched at the mention of a quirk. What's it to you? I need everything you got on Endeavor. It was Izuku's turn to laugh. This guy really was a moron if he thought anyone could tail the number 2 hero. You want me to? Ha. He had to hold his stomach. Now this is golden. He stopped laughing and his face fell. No. All right, how about this? Dabi began, smirking. You will get it for me or I go to the cops about little Midoriya. Izuku playing hero. How does that sound? Izuku thought for a moment. Was his life worth his identity getting revealed? Did it mean anything at this point? He had no future, that was for sure. And he was quirkless. If he ended up in juvie, he wouldn't last a week. He ran his hand through his hair, looking away. What do you say, Kurai? Dabi extended his hand, sitting up. Do we have a deal? I can do it. I've got years of research and analyses on Endeavor. He surely wouldn't want me to dig into the guy's private life. And this is the #2 hero of Japan we're talking about. I won't have to get too close. Fuck it. Fine. They shook hands on it. Fuck my life. When he stepped into the room, Daisuke was awake. He didn't bother looking the teen's way when he heard a hiss. It was dead silent as he turned around and hid his bag under his bed. That was until Dai spoke. Just what do you do, Izuku? Izuku ignored him, hoping he would just shut up. Where the hell do you go? Questions, man, fuck him. It's none of your goddamn business. It fucking is, you little shit. Dai stood up and marched toward Izuku, gripping over the new pain he felt coming from the boy. You pulled that stunt the other day, watching me fucking spiral out of control from the pain, then show up with new wounds. Every single time. If you don't let go right now, you have to worry about your own pain. Izuku coldly said, pushing past the throbbing from his arm, but Dai wouldn't budge. Before he could make a move, he was thrown on his bed with the teen on top of him. At that moment, he was completely frozen while his mind roared at him to just move, but he couldn't. Don't you dare even think you can pull anything on me again, Izuku. The name was a curse at that moment. Dai laughed bitterly, eyes dark as he saw tears bricking on Izuku's tired ones. Please. It was barely above a whisper. Hurt and desperate, he felt like a cornered animal about to be put down, shaking and terrified. He couldn't take it again, he just couldn't. It was over for him when he felt Dai's hand on his thigh, his eyes shut tight. Stop. A whimper escaped his lips when he felt his school pants getting dragged down as he lay frozen. Unable to think or move. All he wanted was to push Dai away, but he couldn't. What was it you said? You'd make sure I couldn't use my hands again. Where's that fire now? Dai teased, and Izuku could see it in his eyes. He wasn't sober. He had no control. Let's see if your answer's gonna change after this. He was woken up by the door slapping open and the headmaster yelling at him. He wasn't sure what exactly happened. His mind had gone completely blank, or when he passed out for that matter, but his body ached all over and he felt disgusting. All he could do was take in the insults thrown his way as he could barely stand. He could feel himself slipping away again. His mind was foggy, yet he felt anxious. There was a brief pause, then the next words coming out of the woman's mouth snapped his mind awake. Selling your body for money now. Is that where you were, fucking? Ha. As expected from a quirkless filthy mutt. Izuku slowly brought his hand around his neck and looked down. His throat felt tight and he started crying. The headmaster looked down at him like he was the very scum on earth before yelling at him to scram off to school, then storming out. He fell on the bed, scratching at his neck and feeling it burn and ensuring he would stay in touch with reality. But then, unlike last time, the piled-up rage surfaced and he gritted his teeth as he stood up and brought out his knife under the bed. Loud thuds and crashes. Dai's mattress was torn to shreds with the cotton flying around, his posters torn off the walls and the wardrobe on the teen's side broken into bits. Izuku couldn't help himself when he saw the lamp on the nightstand and threw it against the window, shattering the glass. No one was there to stop him. The door was locked and it seemed the headmaster didn't hear, but Izuku snapped out with his phone ringing. But the damage had spread to his side as well. The skin around his knuckles had torn on impact, his face stained with tears and flushed red, his heart gunning and body trembling. He dropped the knife and reached for his phone. Kachan. He sucked in a breath and dragged the screen icon, although, before he could answer, the ringing stopped. Slowly walking back on Dai's side, Izuku held his pillow in his hands and dug out the money the teen hid away, taking all of his savings and throwing them in his bag. His phone rang again. This time, he answered. Before he could utter a word, Katsuki started yelling and scolding him, asking him where the hell he was. Are you okay? Where the fuck are you? The hell is going on, nerd? Izuku looked down at his hands and stayed silent. He couldn't think of an answer and blurted out a single word, orphanage. Why the hell are you still there? We're on the third period already. Get your ass here. Katsuki stopped talking when he heard a sniff. Just then, he registered how woozy Izuku sounded. Deku, are you okay? Izuku hung up. Text. Izuku walked with his hands in his pockets, cowering behind his hood and eyes glued to the sidewalk as he took another turn and found himself in his old neighborhood, headed to the store his dad used to send him to. He wandered around the aisles and finally stood in front of the refrigerators keeping the booze he so desperately craved ice cold. His knuckles had dried blood and were a dark shade of purple as he gripped the glass weakly and pulled out a pair of some random six-packs. It was the middle of the day on a work day. Just a few people were around. Most of them were elderly ladies running errands and a couple of teenagers out for lunch break. Izuku could feel their eyes on him as he made his way to the register and placed the beers on the counter. "I'm gonna need to see some ID," the guy said but stopped when he locked eyes with Izuku. "Hey man. How's it hanging? Haven't seen you around for a while." Izuku shrugged, not talking. Then he eyed the pack of chips on discount and put it on the counter on top of the beers. "Fine. Dad asked for them. And can I get the usual brand, 2 packs? He gestured at the cigarettes behind the counter with his head. He lied, knowing the guy would believe him. His dad had talked to him, saying he was the one buying the beers way back when and the guy had no idea where they lived, so he complied. "Will that be all?" Izuku nodded and pulled out the money as the cashier placed his stuff in a plastic bag. "Is your dad trying out a different brand?" he asked as he took the money. "Shit, I never bought these before." "Yeah." Grabbing the bags, Izuku gave a nod when the guy said to have a nice day and walked off, headed to his place. It was dangerous to stroll around in the middle of the day as a teenager. He was attracting too much attention. To hell with it. It wasn't long before he was done with the first can as he smoked and lay on the old, red couch on the second floor. He couldn't be bothered with what happened last night, rather who was sitting in the same spot. He opened another can and swallowed bitterly while reaching for the bag of chips. His phone was ringing non-stop and he was getting tired of it, but he couldn't bring himself to turn it off for some reason. Katsuki had been calling since the third period at school. Aizawa had rung once and Mitsuki as well, but he couldn't answer. Izuku was too busy trying to make his mind shut the fuck up, get wasted. The chips disappeared one after the other, each followed by a sip from the beer can, and he finally opened his notebook hidden under the worn-out seat beneath him. He looked through what he had on Endeavor right as he flipped through the next page with shaky hands. Dabi appeared in the doorway. He raised a brow when Izuku weakly looked up to meet his face. "The hell you doin' here?" Izuku slurred, then drank the last bit of alcohol left in the can. "Could ask you the same thing, kid." Dabi sat next to him, putting the bag of chips on his lap to make space for himself on the couch. Dabi took a chip and threw it in his mouth, irritating Izuku. "Fuck you." He threw his notebook on the floor and reached for the next beer online, but Dabi grabbed his wrist as he studied the boy. Izuku shot him a look as he leaned back. Now that the sun was out, and Izuku didn't have his gear on, he could see the bruises and cuts all over the boy. Bandages stopped right around his elbows on both arms. His neck had an old burn and, "Don't touch me," Izuku warned harshly, and Dabi let go of him without protest when he saw his neck. "The fuck happened and how much did you have to drink?" Dabi didn't care, not really. He was just curious. Midoriya didn't seem like the type to drink, not to mention he's probably still in middle school. None of your business. Izuku hated someone being here. This was his space, his only safe space, and he didn't have any patience left to deal with anything, especially not today. "I don't know why you came here, but get the fuck out. I saw you come in a few hours ago and wanted to see where you were with our arrangement. And I ain't going to leave a kid here all drunk, so shut up." Dabi reached for Izuku's cigarette pack and pulled one out. Izuku sighed and took one himself. He watched as Dabi lit them both up with his quirk and gave up arguing. "Why Endeavor of all people? Stupid. You're gonna get yourself killed." Izuku broke the silence. He inhaled once, then let the smoke out. "Tell you what, kid. You tell me why you're drinking in the middle of the day instead of going to class, and I tell you why I want what I want." "You know what? Never mind." Izuku threw his hands up, laughing. "Go get yourself burnt to a crisp for all I care. It'd give me one less thing to worry about." "Ouch. Hey, it's your funeral." He shrugged and eyed the beers in the plastic bag, then looked at Dabi with desperate eyes. The man, Izuku wasn't sure how old Dabi was, sighed. "Fine. But toss me one as well." Izuku complied happily. The following hours were spent talking about the number 2 hero's weakness and the not-so-noticeable flaws in his fighting style, mutual mind-storming and smoking until they were both wasted. Izuku was keeping his distance from Dabi, making sure to check on the knife hidden beneath the cushion every few minutes as if it would disappear if he didn't check. He could never be too careful. Someone stepped inside the room and snapped them both out of whatever mindset they were in. Dabi was suddenly wrapped tightly in binds, and Izuku was too out of it to move or react in any way. He let out a chuckle then hiccuped when he met Aizawa's glowing eyes. Zawa. Hey. The man sighed at the state Izuku was in. Teenagers. Are you drunk? Jesus, kid. And you. He tightened the binds as he stepped closer. Who the hell are you? Dabi rolled his eyes. Relax, old man. And cut the kid some slack. I'm just making sure he doesn't go overboard. Does this look not overboard? Izuku slouched down on the couch and spread his arms as he slid to the floor. His cheeks were flushed red and he was smiling like an idiot. Not sensing any hostility from the scarred guy, he released him and knelt beside Izuku. Izuku. Izuku blinked a few times then smiled again, humming in response, who's your friend? Gotta get this over with first. Oh. Dabi. He wants to die. Dabi rolled his eyes in annoyance. Aizawa just sighed as he looked over to the guy. He's talking stupid. I just wanna know shit 'bout Mr. Imabe the #1 hero. Dabi clarified through his slurring. Right, how much did he have to drink? Aizawa asked. Dabi held out 7 fingers, then looked at Izuku, lightweight. You don't seem sober yourself, Aizawa thought and turned his attention back to the drunk boy on the floor, worried about the new bruises and the gash he saw. Izuku, I'm going to pick you up now, okay? Izuku sheepishly nodded and felt his body getting lifted off the floor. He weakly wrapped his arms around Aizawa's neck, then buried his face in the man's chest. He swallowed harshly. Do you feel nauseous? He shook his head then started crying. When Aizawa started walking off with a very drunk, crying Izuku in his arms, Dabi stood up and grabbed the Vigilante's arm, stopping him. Wow. Where are you taking him? He asked, looking at the kid. Let go. Aizawa didn't look at him as he threatened him coldly, then sighed when he didn't let go. I'm going to patch him up and get him sober. I'll be downstairs. I won't hurt him. Don't worry. Dabi scuffed and pulled away his hand. Dropping back on the couch, he watched as the man left the room. As Aizawa sat Izuku on the bench, the boy sniffed and cried silently. He shook his head and reached for the medical supplies in Izuku's stash. He was careful as he cleaned his wound, apologizing under his breath every time the kid hissed in pain. Why'd you come here? Izuku mumbled weakly, slipping back to reality bit by bit. You weren't answering your phone so I got worried and this was the first place that came to mind. He sat beside him before continuing. Kid, what were you thinking? And what's the deal with this Dabi guy? Izuku fixed his eyes on his shoes, not answering. Aizawa wouldn't let this go and he knew it but he just couldn't think straight. He giggled and hugged his torso. It felt like his stomach was on fire. Just some client. He lives round here. He raised his head. Aizawa was listening patiently, not daring to interrupt. I just didn't wanna feel like shit anymore. I'm sorry. What happened? Dabi hid behind the wall, eavesdropping as he sat there. He just wanted to make sure Aizawa was true to his word. He rolled his eyes at Izuku's answer. Izuku let out a chuckle as he felt the tears working up again. He ran his hand through his hair and sniffed. I told him to stop but he just wouldn't. He didn't stop no matter what I said and I just laid there, doing nothing to prevent it. And the worst part is I don't know how everything played out. I didn't. Fuck. He sobbed again, pressing his hands to his eyes, the tears slipping through his palms and soaking the old bandages on his forearms. She called me. She who the hell does she think she is? What gives her the right to call me fucking slut when she doesn't know shit? His hand fell into a fist and he punched the bench in frustration. But she's right, I am disgusting, huh? He chuckled dryly. Doesn't matter anyway, I guess. Fuck, I ruined everything. Like I always do. And now I can't go back there. He looked at the man with pleading eyes, meeting with pure rage, only then realizing what he confessed to. Aizawa didn't say anything as he stood up and started pacing around the dirty room, processing while Dabi cursed under his breath. he definitely wasn't supposed to hear that. Izuku was confused and terrified at the same time. It took a couple of minutes before Aizawa spoke again. "Let's go," was all he said before he pulled out a hoodie from the boy's bag and tossed it to him. What? You're not going back there." It was more of a declaration. Izuku just stayed quiet and waited for Aizawa to continue as he put on the hoodie. "I'll submit the documents. You have Tsukauchi's number, right?" He nodded hesitantly. "I won't let you stay there any longer, it's not right." "I'm sure the detective would vouch for you." Aizawa sat beside the boy. "Is that okay with you? You sure you can give a statement?" Admitting what happened out loud seemed impossible. It was scary. What if people looked at him differently? Treated him worse than before? Given his lack of quirk, he doubted anyone would believe him. Izuku felt himself tear up at the thoughts. "Listen." The man looked at him with understanding, a look Izuku had long forgotten. "It wasn't your fault, none of this is. Your roommate is almost an adult, and you're barely a teenager. What he did was illegal from whatever way you look at it. You didn't deserve what happened. And, it doesn't matter what other people think. I know you're used to being put down, but you don't deserve to suffer for the things you can't control, so be rational, problem child." Aizawa jumped when he felt arms wrapped around his torso so suddenly, cutting him off. Izuku couldn't hold back the tears and just cried and cried. A sense of safety, maybe this is what it was. No one had talked to him that way and he felt understood even though Aizawa was still a stranger he'd happened to cross paths on a random night. It was odd, and unfamiliar to be understood and cared for, to be looked at with something other than disgust and hatred. He didn't flinch when Aizawa started rubbing his back with one hand and the other resting on his head. He didn't feel scared when he tightened his embrace over him, holding him while he sobbed pathetically. Dabi quietly went back upstairs when he heard the boy's loud sobs, feeling guilty for just being there and listening in, but what he hated was the fact that he felt resentment. Maybe if he had someone to hold him while he cried, he wouldn't be in this mess. He cursed at himself for threatening Izuku with blackmail while he was going through so much. He understood where the kid was coming from and how shitty his life had been. He had ruined his life himself, but Izuku had done nothing yet. Here he was, hurt by anyone and everything for just existing. Sitting back on the couch, he let his neck fall on the cushions and lit a cigarette. The last thing he heard was the door shutting downstairs. Izuku was dizzy, the world around him spinning endlessly as they made it to Aizawa's apartment. He had thrown up on their way back, and the moment he stepped foot in the apartment, he was greeted with a tiny paw tugging on his pants. He didn't move, just stood there, lacking any trace of emotion on his face until there was a hand on his shoulder that startled him. "You okay?" "Oh, yeah. Just spaced out for a second, sorry." Aizawa hung his keys by the door and then reached down to pick up the kitten still tugging on Izuku's pants. "Hope you're not allergic to cats," he said as he scratched the back of the kitten's ear. It started purring quietly and muzzled against the warm hand. Izuku shook his head and smiled weakly. "Right, I'll show you around. Come on, then we'll get you to sober up." The boy followed him to the short corridor with weary steps, holding onto the walls for support. The kitchen was connected to the small living room with 2 sofas. "This'll be your room." We already walked past the living room and the kitchen. "Wait, is this your room?" Izuku asked as he spotted Aizawa's gear peeking out from under the bed and the messy bedsheets. He immediately put 2 and 2 together. "Aizawa-san, I can sleep on the couch. You don't have to give me your room." "I don't sleep much, and if I do, I can literally fall asleep on any given surface. Either way, it's fine, kid." The man cut him off. "The other door leads to the bathroom. I guess you figured it out though. Anyway, there are some things we have to talk about. You hungry?" "A little, I guess," Izuku said as he waited for Aizawa to leave the room first. "I know I promised for a happy meal, but you just threw up, so let's not push our luck." Yeah, the thought of throwing up and why he did made him shift uncomfortably. He closed his eyes and gulped, trying to push the memories away desperately. Aizawa told him to go wash up while he fixed up something to eat, and Izuku found himself staring at his reflection in the mirror above the sink. He looked like a mess. Purples and greens danced on his face, deep eye bags under his half-closed eyes. His lips were cracked, the bottom one still had a healing cut from where he'd bit it. Then there was his neck. It looked even worse than he'd imagined. The bite marks had slightly bumped up, They were pink and purple. When he unbuttoned his collar and pulled it to the side, he saw the handprint Katsuki had given him a few weeks ago. It somehow looked a darker shade of red now. The sight made him shift uncomfortably. His eyes scoured around the sink, then he found himself looking for something sharp. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bathroom door. He jumped back at the noise. "You okay in there?" Izuku sucked in a breath and twisted the doorknob. "I was starting to get worried," Aizawa said, looking at the boy in front of him. "Hope he didn't do anything." "Fuck, I should have checked the drawers before letting him in there." "Sorry." A simple apology was all he received in return for his concern. "I made sandwiches." Izuku just nodded and followed him back to the kitchen. He was nervous, not sure what Aizawa wanted to talk to him about, and he felt uneasy in a he couldn't explain. When he sat down, Aizawa pulled the chair in front of him and got seated himself. Izuku looked at the sandwich. "I can manage that, yeah, easy enough, I guess." He waited for the man to pick up his first, and once Aizawa took a bite, he hesitantly lifted the sandwich to his mouth. The man watched him take a few hesitant bites of the food, looking at his sleeves when the boy seemed too focused on the smashed pieces of toast. "No blood, so he hasn't done anything. Here, drink this." Aizawa managed to catch Izuku's undivided attention with the words. He pushed a cup of steamy black coffee to him. "It'll help you sober up faster." Izuku took a tiny sip. The warmth burnt his tongue, leaving a nasty texture behind. He cringed at it and put the cup down. "All right, if we're going to the station then we have to get the story straight, in case they ask you about the drugs," the man said, and watched him put down the half-eaten sandwich as well. "Your nightly activities." Izuku just listened, not uttering a single word. He didn't want to talk, so he picked up the sandwich again and filled his mouth with a handsome bite. "How long have you been Kurai?" He put up 6 fingers in response as he chewed. "Just 6 months." Aizawa asked to confirm. Izuku just nodded his head. "Where did you learn how to fight?" Izuku swallowed, then grabbed the glass of water by his plate, gulping half of it down in one go. "I already to you. I take notes on heroes and analyze them. I started studying their fighting styles, mostly short-range combat, stealth and such. But he stopped himself. He was just about to reveal his weaknesses. He didn't have proper combat training. He didn't know martial arts. He does though. He could teach me. I've seen the way a racer fights." "You what?" the man asked, raising a brow when Izuku just shut his mouth and refused to elaborate any further. Aizawa sighed. "All right, be that way. But I saw the way you fight. You can take a punch, no doubt at that," he explained. "But you avoid combat the best you can. You flee the scene after capturing your opponent. I won't try and stop you because I know it won't work, but you're not allowed to operate on your own. You wanna go out and be Kurai? Then you tell me, I come with you. Got it? But no, you shouldn't even be doing any of this. You're 14 and you don't have a quirk, Izuku. If the police find out who you are now and they put the pieces together, both you and I could end up facing serious charges." Aizawa wasn't playing around, and Izuku never thought about legal charges. The current law revolved around quirks, so no quirk meant no charges, as a vigilante, that is. If the police knew he was quirkless then they couldn't arrest him, but in Aizawa's case, he could go to prison for illegal quirk usage, vigilantism and now child endangerment because of him. I understand." Izuku accepted defeat way too quickly to his liking. "Now, the quirk-numbing drug, how did you get it from that asshat?" He looked away, debating rather if he should be completely honest. He could just let it out, talk about it. It would be fine. It's necessary. I sort of maybe saw him sober, then he tried to make a move and I was already having a shitty day. I knew where he kept them, so I may or may not have roughened him up and smashed the pills to bits to get him to talk." Aizawa sighed and took a sip from his coffee. Izuku followed suit. He wasn't sure if he liked the bitterness of it. If he's taken in for questioning, can he prove it? He shook his head. "He doesn't have any evidence to prove I've done anything, and I didn't hit him, just sort of pushed him and restrained him. So it's his word against mine. And in any case, assault in self-defense is nothing compared to drug usage and possession, right?" "Right, but if the cops learn about this other drug, I could get in trouble for not reporting it right away." "It'll be fine. Don't worry about that. The thing you should be worried about is them tying you to Kurai. Izuku cursed when he recalled what happened with Jiren. Aizawa didn't miss the look of distress. What is it? Remember the client I was meeting up with? The man nodded. We may have gotten ambushed by midnight. Aizawa choked on his coffee. This kiss is a menace when he's Kurai. Did she see you? Shit. He ran his hand through his hair. It had become a habit whenever he felt uncertain and nervous when he talked about these things. My notebook. I dropped my notebook. Fuck. Hey. Calm down. My fingerprints. Eraser. How can I calm down? I was so busy trying to escape, I completely forgot about it. Shit, this is bad. Izuku was spiraling again. On top of everything, he had to deal with this mess. Okay. Just breathe and listen to me, alright? He nodded at the words, terrified. I could go to jail. While you give your statement, they likely won't let me in the interrogation room. I'll find the notebook then clear the system of any evidence. Do you remember the shift changes from before? Yeah, but wouldn't it be suspicious? The system only cleared from a single file and at the same time as the two of us are there. Which is why we'll make it look like a cyber attack. I know a guy who can help, he can guide me through it. You worry about yourself, I'll handle the rest, okay? Yeah, okay. Hello, how may I help you today? Aizawa glanced behind to a nerve ball of Izuku fidgeting with his fingers, eyes glued to his red shoes. I'd like to file a report regarding assault and abuse on a minor. The woman shifted in her seat before grabbing a few papers and handing them to Aizawa. Please fill out these forms then you may head to the waiting area. One of our detectives will be with you shortly. Aizawa nodded then took the papers along with the pen sitting on top of them. Detective Tsukauchi knows the victim. His name is Midoriya Izuku. I would appreciate it if you could inform him. When he scanned through the information boxes, Aizawa realized he knew nothing about the kid's history. He hated having Izuku do all this but he had no other choice. Kiddo, you have to fill out the forms yourself. I can't exactly help with it. Izuku walked over and took the pen. His breath hitched when he remembered what happened with every question asked about the incident. His hand trembled as he moved to one question after the other then silently pushed them for the officer to take it. He hadn't heard her informing Tsukauchi. He was startled when the man appeared right beside him. The detective looked at the boy first, seeing he was a mess then turned to Aizawa, extending his hand for a greeting. Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa, and you are? Aizawa shook the man's hand. Aizawa Shota, nice to meet you, detective. He glanced back to Izuku again as he let go. Let's go somewhere quieter. Officer Higuchi has informed me about the situation. I'll need to talk to Midoriya alone for a statement if you wouldn't mind. He looked back at the other man. Aizawa gave a nod. This way, Midoriya-kun. Izuku walked behind the detective into an interrogation room. Uncomfortable with what he was about to do, he sat in one of the chairs and the detective shut the door. He eyed the files on the metal table before the man sat down in front of him. Izuku felt uneasy and he could feel himself starting to slip back to the void in his head until Tsukauchi spoke. How are you doing, Midoriya? Not well, if I'm being honest. Izuku played with the hem of his hoodie under the table. This was a mistake, I never should have agreed to this. Everyone's gonna blame me. Can you tell me what happened? This is a safe space and I'm here to help. I'd appreciate it if you told me the whole story in detail. We can stop at any time you feel uncomfortable. He gave a nod and put his hands on the metal table between them before telling the detective what happened. He hated how the questions were always blaming the victim in one way or the other. He hated how he had been put in such an exposing position by someone he'd happened to end up in the same room on a random Thursday. It was degrading and embarrassing to talk about. Saying everything out loud was humiliating and it made him feel disgusted with his own body. Tsukauchi was understanding. He waited patiently when the boy answered in detail with each question. The detective didn't push him when he paused at times, but the uneasiness was always there until the end. I know this was very difficult for you and I'm sorry this happened, Midoriya. Thank you. You were very brave. We're legally obligated to perform a medical examination. It can be done here in the precinct. Now, would you like to press charges? Izuku looked at him with pleading eyes, uncertain of his answer. He hoped Tsukauchi would tell him something, reassure him that he would be safe and wouldn't live with the label for the rest of his life. Look, The information you've provided regarding what happened to you and what's going on in that orphanage is enough to shut the place down and put Daisuke behind bars for good. If you're worried about your case being overlooked in front of a judge, then I assure you, it won't be. Normally, as police officers, we shouldn't be making promises, but Tsukauchi closed the file and looked Izuku in the eyes. I promise it'll be okay. Can you trust me, Midoriya-kun? Izuku was hesitant when he nodded. The detective gave him a reassuring smile. Just as the man stood up, Detective. Yes. Could I ask you for a favor? Tsukauchi sat back down. It depends, I suppose. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Aizawa-san wants to adopt me and I trust him, but he's not married and I'll see what I can do. Now, let's get you to the medical wing. I'll talk with the people necessary regarding the adoption and get the report to the chief. Will you be all right on your own? Izuku nodded again and followed Tsukauchi around the precinct. He had no idea how a full-body examination worked, and when he found himself in a hospital gown, sitting on the table with a doctor telling him how it would go, he started freaking out. He didn't want anyone to touch him, especially on every inch of his body. And fuck, he was drunk just a couple of hours ago. If they took his blood, they'd know. It wouldn't look good on his record. It took him a few minutes of breathing exercises led by the female doctor for Izuku could come to his senses. He occupied his mind with Aizawa's mission. Before he knows it, he's completely spaced out. Maybe he'd wanted to slip back, just ignore everything and fly high on the clouds filling his mind. A moment of peace. It was quiet and he didn't feel anything as the doctor performed the exam. He was brought back by that same doctor snapping her fingers next to his ear. All done, dear. You can get dressed here, I'll be right outside. She typed something on her computer and gave Izuku a smile before leaving the room. Izuku listened for the door to click before reaching for his clothes. The doctor had patched him up, it seemed, because he had new bandages on his arms, securing his wounds tightly. When he stood up, he saw the open tab on her computer. He had changed rather quickly. I have time to look through. He saw the words, cuts. Likely self-inflicted, in between the sentences and deleted them quickly. No one needs to know that, right? Once it was done with, he grabbed the door handle and pulled it down slowly. Tsukauchi was outside chatting with the doctor, along with Aizawa, who gave Izuku a nod as soon as he saw the boy. Izuku gave him a look in return, understanding what it meant. Then he turned to the detective. I've got some good news. Tsukauchi handed Izuku a few papers as he continued. I've talked to the chief. There's going to be an investigation regarding the orphanage and how they treat the children there. Daisuke will be brought in for questioning and the odds seem to be on your favor, also. Aizawa took it from there, giving the boy a smile. The detective got the papers approved for your adoption. They're going to be on our ass for a while, just so you know. Izuku's eyes widened at the words. Suddenly a wave of emotions hit and he dropped the papers, hugging the vigilante. Aizawa laughed and ruffled his hair. Once he pulled away, he turned to Tsukauchi and bowed. Thank you for your help, Detective Tsukauchi. You have no idea how much this means to me. I really appreciate how much you've done. No need to thank me, Midoriya-kun. I'm just happy to be of service. Izuku stood straight again, smiling. Maybe things won't always be so bad from now on. The silence in the police car to Aizawa's apartment was awkward, to say the least. When they walked it was nearly midnight and Izuku wanted to cry. Before Aizawa could say anything, "Can we go out?" Izuku mumbled. He needed something to take his mind off everything. Please. He added, almost begging. Yeah, but you have to eat something first, deal? Izuku nodded quietly and went to the bathroom. And when he saw himself, staring back from the mirror for the second time that day, he couldn't cry. No matter how much he needed to, no matter how he hated himself and life itself, he couldn't. The tears, they were right there. He could feel them, pushing and struggling to hold back. His body hated him at that moment. He was swaying the slightest. His hands were shaking. He could barely keep his eyes open. He sucked in a breath and forced himself to wash his face. Maybe there were a few tears, but they got washed away with the tap water. The coldness felt like a wish granted, and when his fingertips turned red, he dried his face with the towel hanging behind the door. It was a blur when he stepped out. he was moving and was conscious, but he couldn't feel anything. His body felt foreign, he felt stuck in his own body. As he nibbed on yet another sandwich, Izawa poured some coffee into a cat-shaped mug and watched him. "Do you want to talk?" Izuku shook his head and took a bite from his sandwich. He heard the chair's legs dragging on the floor and looked up. The man sat in front of him and sipped at his coffee. In truth, Izawa was terrified. What was he thinking when he thought he could take care of a kid, honestly? He had no idea how normal people function to begin with, but a child. He remembered how Obora had once said he was good with kids and he could maybe even be a teacher. Izawa wondered if that's how it would have played out if what happened hadn't. Pulling himself out of his head, he decided it was best not to dwell on it. Izuku needed him now, and that's all that mattered. When he focused back on reality, he saw Izuku's empty plate and the boy was just staring at it with this distant look. "Kid," Izuku's head whipped up, "is your gear here or at your place?" "My place." Izawa nodded. "Did you manage to get my notebook from the evidence locker?" "Shit." He put the mug down, and stood up. Izuku waited for him to get back, and Izawa returned with the notebook in pieces. "I deleted the digital records, it took some time to get in but it's done," he explained. "Your notebook, the information inside is just..." Izawa sighed as he sat back down. "How much money do you make when you sell these?" "I've never seen anyone who's not a quirk specialist with such detailed analyses." "Enough to make a stash for emergencies. It depends on who buys really." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I was saving up in case something happened." "Right, look, I know I already told you this but do be careful with this stuff. Doing heroes' work is one thing but selling information to villains is another. The police have nothing on Kurai, they don't even know the name but if the word gets out, they'll come after you." Izuku knew all that. At first, he'd started doing it because he bumped into Jiren in the night market when he was looking for some sort of mask and he dropped his notes. And the broker had said people would pay handsomely for information like that when he saw the pages split on the ground. He did need the money so he made a quick decision and had gotten his first client. "I'll be more careful, please don't worry, Izawa-san." Izawa sighed and finished off his coffee. "Who was the guy that helped you with the evidence?" "There's this cop I got dirt on. He owes me big time. He was the one who got your notebook and led me to the computers. For the getting in, well, I think it's best if you don't know who he is." "But, no, I'm sure you'll meet him someday but now's not the time." He turned and put his mug by the sink. "Let's go, you need to get some sleep before school." Once they left, silently walking for 20 minutes, neither of them speaking a word. Izuku was in a daze, while Izawa's mind was occupied with worries of one kind or the other but nothing could have prepared them for what they saw next the second Izuku opened the rusty door to the old apartment building. Kachan. Katsuki paced back and forth in his room. The nerd wasn't answering his phone and the last he heard of him was before noon. Something wasn't right and it was getting on his nerves. Normally, he'd think Izuku was ignoring him but the way he sounded over the phone had convinced him otherwise. When he got home, he made his mother call Izuku as well but it was no use. He strolled around the neighborhood, heading for the school first, then going to the park, the damn river behind the woods, the subway station. Somehow he found himself in the 24/7 store and spotted the guy who always worked there. "It's worth a shot. Hey, you seen a guy bout this tall with green hair?" He gestured his hand over his shoulders, waving it side to side. The guy looked confused when he peeked up from the register to see the boy. "Yeah, he came by during lunch hours." "What was his family name?" Oh. "Midoriya, right. Yeah, him." "How did he look? Did you see where he was going?" "He looked real rough, I'll give you that. I guess he went home. His father asked for drinks again apparently." The guy shrugged. He wasn't sure if it was the right thing to say. Maybe the kid didn't want people to know he bought alcohol for his father. He shouldn't even be selling it to a minor in the first place anyway but with the manager and for his dad. Katsuki muttered under his breath. Putting two and two together, he flipped out his phone and rang Izuku again, and then an idea struck. "I'm such a moron. His last location should be somewhere. Which way did he go?" "He took the road down that street," he pointed out from the windows, and Katsuki skimmed through every social media app he had. he found his answer on that one nerd app talking about heroes, which always registered the user's current location for some reason on their profile. He had seen Izuku on his phone during class, editing his profile on a random day. As much as he hated it, the app was entertaining and the shit the nerd yapped about made sense. Of course, he'd never admit it, but he was thankful for it just this time. And that's how he found himself standing in the abandoned area, in front of a trashy building in the middle of the street. Going inside, he saw Izuku's yellow backpack next to what looked like medical supplies. Is this where he stayed when he wasn't home? He decided to explore more and ended up on the second floor. There were at least a dozen empty beer cans and cigarette packs. He sat on the couch. Izuku's notebook was on the armrest and his phone was on top of it. Deku. If his phone is here, he'll fucking come back to get it. This damn nerd. Katsuki sat there, scrolling on his phone. Hours passed by but there was no sign of Izuku. He turned to grab the notebook and something popped behind the cushions. The hell is that? A knife stared back at him once he moved the ripped-up pillow. What are you hiding, Deku? Placing the knife beside him, he flipped through the pages. Notes on heroes, some sketches. He paused. Who the hell is Eraser? Quirk. Erasure. Blah blah. Wait, active vigilante. There was information about his fighting style and gear, the weapons he used and a few weaknesses listed by the sketch. He sighed and checked the time. 12:30. Katsuki stood up, ready to leave. He's not gonna show up if he hasn't until now. Heading back downstairs, he glanced at the sandbag wavering. And just as he caught the sight of the door, it opened. Kei-chan. Damn nerd. He noticed the guy standing behind Izuku, black jumpsuit and goggles hidden by what looked like a scarf. Is that the eraser in his fucking notes? A part of him wanted to punch Izuku, the other told him to just keep it cool and make sure he was okay. He decided to settle with the latter. Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you all fucking day. Izuku gulped. This is going to be one long night. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.